this is the last time we'll see Swiss for a little while, but that also means I don't have to explain it again, which is fantastic. True. But Swiss, 3 wins and you are in, 3 losses and you are out. You will always play a team that matches you. So 2-0s will play each other, 1-1s will play each other, 2-1s play each other, but you have to win 3 games. We've seen it in OC, we've seen it in SAM, we've seen it in NA, we've seen it in Europe. Teams go 2-0 and they lose 3 straight. You are not safe even when you are up all the way up at the top. You still have to find a way to win that very last game. So that's basically it. You win 3 games, you go to the playoff bracket, which we'll do next Friday for South America.
Jorby, this is such a cool format too, because it gives teams a many more chances to get in. You know, it's not just like 2 and you're out. It's 3 or no. You got that extra chance, but it's also mentally maybe a little bit harder to pull back once you've been down a couple games.
Well, I think that's the biggest aspect about the Swiss format is the marathon aspect of it, where even 3 matches in a row can start to feel really taxing. We've already heard pros say that, you know, it is a much more mentally taxing format, but you know, a lot of pros like that. Some pros have struggled with it. And with each region, you know, they're going to have their own players that can succeed and thrive in this sort of format. But like you get to that, Gibbs mentioned it, when you get to that 2-0, that 3rd match just seems to be tricky for a lot of teams to nail down, and they end up getting reverse swept out of the entire bracket. But that's why I love the Swiss format, because it forces you to be consistent throughout the day and play different types of teams that give you different looks. And, you know, that's the mark of a great team, if you can overcome all those different aspects.
Well, I want to ask which teams, Dex, you might think have an issue with that, you know, coming back, that mentality side of things. So let's take a look at those teams. The teams that are going to be playing today, 16 teams are going to be trying to fight for those top 8 spots to make it into that bracket for next week, for next Friday. But today, it is all about Swiss and is all about these 16 teams. Are there any teams here you think might have some troubles with that mental aspect, Dex, that we just talked about? Of if they go down, you don't know if they'll be able to pull back.
Oh, that's a tough question, actually. I think the battle would be for the probably last 3 spots, and any team can get them. Any team can get those last like 6, 7, and 8 spots. But probably some teams that could have some special issues if they start like with a bad streak or something like that. Could be Right Light, the Third Eye. There is a team that hasn't performed as well as you would expect. And probably I say that Flow Nocturns is a team that has been having some issues. So
yes, there is actually one thing with that team real quick. They are actually, I heard, forfeit in their first 2 matches today because they cannot play in the first 2 rounds. So they're going to have to win 3 straight no matter what. They've already forfeited round 1. Not sure about round 2 just yet. But so for that team to battle back, like at least they are not going to tilt from losses, I guess, is one positive, but they got to win 3 straight.
That's stressful. I don't know. Whew.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be them right now.
Yeah, you still know that you have that mountain ahead of you. Like you have to win 3 now. Yeah, that's tricky. But just on the other side there, just to briefly touch on them, that, you know, we're seeing some teams, Jorby, that we've seen before. It seems like some of these rosters are saying, hey, we found our stride, we found what we're looking for, and they're still punching hard.
And that's no surprise to me, Leaf, especially when we saw these teams in Spring Series. We talk about South America being that aggressive region, and that was something that really impressed a lot of us when they made it to when they were on the main Rocket League channel, and they were playing fast, they were hitting their stride, and they were fun to watch. But, you know, so it's no surprise that some of these teams have stuck together because the quality of play has done nothing but get better. Like 11s has sat at the top. Dex mentioned like they're one of the only teams that haven't made a roster change. And to me, like when you have that sort of stability at the top of your region, that has a trickle down effect on every other team. And I think that this major is going to highlight how far South America has climbed because of that consistency.
Well, let's talk about what these guys are fighting for. There's a couple things on the just on the docket here. One of them, of course, is that nice little paycheck. Let's take a look at the prize pool. Dex, you know, I think you're probably like, why am I not playing? Why am I hanging out with these losers on the desk instead of trying to fight for this $10,000?
Definitely, I'm here. Like the prize pool is really huge for the region. That's something amazing that's happening. The prize pools have been increasing, and this is actually one of the factors that has been pushing the players to increase their level to try to get to the top. So yeah, we got some nice prize pool here. We got $25,000 in the prize pool. So that's not. I mean that's a lot of money for me.
That's what I'm saying. He's made a mistake talking to us instead of picking up the controller here. But you've made your decision. Here you are, and you get to watch these guys fight for it. Yeah, no, this is really good. I mean, in my eyes, it's going to help motivate a lot of these teams, Dex. That may have been on the cusp of like putting enough time, and they're going to be like, well, now we really got to put time in because there's a lot more on the line.
Of course, like this prize pool could be a bit maybe low for other regions, but for South America, this is big money. Some players could start making a living from Rocket League just with those prize pools, so that's amazing. That will help the region to increase their level, and of course to motivate new players to join the scene.
And let's just take a look at the points leaderboard overall for South America right now. Of course, we head into these majors. A lot more Gibbs is on the line because these points are definitely a lot more valuable.
Yes, Major, double the points. So to put that into perspective, 202 point difference from first, and if you lose in the grand final. So that's a lot of points. Most teams don't even have that many points. There's only 5 teams that have over 200 points. So a lot to play for. Every single win will get you more points throughout today. And then obviously, like if you make that playoff bracket, you'll get even more. But looking at the top, not too many surprises near the top. You got probably your top 5 teams that everyone expects, Dex, I would say.
Oh, definitely. The top 5 is pretty solid right now. Maybe No Mercy is a team that hasn't performed as well as they could, or at least as people expected. But definitely they're a top 5 team. And as I was telling you before, probably the fight today will be not for the top 5, but for the last 3 spots for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to talk about those teams yet. I want to talk about that top. Let's talk about 11s. We have to get back on. This is a team we've seen for a while just dominating the region. They've made it to 2 grand finals during the Grand Series, winning 1 of them. This team is consistent, Dex. This team is on top. Are they, what we just got to put it down now, are they right now the big favorites to take this whole thing?
Oh, definitely. They're the big team in the region. They're not have only performed well this season, but they've been doing it for over about now 4 seasons now. So they're definitely the big dogs in the region. They're the favorites. They're the team that everyone wants to eat. So yeah, it's not surprised that 11C is on the first place here.
Yeah. The one issue I think is like, all right, you want to play them in the quarterfinals. You don't want to get them in a best of 7. The problem is both times they've been in those quarterfinals, they 3-0'd easily, both teams they played, because they're normally the top seed going into that playoff bracket. So they're definitely huge favorites coming in. But like as we get down, like it's not a very top heavy region in terms of like 2 or 3 teams. There's been 5 or 6 teams that have made top 4 for the 2 regionals they've had. So there are opportunities to take this team down. They only won 1 of them. They made the grand finals in the other. But teams like True Neutral, 3 Sins, Noble, they have chances here to take down this team.
Now, last time we saw him again, Jorb was mentioning it, is just this aggro style that we expect from South America. But you were mentioning earlier that defense is being worked on a lot here, Dex. Is that something that 11s has excelled at, or is it something that's still kind of in the works?
Well, the thing with 11s, as we mentioned before, they haven't had any roster changes in a long time. And that helps them to get more consistency. And right now, 11s is a team that can play basically against anyone in the region. They can adapt to any kind of play style. The meta in the region is very fast, very aggressive. But now I've seen lately, the guys from 11s Esports, they're playing more in a smarter way. They're thinking the plays, they're just controlling the matches. They just try to do the game their game. So it's a really hard team to play against. They're really good at defense now. They're good setting counterattacks. They're good actually maintaining the control in the midfield. So this is a very versatile team. And yeah, they can do almost anything they want.
Dex, you mentioned that 11s, or not 11s, excuse me, the meta in South America was starting to lean more towards demos. Is 11s the reason for that? Is it because that other teams are struggling to figure out the slightly smarter play style that they're going for, and so unable to crack the defense? Obviously, the next best thing is to blow up the opposition. Do you think that 11s has been at the center of that?
It could be 11s, and that could be also True Neutral. Toronto is a team that has improved also their defense, and they have AJG, who is probably one of the best defensive players in the entire region. And we started to see this actually with Noble Esports. They were the ones with Renan that started demoing everyone, trying to get some victories, and that worked for them. And after Renan started doing that, the other guys like Firefox and Hovercamper also in Noble started doing demos too, and our teams are starting to doing that. But that's a very recent meta in the region. They started doing it probably just in the second phase of the split.
I'm not gonna lie, I like to hear that though, because I love demos. Whether it comes out of frustration or it comes out of strategic value, I love demos. So I'm very excited to watch these games today and see some explosions. But I want to talk to you about this. You actually mentioned that you sat down with some players. So let's get to this right now. You had a chance just, I guess, get some words, get some insights, which is really good. I want to hear that. So Dex, what did you hear from these guys? What did you dig up?
Oh, you wouldn't believe it, but according to what I heard from the players, we probably would have 16 teams in the finals. I don't know how that's gonna happen, but they all are pretty confident that they're gonna get to the finals. So hey, that's good. No, but on the other side, no, they're really confident. I talked with them about different topics, like who they could be their the team that could give a surprise in this.
Okay.
In this Swiss bracket, and that was unanimous. They all say that PDHM was probably the team that could surprise anyone. It's a team that just recently joined the SAM circuit and the RLCS. One of the players was under the age of 15, so he couldn't play, and they just decided to wait. And the other players in the team are kind of known in the region, and they definitely had a great out on their first time playing the Prime series and the SAM circuit, so that's definitely good. We had also, I talked about them about who would like they to play against in the finals, and interestingly enough, half of them picked Noble and the other half picked 11, so that's interesting.
They just want some good Rocket League, I guess.
Yeah. See, like if I was a player, I'd be like, I don't want 11s in the grand final. I want them to lose in the quarterfinal. I want, it's like give me what's the name, a third eye or whatever, like give me the worst team possible in the finals. But like I can see it where it's like, hey, we're on the big stage, we're playing on the mainstream, we want to take down the best team.
Yeah,
so
the old philosophy, man.
And they want to play.
You got to beat the best to be the best, and everybody in this region wants to be the best. So come on. Of course they would pick the best team in the region to beat.
I think that's a valid point, and honestly, that just speaks to the region's determination as well. I think, and why aggression probably showed in their earlier playstyles. A while ago, last time most of the world saw them, because they just want to win. They want to get those dubs, and now they're starting to be smarter with their play, and they're learning that. That's working. They're getting better. They're catching up with the rest of the regions like North America and Europe, and just beating a team like 11s that's been so dominant is a kind of a proving point, I guess, for this. I love it. To me, that just shows that these teams are absolutely determined. But speaking of other regions, I do want to just touch on one that I haven't mentioned here, and of course that's OCE. We already saw them get down to their majors as well. Let's make some comparisons here, because Gibbs, I feel like both these are kind of in the same boat where they're isolated. Maybe OC isolated a bit more than South America, but they are a bit isolated from what we at least get to see. They're kind of those regions fighting for that spotlight, and I'm just curious which one you think is maybe growing faster and how they compare now in today's world of Rocket League.
So I wonder how the players feel, and maybe Dex can hit on this, but at the World Championship, the last international LAN we had, Low-Key versus Renegades. That's a match that everyone in South America wanted to win, but they lose in Game 5. So technically, like, OC holds that title as third best region because of that one match. But at the same time, like, I think everyone was talking about how this whole region is growing so quickly because they've only had 2 World Championships to go to, and they've made waves. A lot of pros from NA and EU are like, watch out for these South American teams. They're fast and they're good. They just have to work a little bit on those rotations and they will be right there. Now, I think the problem is for both of these regions, and I think it's really hard right now because we can't have an international LAN. Like this season was supposed to be fantastic for these lower regions or smaller regions because they'll get more experience versus the top 2 dogs. And the only way to catch them is really to play them and practice against them. So I think for both these regions, Sam and OCE, they're probably feeling a little bit left out, and they have to just compete versus one another. And they're going to try and get better that way. But I think you elevate your game by playing the very best. So we'll see what happens in a few seasons when we get back to, or a few months, maybe half a year,
just a few splits, maybe even one
lands.
split. Yeah, that's the thing that when we were looking at OCE last week and South America today, I think that, you know, there are players at the top of each region that are pushing the boundaries forward for each region. And while, you know, it's not ideal conditions, obviously you want to be able to play against North America and Europe, but I think both regions have the tools necessary to improve over these next few regional, major events, the next few splits. I am really excited to see the development. I think you're going to see the fastest development in both of these regions than we've seen in any previous season before.
And that is the one question, right, that they just can't answer right now. Like, they might think they can beat teams in North America and Europe, but because they can't play them, they can't say they can't answer that question yet. So we got to wait on it, because obviously the 2 world championships that they went to, they didn't make it to day 3. So we'll see how it goes. But I think both these regions are growing. We can see it in their skill. It just comes down to when they have to play those better defenses of the other regions. Can they still perform at that highest level?
Well, we're getting closer and closer to kickoff here, so I want to get some very early predictions. Let's talk about who we think is going to be going and playing in those quarterfinals here. We like to do this every week, so why stop now? Gibbs, I'm going to start off with you. Basically, we're going to take the teams we think will go either like 3-0 and 3-2 and face off in a quarterfinal, or teams that'll go maybe 3-1 and 3-1. So, Gibbs, you want to start us off? Which teams do you think are going to face off in those quarterfinals?
All right, so Dex, he talked to the players. I did not know about this, but PDHM, I have them as well going 3-1. They played in only Regional 2. They went 3-1 then. They did lose round 1. Don't worry about that. They're going to win 3 straight. They'll go 3-1. They'll play Noble, who will also go 3-1, a rematch from Regional 2 in that quarterfinal that went to Game 5. And then I think PDHM actually wins that and makes top 4. So I'll even give you a bracket prediction here once again. Wow. So PDHM, they're going to make top 4.
That went well for you last time you did that, didn't it?
Yeah. Let's not talk about it. All right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
I still like Gibbs's. You know what? Honestly, those are fairly safe picks, I'd say, going with the 3-1s here. Sure. Dex, did you go with a 3-0, 3-2 matchup?
I would go the 3-0, 3-2, to be honest. Probably 11s, it's almost guaranteed that they're going to be there in the playoff.
That's fair. Yeah.
And probably the underdog here, PDHM, team that is surprising everyone, a team that is really new into the scene, and they just joined and they're here now in the major, so that's amazing. I think they can get to the playoff. They can probably play against 11s, but I'm pretty sure they could get 3-2.
Okay, so PDHM seems to be, I mean, you guys, we're saying they're underdog picks here, but everyone's starting to kind of pick them as favorites to make it through for sure. I hope you guys don't curse them. Jorby, are you going with that same storyline of the underdogs of PDHM?
I'm not going to go with PDHM. I'm actually going to go with another team that's fighting for those bottom 3 spots, Atypical. I think Atypical recently, especially results-wise, when you look at their last 10 to 12 matches, they've only lost to the top 4 teams in the region. Everybody else, other than you got to go the whole way back, like 12 matches ago, into where they played Ruby in phase 2 of the Grand Series, where they lost 0-3, but everything else are wins, and they're convincing wins. They're not all 5-game sets, and they're losing some of these games. The bad losses that they have are all to 11s. They have one bad loss here to Draken, but I like where this Atypical team is going. You have Dislike and Arbitro, who, like Arbitro especially, it's his first season of being at this level of the game. And so there's a lot of pressure behind that. But when you are the underdog and you're trying to prove yourself, with the results that they've posted, I actually really like Atypical to move through at a 3-2 mark.
Dex, I just want to get your thoughts now here. Is Jorby speaking crazy right now, or do you think he's got a possible pick here on coming through round 5?
No, that's actually a good guess. Atypical is a really good team. They still have to show what they can do, but they have lots of potential. I've talked to these guys a lot. They're pretty amazing. They're trying to work on their consistency and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure Atypical is actually a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about it earlier too, Dex. I think it's really cool, and I like the pick too, just again because it is other than Brazilian teams, you're giving the inspiration to some of those teams. I think it was. Who was it that you said was inspired by True Neutral? There was another team that was like that was doing good, but then they got inspired by True Neutral, being like, "Whoa, other teams that Brazilians can win."
Yeah, this is fun because I was actually talking with the guys of Atypical and the guy and Saro from Flow Nocturns when this happened, and they were telling me that they like to fight against True Neutral. Their dream is to beat 11s, of course, because 11s is the top dog in the region. But True Neutral was like their inspiration. They were so happy and so glad when True Neutral took that first LATAM championship, because it was the first time that a non-Brazilian team was taking some big championship in the region. And these guys are friends. They play together. They're used to talk with each other. And they were like, if True Neutral can do this, if my friends can do this, if they can beat the Brazilian teams, we can do it too. They told me that probably before that, they never thought that they could achieve anything big in the region. And this is totally an inspiration story that we have here, because now they're playing, they're trying to get their countries high, you know what I mean? The image of the country. They're trying to play together. Now they're trying to play best. Now they know that Brazil is not this unbeatable beast that is there just haunting everyone. No, they can do it now. They feel that they can do it. They have the chances. They just have to work on consistency. They just have to work on get better at playing and keeping it high on the play style.
Well, it just seems to be Brazil against the world. Well, Brazil against the rest of South America here. I guess everyone's trying to take them down, but Brazil is not going without a fight. That's for sure. Let's take a look and talk about those first round matchups before we get to kickoff here. We've already had one round down pat. It's already done. We're heading into round 2 where we'll watch a match, and then we just have a lot of Rocket League today. So just looking at these results, are there any surprises off the bat here for any of you guys? But I'll start with Dex. Out of these results, these first round matches.
So we have these results. To be honest, mostly of them went as expected. I would say there are not really any interesting upsets here, but it's probably gonna change for the second round. That's where they're gonna start really fighting for their spots in the playoffs and that. But for now, it's just interesting results. I would probably expect a bit more out Flow Nocturns, but they couldn't play. So yeah, that happened. One that was actually interesting was Draken against PDHM, because it was those are two teams that are pretty near in their play level. So I thought that probably PDHM could have won that, but to be honest, that 3-2 is not a bad result.
Yeah, that went to game 5. Every other series was a 3-0. So kind of just shows where the level is right now. We have a top 9, maybe top 10 teams right now. It seems like they're fighting for those 8 spots. And everyone else seems to be trying to play catch up. There's still a lot to play today. Obviously, you have to lose 3 times to be out. So there's still hope for some of these teams. But the 3-0s don't help for sure. And then for PDHM, they lost in the game 5, but they have a chance to bounce back. They had some quality wins in Regional 2 to make that playoff bracket. So we'll see how they do.
Dex, sorry, Leaf, I just want to ask him another question, just because, the talk's all been about 11s being the top team in the region and everybody wanting to beat them. But who do you think is the most likely to take down 11s out of the top teams? Like, is it True Neutral? Is it 3 Sins, Noble, or maybe a wild card for you?
I'd say it's probably between True Neutral and Noble Esports. Those are probably the best performing teams in the region right now. So yeah, they could do it. They're the ones with the most consistency. And actually, when I talked to the guys of 11s, they told me that probably they would want to play in the final against any of these teams, either Noble or either True Neutral, because they know they can have some really good games against them.
Well, before I mentioned it's Brazil against the rest of South America, but right now it's Brazil against Brazil. Let's talk about our first match coming up here. It's 3 Sins versus Draken. What's the coolest way to say this thing? Draken. I'm gonna veto that one.
Why? What's wrong with that?
All right, from now on, they're branded as Draken. No, I don't think they're going to like that.
I don't know.
Let's talk about this matchup real quick here. It's coming up very soon. Dex, give us the breakdown on how you think this match is going to go. What's it going to look like when these players hit the field?
Oh, this is going to be a tough match. Draken Esports is a team that has been making their way from the bottom. They're pretty good. Actually, they have good players there. Bruno Iski is a machine when he's playing. He can do amazing stuff.
Bruno.
He likes to throw some musty flicks here and there all the time, so that's interesting. Ooh. Luke is a really good player, mechanically skilled. He's probably one of the best in the region. But on the other side, we have the 3 Sins. This is a team that has a lot of history in the region. They've been to the World Championship. They have LAN experience. They have international experience. So this could be interesting. I think probably this could be a 3-2 game.
Well, guys, you see the Verizon fan vote is going on right now, so make sure you're getting your votes in chat. Who you think's going to win this? Right now, it is very much not in favor of Draken right now. It is definitely 3 Sins. I feel like, Jarby, this is kind of just an expected result from chat, though.
I feel like, a lot of people tuning in today, Maddox, PJ, and Vault are familiar names to them for all the reasons that Dex mentioned, but you gotta give Draken. I'm going to mess that up.
Yeah, we have no
Draken. It's like dragon without the G. It's a C. So I'm changing that as Draken. I will take Dex's opinion on Draken because I remember when I saw Bruno play, I was really impressed by him. Gian as well. And I think that, it makes sense to me that he's favoring Draken in this series just from what I've seen from them in the past. And 3 Sins, they're still trying to muck out through the mud. I don't know what's been happening with this team, but they are if there was any team that I thought was going to contend consistently against 11s, it was 3 Sins, but that hasn't happened for them. So this could be a start to get things on the right track for them.
Well, because chat, we already know what chat wants to do. You guys want to get some official predictions out there then? Because again, I feel like it's kind of weird to go against chat right now on this first one because I was kind of with them too. Let's get some predictions. Gibbs, I'm gonna start with you on this one because we haven't heard from you yet.
We're not going with Twitch chat. We're not going at all. We're going with the upset pick. Team Draken, we're going with them because they played PDHM. It went to 5 games. That was a good warm-up series. Last regional, they played True Neutral in the quarterfinals, and that went to game 5. They lost it, but that shows that they can compete versus the very best in this region. I think we get an upset here.
Okay, Dex.
So, as Gibbs was saying, they can compete against the best teams. And actually, probably most of the teams now in the region can play against the top teams. So, definitely this is going to be an interesting series, but I'm going to go with the 3 Sins.
Okay, and Jorby, who you picking?
All right, I am going to give the 3-2 victory to Draken. I think they take this here. I'm hopping on the Bruno, Luke, and Gian train. I think they got this.
Okay, hold up 1 second. I'm getting a transmission right now, guys, and I think this is exciting. Okay, we got some breaking news, guys, ladies and gentlemen. I've just heard out some very exciting news. Let me break this down. Sit down, guys. This is intense.
I've already said.
Okay, good, perfect. You guys are prepared for this then. So we're esports and we love competition. So what better way to celebrate that than to team up with one of the greatest competitors of all time? We are announcing right now, Pelé is celebrating his 80th birthday on October 23rd. And here at Rocket League, we are adding some Pelé inspired items into the game. This is intense. Wow. That is such a huge team up for Rocket League and just for competitors around the world. This means a lot. Dex, this is some great news.
Those are wonderful news, and that setup, that looks amazing. Those wheels, that decal, and Pelé is probably one of the best players, if not the best player of soccer in all the world history, and he's precisely from South America, so this is big news. This is great stuff, and I'm pretty sure that he has inspired a lot of people in this generation and others, like to play soccer, to play football, as we call it here. And of course, for fans of Rocket League, this is huge too.
Absolutely. For me, with Pelé, like it's all about how he came from nothing. Like he came from poverty, but because of this game, he grew to become one of the most popular athletes in the entire world. And we'll compare that to Rocket League. It's not the same exact comparison, but just look at Rocket League now, where like literally anyone can play this game. It's free to play. You can get in now and begin your career and try and make a name for yourself. You probably won't get up to the level of Pelé, to be fair, but you know, but you can make a name for yourself. You can grow into this game. You can make a living at this game, as we've seen these players do before. So it's a huge story from the world now down here to Rocket League.
Yeah, when you look at his resume over his entire career, it really is insane. And to be that kind of competitor and to come from the roots that he did, I think speaks to so many people that want to be competitors, especially in Rocket League. So many players out there grinding, watching the pros play, wanting to be like those pros. There are many footballers out there that start out, and Pelé is one of their all-time inspirations to improve at the game. And I think it's a wonderful collaboration, and those wheels look so sick. That decal looks incredible, and I think I'll be the first one putting those on. That's for sure.
Guys, we're celebrating this birthday in style, and we want to see your style as well. We also got puns here. Our top Pelés, make sure you guys submit your clips with the hashtag Top Pelé Challenge. We want to see all your best clips. Inspire us out there, just like Pelé did to multiple generations. Again, happy birthday coming up for Pelé, and we are doing it in style. Starting tomorrow, you can get those items, so make sure you look out for that. But it is time now to see South America get some style, as their matches are about to go. Round 2 is coming up, so it's time to head over to the Verizon Skybox.
Wow, what an announcement, and what a way to kick us off for what is going to be a fantastic 2 weekends in a row of Rocket League Esports. All majors, 3 separate regions: South America, Europe, and North America. But Johnny, you know, usually we come into these and we're just like, we want to see musty flicks, we want to see flip resets, we want to see double taps. Right now, I just want to see a Pelé kick.
Yeah, I want to see the Pelé decal in game. Oh my goodness, how good did that look? Those wheels as well. I think that might be the most popular or common look that you see in ranked immediately after that gets released, because that's just a thing of beauty. But you know what else is beautiful, and I'm not joking here, is the South American Rocket League play style. I love watching these guys play. I've got to agree with Dex. I think that the 3 Sins are the big favorites in this one. But yeah, Draken Esports, these guys are mad lads. Bruno Visky, he's definitely one to watch. He's gonna be making some crazy plays, and it could be it could be a hindrance to his team, but you've got to keep an eye on him every time he's near the ball.
And this is a region that, you know, we're not hyping this up necessarily for no reason regarding the amount of goals that we see from them. I took the stat count a few seasons back. They were about 2.1 goals per game above every other region.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. But as Dex said, they have been improving the defensive side. I'm looking forward to seeing it today. And it will be on the 3 Sins to really try and prove that they can be the danger that they have been hyped up to be.
Yeah, the 3 Sins have been one of the more consistent teams in this first split for South America. But, you know, so have Draken Esports. They're one of the 6 teams who have made both of the top 8 so far. So both teams definitely showing consistency. But the 3 Sins not only make it top 8, they've gone deep. Oh, it's going to be Draken, though, with the first goal. And it's my man, Bruno Visky. He's been making plays all year. First, you know, really caught my eye in 1v1, but you know, he's got so much more freedom in threes with the backup of his teammates. He's going to go wild.
That was a fantastic serve as well by Luke. Used the backboard, tried to feint out that he might be going for the shot. It is a great setup for the rest of the team. Here comes Luke, looks to try and put another one, but Volt is going to keep it away. Back to the midfield, looking for the second. It's not quite there for them. But this is a fantastic start for Draken, and they're going to want to keep this going.
Yeah, this is ideal. And I really do expect this to be a close series, even if we are going to get the expected outcome with the 3 Sins coming out on top. We did see a game 5 between Draken and True Neutral in the very last regional for South America. So these guys, you know, they're They didn't make it past that quarterfinal, but they do seem to be on the upward trend, like the Three Sins are. You know, we've got two teams here who are very likely to make the final day of competition for this major.
And for Draken, this has sort of been the limit for them as PJ looks to go for the second one. He's got it off the crossbar. Follow up from Maddox. Goes backboard once again. Volt finds himself a little bit too far forward. Can't take the third shot. That would have definitely been the goal back that they need. For Draken, you know, they've got good results. Teams like Noble, you know, other top teams, but, you know, it has been the Three Sins, it has been the true neutrals of the world that seems to have been where their cap has been in the region. This would be a fantastic chance, though, for them to start turning that around. Gian can't get the ball fully past. Halfway done here, only one goal. Brunovisky, that is a great clear. He's put it right in the middle of two players. Not only does that cause a bit of a communication issue, but also means you've got to figure out which one you want to go for it. And so far from Draken, they've not overcomplicated this. They've stuck to their neutral. They have stuck to the foundational play, and it has gone very well for them. But Matix has got Volt to come up with him, and he didn't take the option, instead wanted to go solo.
Yeah, so far the rotation is holding up brilliantly for Draken. That was, you know, the aspect of this match where I expected them to be second best in. I think they can hang mechanically with the very top teams in the region, like the Three Sins. But it's the organizational side that they usually fall apart in. And so far that hasn't been the case in this first game. To produce a consistent performance for this entire series in that regard, that's still up in the air. But for now, all good. Oh, that's a risky play by Jean. He's gone straight into the dunk. Gets away with it, but I think that was very fortunate, especially when he's third man.
Yeah, you really want to be trying to take the challenge on that one. You don't need to take those sort of risks. But now PJ wants to go to the wall. He's going to go for the style points. Luke's followed him.
Wow.
Bit of a different way of trying to defend one of those, but I tell you what, I can't argue against the results. Volt ends up missing. PJ's in a bit of an awkward spot. Not a great touch from him. Is that 2-0?
Oh.
No, just off to the side.
Wow. Well, that really should have been on target, if nothing else. And it looked like it would have gone in had it been on target. Great chances for Draken Esports. This is a real contender here that we're looking at. If they can keep up this level of performance, looks backwards in goal, but he's luckily going to watch the ball bounce off his own crossbar and then go over the top of him. Got to give credit to Draken for the confidence they're coming hot out the gate with here. They've attacked early, any aerial plays, and again, Jean just making that diving challenge. They need to close the gap like that against this very dangerous Three Sins lineup. So far, so good.
The Three Sins keep going to this wall, but the plays are not there. We've talked about how good the Three Sins are mechanically, but they've failed to show it so far. Looking for the bump, and Luke will avoid it. Defensive play by Draken has been fantastic. Always got a player where they need them. Now Gian has got midfield option in Brunovisky. Instead wants to go solo. And that's more time wasted. 20 seconds on the clock. Matix wants to force a challenge. Luke will oblige him. Doesn't come out great on it. Bruno, a little bit too far forward. Incoming shot. And it's off target yet again. Final few seconds. Have Draken managed to survive this game one?
And it feels like a game 5. We're in the first game of the broadcast today, and that might be a late second goal. Oh, Matix really did well there. It was about as good as he could do in that position. He had all 3 players to beat. And with 0 seconds on the clock, he just had to hit the target and hope for the best. Good defense still by Draken Esports. This is really the thing that we're watching for today. The defense of the South American teams, because there's no question that these guys can compete offensively. They've always been able to produce incredible mechanical plays. They've always been able to produce, speed, confidence, even at the highest level, even at international competition. But the defense leveling up in the region is what's causing the scorelines to remain lower like this one is.
And I do really want to discuss the Three Sins performance there, because it looked like they had the right ideas. It wasn't like they were coming in here trying to play a different play style, maybe, the nerves getting to them. But mechanically, they were not pulling off what we would expect them to pull off. We see them go to the walls numerous times. They're not looking for the passing plays. We see them, just get up into positions where they should be succeeding, and it feels like they're overcomplicating the play.
Yeah, they didn't look too comfortable. I think they were maybe surprised by how solid Draken were in defense. They probably expected it to be easier to get goals on them, and they were just barreling forward, attacking quickly, just relying on their mechanical ability to get goals for free, but that's really not how this series looks to be developing. We're going to need to see a smarter approach from the Three Sins. They're going to need to, like you said, start spreading out and start passing the ball between each other. That's smart by Matix. I love that he slowed down the game there. You can see the defense weren't expecting it. Now there's so much space for them to work with. PJ, the Prince, makes it 1-0. And already a better look for the Three Sins.
And it was about time that Draken got caught for this, because that third man has been holding very far forward. They've been very positive with their approach to this game. But the only issue is that if something goes wrong, if you do get that boom in clear, it's very difficult to react. That's actually what caused the setup in the last game, where we were almost certain it was going to be tied up at 1 each. Instead, it wasn't. Luke now choosing to play a little bit more cautiously on this. Going to buy a bit of time, and, well, Bruno removes the passing option. Fantastic defensive play this time around. I have got time to try and control this. Over the top of PJ. Forces the challenge from Maddox. That is a fantastic trade. Can they work the ball out from here? Volt's having an argument with the wall, and the wall always tends to win, but he still kept this going.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
out another one, and Volt has scraped together a play out of nowhere.
Well, sometimes just the presence of an opposing player is enough to make you flop past the ball. It looks like the defender did not expect Volt to have 0 boost in the play and completely whiff his block. But, both players went for a block, so neither one got the contact on the ball. This is perfect for the Three Sins, though. That's 2 goals involving 2 mind games. Mind game on the finish there is a mind game on the setup earlier on. And, that's what Draken have got to keep an eye out for. The slow plays of the Three Sins. The adaptation has been brilliant. Jean tried to go over the top with the air dribble. Delayed touch was right by PJ.
And now it is all on Draken to get these plays going. Can they displace this defense, or can they just use another player from the Three Sins to rocket a ball top corner like that one almost did? Jan just forcing these shots. I think they're going to have to be a bit smart of the approach. Right now, just putting shots in from the midfield line against a defense that's waiting for you is not going to work. Into the mid. PJ off the wall. He wants to buy his team a little bit of time. They weren't in a great spot to follow up. Look to the corner. He needs that second touch. He needs a follow-up. He's got the follow-up. And the Three Sins ready for it yet again.
Yeah, PJ's putting in a great performance here. That was another clutch save on a difficult shot. And I think this kind of pace is suiting the Three Sins a lot more. When in game 1, they were trying to just take the battering ram to Draken Esports, and it wasn't working at all. Draken were able to hang with them mechanically and in the speed department, but now that they've tried to control the ball a bit more, different story. They're starting to move around the field, read the game a little bit more effectively than Draken are, especially PJ, who I keep mentioning everywhere that Draken don't want him to be. That's exactly where he tends to be. And this is a really tough position for Draken to be in, because they don't really have the experience that the Three Sins have. It's that reset. No reset by Matix. He went for it with the rebound. That was pretty close, but no cigar.
Yeah, it got a bit unfortunate with the ball moving too far away, especially if you are going to reset it like that. You want the ball almost directly ahead of you by the time you get to the it. Instead went to the left, and the angle just was not available for him to hook the car back around. So far, so good for the Three Sins. They have kept this clean. Even when demos like that one come through, they haven't had to worry about it too much. That will be off target. PJ realizing that fact. Volt, I think he wanted to try and find PJ that time, but it's not a great touch from Xian. Looking for the backboard. PJ wants another highlight reel, and PJ's starting to feel confident on this one. It's gone from making sure the regular mechanics are down to, well, flip reset, double taps, and incredible angle shots like that one.
Well, PJ in his RLCS LAN debut, he went for, a flip reset in his own defensive corner as last man against, I think it was NRG or something. he definitely does not lack creativity and confidence in all aspects of the game. But they haven't really needed too much in the way of crazy mechanical ability to handle Draken in this second game. It's been all about positioning. It's been all about intercepting the passing plays and the shots that Draken have attempted, and slowing down their offense, controlling the ball, going for those mind games which Draken have really struggled with.
Yeah, I'm making mention of that. That is probably my favorite thing so far. Shot comes in, and, well, it's PJ at this point. He is not going to make any sort of mistakes. Volt, who's going to score this? Who's allowed it? It's going to be Volt. Well, you could definitely tell K-Dot wasn't involved in this team because that was like, that was very unselfish from both parties.
I thought they might try the open net team pinch. You know, why not? Just go for a boomer. It's almost impossible to miss from that range. But that shows, great discipline that we're not used to seeing from the South American teams. They're not trying to steal each other's goals. They're not trying to top the goals per game category. They're not trying to pinch on an open net. It's all business today. And with the amount of points that there are on the line that are all working towards that World Championship qualification at the end of this year, I'm not surprised. This is definitely serious stuff for both these teams. Seeding is going to be really important going into the playoffs next week. And if you can go 3-0 here, big difference than going 3-1.
You were talking about the discipline.
I think it's impossible to lose this one. 2 seconds. You need a pinch from the kickoff to get the ball in on 1 second, or a direct shot. So as long as the Three Sins hit the ball here, guaranteed win. There you go. They can't lose as long as they hit the ball on the kickoff with 2 seconds left.
I don't know, man. We have seen some players not necessarily manage that one, but we're not going to drag too far into the past necessarily. The Three Sins able to respond after what was a bit of an odd game one from them. Now we look at them and just saying, well, just keep playing like this, really. And it's now up to Draken to try and figure out, are they capable of playing at that sort of pace? And number two, can they start winning some of these challenges? Because the Three Sins are not only coming out on top of a lot of these challenges on the ground, but they've got the follow-up play that much quicker than Draken. If they can't do that, then Draken are just giving up space and giving up a player.
Well, the thing that I've been really impressed with the Three Sins in that game is their control. Draken showed that they were able to hang with them when, the game is mostly about hard clears, mostly about fast aerials. But the Three Sins, when they brought the ball down a bit more, when they were taking controlled first touches, trying to just keep the possession, that is a style that I don't think Draken can match them in. We can't just use one game as evidence, but you look at the team's history, the Three Sins, they're the favorites for a reason. They're more adaptable. They've got far more experience. And although Draken are very mechanically skilled, they don't have the practice yet. They haven't had the time to reach the same level that the Three Sins are already at.
It's going to be a shot immediately, but has been a growing thing, though, over in South America, where they had the same issues that OCE did when they were first introduced, as we see PJ missing that shot, where it was one team dominant, and to a level it still is over in South America, but they have got emerging teams, and that level of competition is going to improve the region altogether and start developing more talent for them to use when we get into the international stages.
Oh,
what a save from Volt, keeps it out, and he managed to use the crossbar as a almost pseudo clear as well to keep his team in a good spot.
Yeah, that's a really important touch by Vol. Even though he knows the crossbar is probably hitting the ball, or the ball's hitting the crossbar there, he can't let it bounce for free. He needs to make some kind of clearing touch on it. And the timing was very, very difficult. Absolutely no time to waste when the ball's coming at you that quickly. So credit to him. It was, PJ holding it down in defense the last game. Now Volt stepping up in game number 3.
It's a shot right down the middle. Bruno looks to follow. It's a very heavy first touch. You need to try and get the first one a little bit lower than that, so that way it is easier to follow. Start setting yourself up for those air dribbles that Bruno would love to go for. Three Sins figuring out where to push at this point. Matix has got it, pops it over to PJ. It's going to drop into the midfield. Volt, you would be very brave to go for that, as much as he was considering it. Once again, buying that time for his team, and this has been the major issue so far for Draken over the last 7 minutes of gameplay. So whenever they do start collecting the ball and getting rid of it, it's a midfield wall that has actually been the difference maker. This time, though, Jan, he realizes he's got no one with him. He's got to go by himself. Got himself a little bit of time. Bruno follows up. Yeah, I don't think Draken were expecting to get that chance. There was nobody around for him to pass to.
Yeah, it was boost problems. They've been stuck in defense for a bit there. Their boosts get stolen away, so when the counter-attack comes in, it's just impossible to catch up with it. And like you said, I don't think they were expecting Jan to just walk past 2 players with the same fake 50-50. But, both teams are really focusing in on the mind games now. I didn't expect Draken to even be willing to slow down their pace and to slow down their touches, but they definitely are. They've been going for a few fake challenges, and it's been paying off. It's made it very awkward for the 3sins to progress, but like I said earlier, the boost is dwindling at times on the Draken Esports side, so they have to be extremely cautious with that boost button. They don't want to let it run dry, because this is a much more patient 3sins lineup than we're used to seeing. Luck alone on defense there. He's going to get the clear, though. And just like in the first game, I'm very impressed with the defensive organization. The calm defense that we're seeing from Draken Esports has been paramount to just staying even in this game.
They've done a fantastic job of communicating these boost issues, because there's been numerous times as we do see the ball off the backboard, there will be no follow-up from Matix. A midfield hold yet again, but actually might be good for Bruno to try and follow. Flip reset.
Oh.
I think that touch in midair just too far away from him to really get there in time. There's been a few. Wait, here's the mind games. You got to follow up for Luke. Decides to just blast it. And PJ, as always, is the one in the way. 80 seconds currently left in this game. And Draken, despite seeming like they were barely holding on in this one, have now started putting together a lot more opportunities. PJ off the backboard. Bruno gets it, and he gets it to the corner as well. It's going to help his team out a little bit. And they are going to finally clear.
I really wanted to see the double mind game on the dribble there from Jean. He got one of them, and the ball was sitting perfectly to go for the second, but played for the flick instead. Maybe it's just my own preference in that position. You get the first mind game, you have to go for the second one. We saw that from Justin in North America recently, going for the triple mind game. It's going to make every single highlight reel, but it can be effective. It's not just a play to style on your opponents. It's incredibly effective at completely breaking their morale.
Still 0-0. We promised you goals, and instead, we've got a defensive masterclass from both teams. I think for the neutrals, this maybe has been less exciting than expected from South America, but I feel for us as analysts, Johnny, and maybe, the more South American enthusiasts and the South American fans out there, this is a lot more impressive to see. This is what you want to see when you do have all the analysts starting to question, can this team defensively, or can this region defensively hold up? So far, this has been a much better showing of the foundational play. PJ looks to try and add one more to his tally, passes over to Matix, and it is off the crossbar, and we have got overtime.
Yeah, I'm impressed. This is, great communication from both teams in defense. Like you mentioned earlier, they're communicating when boost is an issue so that they can send one player who does have enough boost to challenge. The timing of the challenges and the follow-ups have been really impressive. That's one of the keys at this level, is not just to have one challenge on a ball, but to have a second one ready behind it just in case the first guy gets outplayed. And that is something that's really missing from South America. Hold that thought. Matix almost with the free aerial there. It's well contested by Draken Esports. But the 3sins, for me, they have to be the favorites still, because even though Draken have been impressive, is that open? It might be. Look, he puts it in. Wow. Just as I'm about to say 3sins are surely the favorites in a calculated matchup, it's Draken Esports have hit them a second time. They lead 2-1.
And there we go, Draken 2-1 up. They've got two opportunities to get themselves through to that 2-0 part of the bracket. And we can't understate just how huge that is. You've heard us made mention a few times about how teams have, in the past, been reverse swept by the bracket, but that's like 1 in 8 teams that we see it happen to. If Draken can make this happen, they get 3 chances to head through to tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. We were saying earlier, but we expect both of these teams to make it into next week's top 8, which is absolutely the case. But we expected the 3sins to be the main contender to get in with a perfect record alongside 11s, who are the favorites. The 3sins just came second place in the most recent regional. This is exactly the same as a team like Vitality or BDS going 2-1 down over in Europe. This is the same thing as an NRG or a Space Station Gaming going 2-1 down in the second series of the day in North America. This shouldn't be happening. Even if you are one of those top 8 teams, you're looking at teams like Alpine and NA to be part of that conversation, maybe a Guild and EU. You never think that they're going to take down one of the top 2 teams this early in the day, but that's what's happening.
Oh, that's a great shot, though. And a fantastic response from the 3sins. Exactly what they did in Game 2. They come out swinging here in game number 4. And, you know, whilst we do talk about upsets and we do talk about how ridiculous this weekend has been, there's an upset for you. 11's Esports have been beaten in round 2 of the Swiss, taken down by Atypical 3-2 as we do go 2-0 up, and Johnny tries to regain what his sense of, well, the world is.
Well, I mean, this is getting crazy in South American Major. I mean, it just shows the additional pressure. This is like 2 regional events in one in terms of overall points working towards that World Championship seeding and World Championship qualification. This is the real deal. It's the biggest event of RLCS Season X so far in South America. And yeah, it looks like it's going to turn out to be a bit different than we expected. 11's losing already in the day. And the 3 Sins up against 2 match points now. They are 2 goals ahead, so it looks like this one should be theirs to lose. But that is all you need to know that this region is, it's as unpredictable as any other. The top team going into today already dropping a series.
And, well, to add a little bit of normalcy to it, True Neutral did 3-0 error, so that's a bit more normal. And Noble are currently in game 5, so that's maybe a little bit less so. This has been quite the introduction to our regionals. Jan doesn't want to wait for game 5. He has got a great setup, and Luke again is the provider. I've loved the setup play from Luke.
Yeah, beating PJ to the punch there. Jan very, very quick to that ball. Pass was perfectly hit to him. And with how effective the 3 Sins interceptions have been in those kind of positions, that really highlights how accurate that passing play had to be, how well timed that approach from Jan had to be in order to get past PJ, who's been having a great defensive display. And yeah, this is great respect being shown by both teams as well to the shooting capabilities of these players who are hitting those passing plays, because the defense there are staring at the pass coming in, thinking, is that a shot? Is that going to be on target? These guys are well known for being able to shoot from just about anywhere.
I do like the adjustments that we have seen from PJ over the last few months. Used to be a player that I would expect when he saw the passing plays coming in would usually go full on in to try and be quicker, try and get the interception, even if it was at an awkward angle. Instead, now he's waiting to see the full play, and he's giving himself that little bit of extra time by going for a block instead. And because he's doing that, he's also winning the blocks the vast majority of the time, so he hasn't had to overcomplicate things as PJ shot straight down the middle. It'll be one of those ones where you look at it and just say, well, anywhere else, and it was probably in.
Yeah, he was focusing all on the power there to start. Okay, I'm just going to hit this as hard as I can, and then as long as I don't hit it straight to the goalkeeper, it's the goal, and I've hit it straight to the goalkeeper. Oh, well, it happens.
You focused right on that middle, don't you?
Yeah, well, you just want, the difference between hitting the ball at the absolute hardest and, at a speed that a goalkeeper can actually handle quite easily, it's a very small margin for error there. You got to catch that on the tiny little spot that gives maximum power. That's what all PJ was really focusing on, just drill it on target. But the shot deserved better placement, I think, with how wide open the pass left PJ.
Speaking of which, imagine how wide open this region would suddenly be if we can see Draken come through and take the win. That is a fantastic clear, forces PJ on the way back and allows Bruno to move in for the challenge. Draken want this done right now. But they just couldn't quite get there on time, and now their third man is in a bit of trouble. Volt looks to try and go for the setup. Huge demo. Does mean that the passing option was suddenly gone. Can't afford for this to go to a 2-0 deficit yet again. And up on the wall, knows the challenge is coming in, but he's got it set up again for Bruno. Now he becomes a passing option, but Bruno couldn't get there on time. Maddox turns, gets the shot, drops down for PJ. What a assist!
Fantastic stuff by Matix. Yeah, nobody saw that coming. Looks like Shan was expecting it to be a 50-50 at the worst. Suddenly the ball bounces down behind him, and he thinks, okay, that's probably a goal. I don't think that the 3 Sins are going to miss that one, and he's absolutely right. 3-1, and we might actually get 4 here. No, Matic shot rolls wide. So once again, another one of those cases of the power being the focus when placement really was the priority.
Yeah, that was the one that you did want to see go right down the middle.
Yeah.
Another good block. Running out of time here now for Draken. They were looking good for a little while. Has that last goal just finished it off? Well, that one certainly will. Champions Field, you can hear it from here. Does sound like it is looming.
Love that pass. Look at that from PJ. Just chipping the ball off the diagonal wall. That's something that I wanted to see from Draken earlier on. They were trying to center the ball more conventionally, just rolling around that back wall, which is something you see in ranked gameplay a lot in Rocket League. So you guys watching, if you go queue up and play the game yourself, you're probably going to see plenty of center ball. It just rolls around towards the goalkeepers, and then people still miss it. But at this level, you can't really center the ball like that and expect to get anything out of it. You need to get the ball away from that back wall, make it difficult for the defense. That's exactly what PJ's diagonal wall pass accomplished in that regard.
Yeah, we only really saw those sort of plays working when, the Peeps sort of started changing that on us last season, where they would take ball from the corner and then try and follow up with a demo. But if you don't get things like that, if you can't take out where the follow-up is, it's going to be very difficult to try and get rid of. There we go, 3-0 advantage, or 3-goal advantage, I should say. And Champions Field is up next. Who is going to be able to take it? And especially with 11s now down, you want to try and get your day done nice and quickly, because there is possibilities out there that you could lose and start being put against them in future rounds.
Absolutely. It's just become more dangerous. The loser of this series would never expect to be in the same score as 11s going into the next round. You'd never think, okay, well, you're probably thinking, oh, well, we lost, but at least we're dodging all the other good teams. That you take a look at the bracket and think, wait, what? Why are 11s on 1-1 series score? What? Yeah. Who missed?
We say this all the time. One of the teams that just won in this round is going to be very upset. It's like, yay, we started to turn our tournament around. We're 1-1 now. Who's up next? We're ready to take you. Oh, it's 11s.
Yeah, then you face the best team.
Yeah, it's not good for us.
It's rough because, like you said, one of the teams that started off the day with a 0-1 score will be playing against 11s in the next round. And that's probably a 1-2 score for them on the day. Even if they have bounced back well, then they have to win 2 in a row. So 11s losing that makes it just difficult for a lot of other teams as well. But I don't think that they're going to be too concerned about that. They're just going to be trying to fix their own situation. Think, okay, what on earth went wrong there? Why have we lost a series? And how can we prevent that from happening again? The 3 Sins had a great response there, showing their experience and actually dominating at the end of that game, which they needed to win, but they need to win this one as well. And Draken Esports have performed very well overall. I've been very impressed with them. I think that they could easily take this. It's turned out to be a lot more of a 50-50 series than I expected, because the defense and the organization of Draken Esports has definitely improved.
It's off the backboard, PJ.
Wow.
As always, this has been one of the best defensive performances I have seen out of an individual player. Just taking his time, getting to the place at the right time as well as the shot comes in. PJ holding himself as the third man. And I think that's a difficult thing to do as well when you are third man, is that you have to turn up to the play, but you have to turn up at the right time. You get there too early. You have to slow down. You have to waste boost. Matic's not the best touch ever. But who else is going to come and help him out?
Back in the, even a couple of seasons back, you would have seen every single one of these backboard hits would have been followed up by a rebound, even if it looks like an easy clear, because whiffs were so prominent and the defenses just were not consistent enough at clearing those. But right now, no one is flying up for these, kind of half chances or backward rebounds. That was just about good enough in the clear from Vault. He needed to keep that ball hugging the back wall to prevent the shot from coming in. It looks like Draken fancied it, even though it was such a tight angle. I'm not surprised to see that. If they've got a clear look at the goal, absolutely, they're going to go for it. If there's a defender flying up for a rebound over their own head, yeah, they've got respect for that defender at this point with how well the 3 Sins have been playing.
Luke will be starting to chase back, almost gets the demo, moves into the midfield. Vault to Matix. Over again. Here comes PJ. They've committed all 3. It's going to be up to Draken now to try and see how quickly they can transition this. Matix landed well, and he does buy the time that he needed to. Fantastic play from him. Luke wants to try and keep this pressure on. Jan in, and that is a bit of a wasteful touch. Hands it straight over to Volt, who gives it to PJ back into the midfield, but Volt misreads it. And now we're going back and forth. There's a couple of small misplays that are giving away free clears.
But there's that again, that brilliant control from Matix as he catches the ball. Awkward ball flying at him, and he needed to make 2 touches on it to get the ball cleared to safety. Makes both of them without looking uncomfortable at all. That's one of the big changes we've seen coming out from South America this season. Everybody's just so consistent with those defensive plays. Great first touch there. Draken trying to dribble the ball out of defense now. But the 3 Sins are not overcommitting. They were always leaving that 1 man back. They're always time wasting brilliantly with that 3rd man. Now it's Vault's turn to just keep Draken at bay while the rest of his team come back to help him. And yeah, I don't know how many more ways I can say that the defense of these teams continues to impress me, but they certainly do.
Going to be dropping down. Vault takes the shot. It's too high. I think he was in 2 minds about trying to pass it to his left over to Matix or trying to take the shot. Ends up picking it too late off the crossbar yet again. Vault wants to make it happen. There was a player in the way. Definitely made it a lot more difficult. Here comes PJ. There's no way they're missing that one. The 3 Sins up by 1.
3 Sins piling on the pressure. And eventually the boost ran dry. Draken couldn't keep up. They didn't have a last man. They needed a 4th player there to dive in the way of that shot. Great recycling of the play. No time wasted by the 3 Sins. And with that amount of shots on target, that volume of pressure, Draken, even with their composed defense, their communication that they've been shown today, they were not able to hang.
Down to Luke. So
oh my goodness, Bruno.
More cuts of the rotation, but here's Luke up again. Not the best touch. Vault already back. Jan, well, he had a decision to make there. Does he want to go aggressive? It's not a great first touch. Draken know they need to get the play going, but is only down by 2. Are they ever? The 3 Sins showing off their experience here in Game 5.
What a pass. Matix across the box. PJ coming from the defensive blind spot. Really left nothing up to chance there. And it's been, I think, just a phenomenal series from PJ all around. Started off with the defensive masterclass in Game 2. Now he's picked up both goals in the ace match. And although it has been an impressive series for Draken, it looks like it might be ending for them here. Vault puts in a 3rd. 3 Sins have done, or at least looks like they will be doing, what 11s could not.
We've been talking about just how good the rotational play has been, getting the basics right. But this game, especially for the 3 Sins, has been improving that level above. The ability to spot when you're allowed to turn for the play, when you're allowed to put that extra pressure on. It's something that we haven't seen from them for the majority of this series, but when they have gone for it here in Game 5, they have just looked far too quick and far too good at capitalizing on small defensive mistakes, as Vault would like to try and make it 4. It's off the crossbar. I mean, off the post, I should say. Will Draken at least get themselves 1 more for the roads? They do deserve it. They have been very, very solid. I would not be surprised to see them in the playoffs. It's going to be up to them to try and figure out where they want to go from here. Luke, nice flick up. Bruno, that's a tough angle. Decides to go for the block instead. It's the only real way of getting the goal in. So what has been a bit of a crazy round 2 is at least going to normalize for the lads over on the 3 Sins. They move through, and they are going to go 2-0 in the Swiss system.
Yeah, 3 Sins probably expected at this point to run into, maybe an 11s, but now they're going to look at the bracket. Their mouths are going to be watering, thinking, yes, we can definitely 3-0 this with the 11s down there. Although I don't think it would have drawn them going in as top 2 seeds anyway, but still, it'll be promising for them and their confidence moving forwards. They've been able to come back from behind in a very tough series against the Draken Esports, who have performed brilliantly. And you say you wouldn't be surprised if they make playoffs. I'll be surprised if they don't make playoffs. I think this team should be making playoffs if they they're going to need a horrendous draw not to. But with 11s down there, it's definitely not safe. But yeah, Draken, well played to them. 3 Sins were too good today, but Draken Esports definitely have potential.
Yeah, Draken is a team that I'm looking at right here and just going, well, didn't really excel at very many places, but if you are coaching a team, if you are trying to build a team from the bottom, that's kind of exactly what you want right there. You have got the setup are ready to go. You can now just start enhancing the rest of the team. And we have now come to the end of round number 2. When we come back from a quick break, we're going to head into round 3.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
everyone. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X, brought to you by Verizon. You're watching the Sam Fall Major. We just had round number 2 go down. I'm Leafex, alongside me, Gibbs and Dex, to break down that action. 3 Sins versus Draken, Draken, whatever we're saying now. Let's take a look at the replays as we break down that match. Yeah, you can't escape the puns. Okay, Dex, how'd you think about that match?
Oh, that was an interesting match. It went, just as I told you, probably it went 3-2 in favor of the 3 Sins. It was a hard series to watch, to be honest. There were the guys from Draken, where I told you, throwing musties here and there. They were playing really good. But the 3 Sins, it's still one of the top 10s.
Yeah, we saw it throughout the series when 3 Sins, in their 3 wins, they got the lead pretty early on, and it was just the overwhelming pressure. When there was times when they couldn't keep up that pressure, then they got in trouble. But when 3 Sins played their game, it looked like they were on. Problem was, it only happened 3 out of 5 games, but they advanced. They go to that 2-0 round where there's no 11s there. So that is a good sign for them.
Yeah, no, this was a good first start. I think watching that was a great introduction to anybody that doesn't watch a lot of South America, what South America is about. It was just great, fun, smart mechanics, and I expect to see a lot more good on the road. Let's take a look at the standings right now as we just catch up after round number 2. Everyone's still in so far. No one's been sent home yet, Gibbs, but we do start to see some of that coming after this next round too.
Yes, 11s. They went undefeated in Season 9. Everyone expected them to go 3-0 here as well. They've been cleaning up these regionals, either grand finals or the win, but they lose to Atypical, a team that they swept twice last regional. So Atypical, a huge Game 5 win there. They're in the 2-0 round, which is very surprising. And that's the one big surprise we have so far.
Dex, I saw you in the chat when we got that result in for the Atypical result. You're like, I'm still trying to comprehend this. Have you had enough time to really figure out what happened there?
I'm still trying to digest what happened here. It's something, this is atypical in the region, you know? So I was talking with the guys of Atypical. Actually, I was talking with Andros, their coach, and he was telling me that was an amazing series. They only lost one game like 7-0. They were just pretty close. They try to do their best. They're trying to focus on that. They're trying to show that sticking together and working hard gives you great results. And they're demonstrating here.
Well, now that we have those 2 rounds out of the way, let's take a look forward at the matches coming up. Of course, we're going to take a look at 2 matches from round number 3. We only saw 1 from round 2, but now we're going to give you guys some more Rocket League going forward. Round 3, 4, and 5 will be 2 matches each. Both of those will be broadcast right here where you're at. So stay with us. Coming up second will be True Neutral versus Noble. But first up is going to be Atypical versus 3 Sins. Let's talk about that Atypical versus 3 Sins. Atypical just took down 11s. The question is, based off what we saw from 3 Sins, Dex, do you think they're going to be able to take down 3 Sins as well?
Oof, this is a hard match too for Atypical. They probably can if they play the same level they play against 11s. But to be honest, it's hard to make any predictions here.
Yeah, this is it is hard because you're like off the bat, you're just like, well, Atypical's. There's no way they're going to take this, but then they take down, they take down 11. So now you're left questioning the whole time.
So I love that Dex, this is only number 2 where he's asked to make predictions, and he's like, you know what? This is a hard job. You know, this is a hard job for me and Leaf. Every single death segment, we got to make predictions. He's like, you know what? It's too tough to predict. That's our lives, Leaf. See, now he knows the burden. Dex is here with us all day. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what he predicts. He was right the first time. It was close, but he did get it exactly right. So I expect him, whoever he picks, to be right once again.
It's now time for the Verizon fan vote. Get your votes in chat with the hashtag TTS or hashtag ATY. I'm assuming now there's going to be some fans jumping up behind Atypical here. So while they do that, Dex, let's just break down what this match is going to look like on the field. Atypical versus 3 Sins. What is 3 Sins likely going to do to try to stop Atypical's just rampage right now?
Well, the 3 Sins is a very solid team. They have some consistency issues, so that could play against them. But they definitely have the level to play in the Worlds. They have done it before. On the other side, we got Atypical. It's a really new team. They're the underdog here. They're working really hard, trying to make a name. They're trying also to stick together. This is one of the few teams that I know that is trying to break that meta of the roster mania, and they're trying to stick together. They're trying to stick with this roster for a long time, and they're trying to achieve results together. So this is probably be a game that will be dominated in the midfield by the three scenes. They'll probably put a lot of pressure on Atypical, but I see lots of counterattacks by Atypical too.
Well, let's get some predictions there, because Atypical, the fans just aren't there yet. They don't believe it yet. They don't think this is going to happen yet. So let's get our predictions out there real quick while we can. Gibbs, I know this is going to be very difficult for us. We're being thrown for a loop here, but we're going to have to do it.
Yeah, you have to go three sins, because with this team of Atypical, it's two first-time RLCS players. And honestly, there's not a ton of nerves when you play the top team in South America, because you're expected to lose. And obviously, when you win, it's great. But now you're playing on the big stream, and you're in front of where you can advance 3-0 and be a top 2 seed. The nerves are going to creep in, I think, for this team. And I think that the three sins have been here before. They've been around the block. So I think three sins will take it.
Dex, what do you feel about this match?
Well, my heart says Atypical, but I'm gonna go this time with the three scenes because I think they can get this.
Yeah, I feel like if you're, I'm gonna be with both of you guys. Three sins, put it across the board, because if Atypical does it again, okay, then that's gonna change our tune going down the road. But I think Gibbs brought up a really good point here, is that sometimes we call it the take three effect, or at least I still do, is when you have nothing to lose, you can just do magic out there. And especially when you're going against a top team. But now with three sins, you're like, oh, can we do it again? Now you're really focused in. Now there is something to lose, because you've got something to prove at this point. So I think that's a good point, Gibbs, and that is going to basically step them back. So we'll see if they can do it, but three sins should have this one. And I do want to remind everyone, if you missed the announcement during the pre-show, that we do have a celebration going on for Pelé and his 80th birthday coming up soon. We have a lot of great items. If you've seen those cars, they look good. Coming out tomorrow in the next bit. So you definitely want to be keeping on for those, get those items. And we want you to submit all of your clips, your top Pelés, to hashtag Top Pelé Challenge. We want to see all those great clips out there. We just love competition around here, and this is a great way to celebrate that. But now it is time to get into some more competition as we head into round number 3. As we head over to the Verizon Skybox for our next match.
Thank you very much, Leaf, and here we go. So Atypical, your reward for beating the best team in the region is to take on what many would consider the second best team in the region. However, Johnny, if we get what we saw from them last time, maybe they have a chance. The only issue I have here is that Dex said that their best chance is on the counter-attacks, but to do that, they've got to get through a brick wall, and that brick wall's name is PJ.
Yeah, I can't, I don't know, I have a difficult time seeing Atypical beating the three sins. Yes, they just beat 11s, the best team in the region, but that was such a weird series to look at the scorecard for. We saw 7-0 win for 11s to go 2-1 ahead in the series. That was game 3, 7-0, and then after that we saw 2 games in a row for Atypical. So that's a really weird one. It has to be, for me, an anomaly, but hey, we're about to find out. This is a chance to go 3-0. The class shone through for the three sins in the last round. They came back from behind to win that one. I'm expecting them to do the same here, whether from behind or just from in front from the get-go. Yeah, the three sins look good. I don't think that they're going to fall apart like the 11s did.
And to sort of put this into context as well as to how important this would be for Atypical is that, most of the time you would expect a team like this, that they do get through, to be out in the quarterfinals. But if they can win here, they get a much easier matchup in the quarterfinals. That would give them a better chance to win it, gives them more money, and it gives them a huge boost in the amount of points that they've got this season, as the ball's going to just skirt across the face of the goal. Yes, I think this one is more important to Atypical than it might seem on the face of it.
I think extremely important for both teams. Both of the 2-0 matches are so important. Vol's going to put in the first goal. They're not messing around here. And yeah, just not really anything too crazy happening here. PJ clips the ball infield instead of using that back wall. The defense did not have anybody closing down the challenge or the shot. You don't save those if you're reacting from a shot from that range. Like we were just saying though, both of the 2-0 games, both the 2-0 matches here, have huge importance because 11s are probably going to make it through to the playoffs with a 3-1 score, which means they're going to match up in the quarterfinal against another team with a 3-1 score. So you don't want to go down to a 3-1 score here. You don't want to lose here and then win the next round and have the chance to play against 11s in the very first game next week. Oh, that's the pinch. I think that's come off the defender, but Davi definitely deserved this. He was the favorite of, getting to that ball first. Good job knocking it in off vault. 1-1.
Yeah, managed to find the right angle, and the challenge was coming in from a pretty poor side. So it does give Atypical a leg back into this game. Minute and a half gone, and Atypical now back on the hunt. Need to try and control those 100 boosts, because whenever we have seen the Free Sins defending with a decent amount of boost, they do well. Now going for the counterattack. Matix looks for the angle and Dislike had to respect it. Made sure to cover it. But it has been a major strong suit this tournament of the Free Sins is that they are very good at getting up to the air, posturing like they're going to take a shot on net, and then they just drop it for a midfield pass.
Yeah, you got to fake your pass. All the best passes these days, especially infield passes, look like shots even up until the moment they get hit. And that's something that we saw from the Three Sins earlier on today. It's something we've already seen in this game. But that counter-attacking playstyle does look possible for Atypical. That's what was mentioned. That's what they want to be doing. And whether or not the Three Sins know that, I think they're inevitably going to kind of play into that, because they will want to get the ball into offense. They'll want to pressure consistently like they did against Draken Esports earlier on today. So yeah, watching out for those counterattacks is their name of the game. Good shot by Matix. Tight angle from the corner. Makes it 2-1. And once again, there's nobody in goal to even attempt to save it.
Yeah, the Three Sins maybe, need to focus on making sure the counterattacks don't happen. For Atypical, maybe make sure that you call who's supposed to be going for that one.
Yeah.
That was not a great touch from Davi. He should not have been having it no matter what. He really had nowhere to even put the ball. Instead, just pops it straight up, takes out a teammate, and here's a 1-goal lead back again for the Three Sins. Not a team that really need gifted goals, but they'll take them nonetheless.
Yeah, the communication was key for Draken earlier on. Atypical are struggling in that regard. That's a nice drop down. It was, close enough by Nanito, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to get anything off it. Oh, what a recovery by Vault. His flick hit the bar. Doesn't matter. He's got the rebound.
There you go. Fantastic posturing. And he rips that defense apart. Make sure he can land dead onto the ball so we can turn it in. And here we are, the Three Sins. They looked, good earlier on when they were starting off their series against Draken, but they got better throughout it. And I feel like we're seeing the same here. We're seeing them continue that advance, as it is going to be Matix looking to follow. He almost gets the setup, and Volt will choose to stay back. And this does get worrying, though, is that you did mention some of the score lines from that 11s win. A couple of 7-0s up there. We were mostly praising Draken on their ability to, rotate really well. They were defending really well. But when I hear results like that, it might not be necessarily something that Atypical might be able to cover.
Yeah, so far, I've not seen the same level of communication from Atypical's defense as we saw from Draken Esports in the previous round against the Three Sins. The two things that Draken did very well. Number one, they didn't really double commit because they were calling very early who's going to go for the ball and who can go for the ball. And I think even more importantly, they were chaining together their challenges exceptionally well. We always saw, one player moving in very quickly to force the play out of the Three Sins, and then another player would follow immediately afterwards. So there's no window for the Three Sins to recover and make a second out play. How many times? Just look at the second goal there by Vault. He dribbled the ball past one, got the ball past the second one after recovering, and defensive communication is falling apart again, Shogun. That one's just rolled right in.
Yeah, PJ was looking at it. He could have done. He didn't.
Oh, no. Oh,
well,
dear.
the Three Sins, definitely friends. They are not looking out for the stat padding so far. But, dearie me, it's not looking great for Atypical. It's difficult for us to call this just yet, because I do want to see what they do with the 60 seconds that we do get between games. But if this does not get fixed, this could be a very easy qualification for the Three Sins. And
so far, it doesn't really make sense to me. A team that want to play that counter-attacking style usually have got a solid defensive foundation to build those counter-attacks on, but we haven't seen anything like that from Atypical here. It might just be, you know, a reality check. You know, in the previous round, they were such underdogs and there was no pressure on them at all. They weren't on the mainstream, so they're able to play their game maybe a bit more effectively. But now they're on the main channel. They're 2-0 in the day. They're thinking, wait a minute, are we really doing this? That's when it really can hit you at this level. And now suddenly it's much, much harder to play a consistent game, especially against the 3 Sins, who are getting from this game what they probably expected to get from Draken Esports. They're good enough and they're dangerous enough in offense as individuals and as a team that they expect to just get goals when they go forward at teams that are not 11s. Anyone but 11s, if the 3 Sins just attack them, goals should come because they are just this good.
And it is one of the terrifying things as well, is that we saw from the 3 Sins that they are very good when they want to start turning around even more, you know, cut the rotation in the midfield, start heading in for immediate challenges, just like they did in that game 5 against Draken.
Oh dear.
So the 3 Sins can get better from here, and that is going to be just a little bit scary for Atypical, but I'm going to have a lot of eyes. Well, only the 2, actually. I was only born with the 2, but I've got a lot of eyes in terms of how this opening few minutes is going to look for Atypical. This rotation has got to look better. We need to see no double commits, and we've got to see the clears looking as strong as possible, because if they can't get that, that's such a huge tool gone for them, and they're going to have to start engaging in that challenge game with the 3 Sins, somewhere that we know that they thrive.
Yep, it's all about making sure that you don't send 2 people at the same ball. It's the old-fashioned, the good old faithful, like the easiest Rocket League analysis you can ever do. Oh, I wonder why that goal got scored. Probably. Oh no.
That might be the most unfortunate goal I have ever seen. Please tell me he didn't spawn onto it.
He spawned. He spawned on it. You know what, Shogun?
Oh no.
I think he probably doesn't like that spawn. I don't think he likes it.
It was oh no.
Oh no.
Well,
oh dear.
In terms of, I came into this game looking for rotation, a lack of double commits. It's been completely unimportant. This has fallen apart.
Well, you know, at least they've got 4 minutes and 29 seconds left on the clock to figure out how to stop conceding the dumbest goals I've ever seen. Wait, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, Davy had a chance to, you know, the first touch didn't really give him any options to follow up with. But man, that is one of the it's one of the worst things that can happen when you're already double committing. Your communication's already been pretty poor defensively, and then you literally spawn in front of your teammate who's about to clear the ball and accidentally center it. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that. Oh, it's just not. It might just not be meant for it. It might not be on the cards for Atypical today.
This is, you know, the nature of Rocket League as a game. You can have a great time, you can beat the #1 team in the region, but Rocket League as a game will always remind you that you will always be secondary to the game itself, and you will never be able to go too far without the game rearing its head and trying to take something away from you.
Well, it's the only luck in the game is where you're going to spawn after you get demoed. There's, you know, the 2 different sides that you can appear on. And I think it's like as well slightly different positions on those sides if there's multiple people demoed at the same time. So that's it. As far as luck in Rocket League goes, I mean, you maybe pinches and 50-50s have a little bit of variance. I think that's more just hard to predict. It's not necessarily luck. It's impossible to predict that. Hey, PJ's predicted that Brian's pretty well though. 3-0, 3 Sins. Whether or not the goals are coming from unfortunate spawns on their opponent's end or not, they are going to keep on banging in the goals.
All right, so let's turn this in a bit more of a positive note. PJ has been really good today. He has been phenomenal both sides of the ball. You know, we were talking earlier on about his defensive play and just how proactive he has been and how good he has been at timing when he's got to get to these plays. But now we're seeing, you know, offensively just how good he is. That's the pass from him. Probably should have been in.
I like the confidence that Matix has struck that ball with, though. That's, you know, the kind of power that you're going to need to score against the very best teams in the world from that position. You can't just hit a half-hearted shot. I mean, it might work against an Atypical lineup who are really struggling in defense and really struggling to put up any kind of fight in this matchup so far. But yeah, that kind of shot is exactly what Matix is going to be wanting to practice at this level anyway.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially given how that backboard has become less and less available across the years in South American region. Matix, again, dislike too far forward. It's not a great touch either. And he's got plenty of boost. There was 70 in the tank when he went for that one. He's just completely messed it up. Matix to turn it in for 4. And the Three Sins just walking their way through to the playoffs.
Yeah, and once again, just a bit of disorganization. They don't know who's supposed to go for this ball. There's no second player ready to come in if the whiff, if a whiff occurs or a dunk occurs or if anything goes wrong. It's all about timing for Atypical. They need to improve in their defensive challenge timing. It's not just about the first challenge as well. You got to get that second one in exactly as the first forces the other team to lose control of the ball briefly. Want to briefly highlight though, these kickoffs for the Three Sins are so cheeky. They've identified that that Atypical are going for the back corner kickoff pretty much every single time. That means that they're trying to get a very glancing blow on the ball and then have it bounce back into their defensive corner. But the perfect counter to that is these delayed blocking style kickoffs that Three Sins have been going for over and over again. Working out wonderfully. So other teams that are going for these back corner kickoffs, you've got to watch out for the Three Sins. They've shown that they're willing to do it again and again. Nice save there by Nanito, but probably too little too late in game 2.
Yeah, it really is just about them at this point, finding something to latch onto. You know, whatever they said in the 60 seconds between games pretty much got thrown out of the window the moment you concede 2 goals like that. Very deflating ways to be introduced to game 2. Do come on in for a shot, PJ.
There we go.
Wanted to go in and out. It doesn't work, and Davitrox has got them the 1 goal. Looks like we might be finishing with the same scoreline as the last game.
Yeah, good power there. If you slowed down that shot anymore, PJ would have been there for it. He was lunging out to the back of the goal to try and get a block on it. And this was a goal which didn't need deflection on the way in as well. So a first there in the matchup, but it just looks so helpless. In game number 1, it was just an outclassing really from the Three Sins. Game number 2, it was the same again with an even a bit of bad luck for Atypical as well. They need to improve and get a bit lucky if they're going to get any games in this series.
Here we go. Final 30 seconds of this one. We're just trying to see from Atypical, you know, what have they got left? What are the options that they can go towards? And have they got any players that can maybe start making the Three Sins just question themselves a little bit more regarding, you know, how we're going to challenge this one? Because we saw a lot of fakes in the last one that actually made a big difference. It really started to slow the Three Sins down and have to really respect what Draken could do offensively. But right now, there's nothing that they can consistently go towards. And now they have got 60 seconds yet again to try and work this one out.
Yeah, it's all about defense. For South American teams, it is mostly all about defense, no matter who you are, because the offense has always been very good for this region. The goals per game are usually through the roof, and this season has been all about trying to lower those goals per game by building better defensive structure, communicating more effectively, and challenging the ball more safely, just keeping the third man in the right position at all times. We've not seen any of that from Atypical in these games, and they're going to need to vastly improve in that regard if they're going to have any chance here, because they're trying to play that counter-attacking style. You got to start off with a clean sheet. It's the second you go behind is in a game with a counter-attacking playstyle as your main source of goals, it's already trouble. I mean, counter-attacking playstyle works best when you're tied or winning. And we haven't seen any of that from Atypical, because Three Sins have taken early leads in both games.
Yeah, the whole point about the counter-attacking style is that you're supposed to get that 1 goal, and then, your opponents are forced to make even more mistakes, to take even more risks.
Yeah.
Right now, Three Sins, look at it, just going, well, we already mentioned it once before. They're probably in 3rd gear right now. They haven't really had to step it up. They haven't had to take any more risks. We really could...
Whoa.
All right, is that speed kickoff?
I think this is... Yeah, it could be just a fast kickoff to counter.
It is.
Look at that. Speed flip from Davi. This is really interesting. We've seen the full circle, actually, of meta for kickoffs. They were going for the back corner kickoff. We saw the counter coming in from the Three Sins with the block, the delayed approach followed by a block. Now we got the speed kickoff to go over the top of them. That's amazing. I don't think we've ever seen a little mini game in Rocket League like we just did there.
Okay, I'm all right with this. If they can't figure it out in a neutral game, get it on the kickoffs. They've now got 2 goals to the better, and this is where the counter-attacking play style can work. They've just now, you know, we're not saying it's going to, because this is going to have to be Atypical showing us something that they haven't quite done yet this series. But now is their chance. Now they're a team that doesn't have to go hunting for a goal. They can start settling back, waiting for the overcommit. I don't know if the Free Sins are going to overcommit. It's not been necessarily something in their game pool so far. But it's going to be a shot in, and what a save from Davitrox.
Yeah, very good stuff. The flip to just kill his momentum midair, floating in front of where the ball was flying, and getting the stop on the goal line. That's exactly what we needed to see from them. Can they keep on producing plays like that one? Can they intercept the shots, the passes? Can they communicate what they're doing quickly enough so they don't all flop out of position in the same moment? Well, they've got 4 minutes to prove that they can, but 2 kickoff goals is absolutely the best way that they could have started off this game, not only because they've got 2-0 lead, but also they've probably made the Three Sins question their kickoff strategy, which was working so well for them in the last game. Oh, that's a whiff, though. Nanito doesn't make contact. PJ with the punish.
Yeah, if you're going to go defensive, you can't afford for this. Firstly, it wasn't a really great touch. PJ was more than ready for it. But you can't afford to be whiffing that off the backboard. That is an easy goal for the Free Sins that they will happily take. And I feel like I've said this an awful lot of times here. I don't feel like I've turned around to many Free Sins goals and said, oh, that was a fantastic, you know, play. There's been a couple of good passes here and there. But for the most part, we haven't turned around and saying, all right, they capitalized off the misplay.
Yeah. Well, you know, a lot of times, especially these days, you'll see positions where the defense play perfectly and still get scored on, because sometimes it doesn't matter how well you defend. The offensive team in Rocket League usually has the advantage because they've got more boost at their disposal in the mid and the back corners. But hey, dislikes putting in a 3rd goal here, and that was very chaotic for the Three Sins. We saw Matix whiffing, Vault just floating past the ball. So mistakes are coming in for the Three Sins as well. They don't look as vulnerable as they did in the last 2 games.
Yeah, it was a fixable position for Volt, but he was clipped on the way through. And again, the kickoff has become like a little mini game here. As it's dropped down, they were going to try and look for another one. 2-goal lead re-established, so the earlier mistake has been wiped away. Dislike looks to follow. There's a fantastic challenge from Volt. He's going to look to try and chase up here. He doesn't want the defender to get anywhere near it. I love that. Blast the ball long and then just chase the defender out of the way.
Yeah, Davi mistimed his dodge, though. He knew he had to get into that position as quickly as possible. He needed to grab the boost and then get up onto that wall, flip at the perfect time to catch that ball as it bounces while getting away from the demo. Proved to be a bit too difficult. That's, it's definitely a mistake, but it's a forced mistake, certainly, because that was a hard clear with purpose. It wasn't just one of those hard clears that gets sent into the back corner with no follow-up, imminently. That had, real meaning to it, and it ended up being a goal with absolutely no delay. So Three Sins closing the gap to 1, actually closing it completely. PJ with the offload, Vault follows through.
Yeah, there was just so much hesitation. Fantastic play from PJ to try and turn it in, but there was a play earlier in this where there was the chance for them to turn around and try and continue putting pressure on that final third. They didn't take it, and that's what gave the ball over to PJ for free. You can't do that against the Free Sins, otherwise they can do that to you.
Yeah, that was really phenomenal stuff out of the Three Sins. They're hitting the counterattacks pretty effectively here. That shows, if you can hard clear the ball and follow it up, that's the key. And they're following up their clears with either, redirects, soft touchdowns from PJ, the pressure in the back corner leading to boost steals, demos, just anything that the Three Sins can throw at them. And now we get to see what kind of Atypical is showing up here, because they're still not in a terrible position. This is significantly, it's a significant improvement on games 1 and 2, even at 3-3. But they have to stay calm. They need to play perfectly if they're going to get this win.
Oh, that's not a great challenge from Dislike. Force a little bit more difficulty for the rest of his team. PJ with a drop down. Volt goes to the far side to, well, nobody really, but Matix can continue moving onwards. And they're looking for themselves that 4th goal. Dislike will keep it out. Volt taps it once. Matix will probably look to go instead. He looks to take out the keeper. And PJ now chasing back. If there's anyone they want, it was going to be him. And he slows down the play yet again. Matix has got loads of time to turn and put that ball where he wants it.
Yeah, spot on from Matix there, just slotting that ball between the two players who are waiting to intercept the touch that he's about to make. That kind of composure is what Atypical need to be really focusing on themselves. Every time the ball goes into the box at their end, they're panicking. They're, throwing multiple players at it. And you look at the three Sins in comparison, they just know exactly how to deal with every single attack.
It's like the comms every single time we see Atypical in the net is, just a loud shout of "Get rid!" Oh, wait a second. It's going to be top corner attempted. And just hit it as hard as you possibly can. And they have managed to do it this time around. PJ for Matix is one sort of play that we haven't seen all that often working for the three Sins is those midfield, infield passes. They had a lot of success, though, in this sort of position where they look to set up off the backboard. Follow up. It's going to be too far to the corner. Good first touch from Davitrox. He can maybe try and follow this. We'd at least like to get a challenge, but we'll run away from him. 3-3. Final 15 seconds here. Are we going to be going to overtime? To try and follow. Matix, it's across the midfield, but you'd expect the three Sins to deal with this. They haven't dealt with it as clean as they'd like, and Dislike's going to find this very difficult to play from here. Volts clears. You might be able to chase, but I doubt it. And it... Oh, wait a second. How is that kept alive? Well, this is going to get a little scary now as Matix over to the wall. Can't find the block. And suddenly we're still going. Matix is actually here. Off the crossbar and in. Volt takes it with a buzzer beater.
Can you believe it? I mean, it was one of those positions. It just looked dangerous. It had that ominous kind of feel to it. The ball's bouncing off the curve right next to the ground where it would have been the end of the game. It would have been overtime, rather. But wow. The double commit comes in from Atypical. They didn't have the third man in position. Story of their series, really. The communication in defense was poor. Their composure in defense was poor. And they've been deservedly swept by a three Sins team who have played brilliantly today. I think this also goes to show how well Draken Esports played in the first series we saw on stream today, because they were far more effective at suppressing that three Sins offense than Atypical were just now.
Yeah, and when we do turn around to these sort of teams and start praising them, it's usually very good to have an example to go against. And Atypical is now, unfortunately for them, that example of what not to do against a team that is this solid. They started to slowly figure it out. It was a bit of a... I don't know if they were necessarily going to be able to start repeating what they did off the kickoffs for another 2 games if they were to take this. But they have now moved down to 2-1. The good news, however, for Atypical is outside of some ridiculous scenarios, they shouldn't see a team like 11s again. They should be able to come in a little bit easier for the rest of the tournament, but not what they wanted. They've now got to start recomposing themselves, get ready for the next round.
Yeah, they're not going to face 11s again because they did already play them, but they can face Draken Esports, actually, which would be a really interesting match because Draken obviously played very well against the three Sins. Atypical didn't, but Atypical got the win against 11. So who really knows? It's definitely, there's a lot of question marks in the middle of the pack for South America.
Well, one question that's always been around is which team is up there with 11s? We've got the three Sins looking really good, but who is that third team? We're going to find out after a quick break because we have got Noble taking on True Neutral.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back to the South American Major. It's RLCS Season X. James and Jorby bringing you the action of the next couple of matches. You guys just got done watching 3 Sins versus Atypical, and more eyes than usual maybe on this Atypical team after they upset 11s earlier today, but 3 Sins proved to be a little too consistent for Atypical's taste, James.
They really did, and also it just goes to show you how good Draken was against the 3 Sins. 3 Sins, they were in full control. They had some clutch moments. That 0-second goal especially was just a lot of fun to witness. So you're starting to see 3 Sins really are that team up there going on to the next stage, undefeated throughout the day. And that was entertaining.
It absolutely was, but it lets you, it really lets you into the South American region and shows you how, like, we always say any given day in Rocket League, but for a region that is still building and still improving almost at an exponential scale now, like these types of matches are probably going to be a little more inconsistent as the results go than you might expect. And I think that's part of what makes the region so exciting.
It certainly does. And I mean, we saw it even in the Oceanic region. You have that question of, will we see new talent in this region, names that we've not seen before, rise up and give some of these older or more veteran players from the region a run for their money. But right now, 3 Sins showing us that experience reigns supreme with that win right there, and really securely confirming their spot in the next stage.
Well, True Neutral and Noble are about to take the pitch, and our first round of qualification matches on stream, I think this is going to be a pretty good one. We talked to Dex on the pre-show, James, as we get underway about both of these teams. And a lot of teams in South America they want to beat this Noble team. There's something about this Noble team that they they want to take them down. And South American teams are typically looking at the best, so they can claim that they're the best. But True Neutral, they're going to be difficult. They got AJG on their team, who's one of the best defensive minds in the region. And we get underway. Already grabbing the ball for Haberkamper, our Noble. And it's going to start as a battle for the midfield, but a quick passing play already from AJG and Shad, and also a demo on top of it. One thing that we haven't seen a ton of yet that Dex had talked about was demos, how a lot of teams are trying to, compensate for where they aren't in the top 5 teams in the league by demoing players off the pitch. But I haven't seen a lot of it today, but you might start seeing it in a profile match like this. Here's Haberkamper, shot denied.
You're right, Darby, especially when, again, this is one of those series where you've got the old guard going up against some players that are trying to fight towards the top. Brendan Haberkamper, Firefox, they've all been to international lands. They've got that experience. They've been grinding this game for a while at the highest level. So you wonder if they're going to... Oh, what a play from Haberkamper. I thought he was going to be able to score it. The rebound also doesn't go in, but an exciting exchange there from Noble. And they almost walked away with a goal.
Love that from Haberkamper. It's going to force True Neutral to really respect what he's going to do behind the ball. And if they can find success in dribbling like that on the fake, they'll be successful, and Firefox successful on that last save from True Neutral.
But there was that demo that you were talking about, Jorby, that demo opening up the net for a while, and it was almost enough to get that goal, and it put the defense on notice, and AJG will blast this one in. They were still trying to recover rotationally after that demo came in. It was the perfect bounce off the corner, and a well-struck ball by AJG gets the lead for True Neutral.
And Haberkamper was coming in as third man on that rotation, and he ended up hitting the ball really hard against the corner. The rest of True Neutral were sitting there waiting for a clear just like that. As third man in that situation, you either keep the ball a little closer to you or try to hit it a little down the field instead of into the corner. I felt like that was an escapable situation for Noble. Not exactly how they want to start things off, but for True Neutral, well, AJG's shot was hard and good enough for the lead.
Jarby, a lot of times when you're hitting the ball to the corner like that, it won't really bounce like that. It was a bit of an unfortunate bounce. A lot of times it'll go up the wall or bounce high and out, but that ball came out at the perfect altitude for AJG to get a good strike on it. So it was a bit unfortunate, but at the same time, True Neutral having some fruit bared right there after that demo on the back line forced Noble to start scrambling a bit on defense and not be able to take as much time on the touches as they wanted.
Ooh, hard shot from Haberkamper. And now Noble back on offense. They had withstood a lot of True Neutral pressure for about 30 seconds there. It was just a lot of great midfield challenges, but they get the ball back here. Ray's Bull attempted carry, but Renan's following him the whole way through, and he gets around the corner on the next one. So Noble looking pretty solid on defense overall. Haven't had to stay in their half for too long. Where for Noble does the crack come when you're trying to find your way through the True Neutral defense? It's been hard on this last push to find the clear that they want. Haberkamper, he's had a couple of mechanical moments that make you feel like Noble are knocking on the door here late in game one. And maybe just one little trick of the car can put them into a tied game on offense again. But HAG, great carry to get that ball out on defense. Ray's Bull just stays on the ground. He's going to collect the boost out and the ball. And now Noble are really feeling the strain. Haberkamper in net with no boost, but Renan on the rotation has the save.
But again, it was the demo that opened up that opportunity. AJG gets a demo, does that half turn or half rotation, and got that ball back out to the middle, and another demo. True Neutral, that has been such an important part of their game so far. They're maintaining this one goal lead, and Ray's ball off the ceiling. The back pass, AJG, far corner. What a play True Neutral bringing out the big guns.
They've been pushing this, and then they come up with something incredible. Raise Bull off the ceiling to AJG. He was in mid-flight before the touch ever happened to get to him. Well, that was the stuff of flashiness. I love that from True Neutral.
Raise Bull was off the ceiling. He was ready. He was waiting for it. And that type of confidence, that is inspiring from True Neutral.
And definitely, the confidence you feel and how happy the smile on your face when you hit a play like that just means everything to start a match. And for True Neutral, now, you can't start much better than this, James. 2-0 effectively, and they are up 1-0 in the series, but Noble are threatening, and they are certainly not out of it.
Yeah, that was an entertaining game, and there were moments where Noble had a gap to work with. They had some openings. They had some good shots as well. But overall, True Neutral, I thought their defense was quite good. They got multiple demos in some very important moments, and also won the boost battle. There was a few plays at the midfield and in the corner where they were battling for that 100 boost, and they came out on top, which put them in the position to start that counterattack and also keep pressure on the net. But the demos, that was really what set up a lot of these opportunities, and AJG especially was so instrumental in these scoring plays. So I thought it was a great game from AJG, but True Neutral, they're looking pretty good, Jorby.
Yeah, not even just on offense, though, James. AJG, excellent job carrying the ball on the air, on the ground, picking up demos where he can. The owner of both goals, but on defense as well, I thought he did a great job managing clears, keeping the ball close. He had a couple where he would use a flip reset to get a clear off the backboard. And when you have that caliber of player on your team, for Noble, it's tough to crack past a player like AJG because you have to respect the plethora of options he has with the ball when he is successful carrying it as well as he has. So game 2, a True Neutral, they're certainly going to be tough to crack, but Habercamper had a couple of looks early on that had you thinking maybe Noble could get on top of this team, but for now, True Neutral definitely the favorite. High out to the side, Firefox couldn't get the clear out, and just a speedy clear, or a speedy push rather, from AJG. Oh, Renan winning a crucial midfield touch and sends it over quickly, but nobody was ready from Noble. Again, struggling to find consistent clears in the opening minute. Maybe a slight whiff can give Noble a chance, but that second man positioning a couple of times now, there's not enough respect on True Neutral's ability to carry the ball out of their own half, James.
Yeah, that was it, and that was the play that Chad was making, going off the ceiling. They weren't ready for it, but Habercamper, they turned this around in a heartbeat. Beautiful first touch, and then not the greatest challenge from AJG. He had to react quickly, and Noble made the most out of that mishit. You can't really see that coming. You're trying to react so fast, and you just get a piece of the ball. For AJG, however, that was the worst place to hit it.
He gets one bad challenge, but the one time it's bad, it's worst. It's the worst that it could get. If it's gonna happen early on in the game, is where you'd prefer. Firefox, way to square up. Noble looking a little stronger on defense in the challenge game, but of course a double commit comes in right after that. The clear was good enough though, and now the shot is perfect on net. Renan picks up an easy one for Noble.
And look at AJG here, struggling. He jumps right there, completely misreads it, side flips. And as third man, you cannot make a mistake like that. If you're going for it, you must be certain you're going to get that touch. Otherwise, just rotate back to net. Let that shot come at you, and you'll have a chance at blocking it. AJG went all in there, and unfortunately for him, lost the pot.
And I think that's the issue we see with a lot of South American teams is, a lot of players as third man feel like they can't give up midfield at all. Like if you let the ball roll past midfield, that's a failure on your part to play offense. But, when sometimes the better play, James, like you said, is to pull back, let the ball roll in. As long as you retain possession, things will go your way. And Noble, everything is going their way right now. They're third.
Yeah, AJG and RazeBull both going up the wall. You could tell it was a bit of a miscommunication. Shad was expecting a center ball. The defense looking a bit hectic now for True Neutral. Going to have to rein things back in. Noble slapping him around. 3 goals as we barely break past the first 2 minutes of the game. This is going to be tough for True Neutral to come back from, but we'll see what they're made of.
As instrumental as AJG has been, he's gotten picked on a couple of times now in this game, and Noble have taken advantage of every single time it's happened. 3 goals on it. So RazeBull can't find that read, and it's a product of managing low boost totals for True Neutral. They finally get a shot on net, but Havercamper has the easy save. There's still some time left for True Neutral to really get back into the swing, but right now the offense is hard to find. Only 3 shots on net. Nice little carry from Firefox back over to Havercamper. Noble starting to feel more confident on these team plays. They're finding each other in space. True Neutral, it feels like they're trying to play a little off the ball, kind of letting that first pass happen, and then RazeBull trying to get sneaky on that last dribble.
Yeah, he looked like he might have been going for a flick, but he decided to then go for the demo. Didn't really work out. Landed on the head of one of the defenders from Noble. Just not the same team that we saw play in game 1 that was getting all the demos, that was making Noble miss. Noble really has shown that the consistency that they bring. And even last game, it was close from them as well. So this game, much different True Neutral that we see here. So game 3 is going to be very interesting to see how that pans out.
In better control of the boost by Noble. Oh, AJG and Shad both so close to the set on a goal. But overall, the boost control by Noble has prevented True Neutral from being as, oppressive as they like to be on offense. And they've been forced to kind of sit on the ground a lot of the time. When they finally did get some boost, they were able to make this push happen. But, Noble on defense, they've handled everything that's been thrown at them. A decent opportunity by AJG, but Havercamper just better on defense. And RazeBull, an interesting path to that challenge in midfield. He goes up the side wall, off the ceiling, and it's kind of fun to watch. I like that.
Ceiling play is always fun to watch. It always makes you hold your breath, see what they've got in store.
I think RazeBull really loves the ceiling and might go to it a little bit more. True Neutral getting shut out in game 2.
I mean, we did see that play, Jarvie, where RazeBull was on the ceiling, the team passing play. Bold plays.
It said that you can break the supersonic barrier. Like, we can only reach supersonic with the cars, but RazeBull heard that the ceiling gets you just a little bit past the mark. You're the speediest car on the field if you just launch off the ceiling every time. But Noble take game 2, and we're all tied up in this set.
And Noble looking very solid in this game. The defense quite questionable from True Neutral. We saw them trying to cover the same ground. We saw a few missed hits. AJG, third man back, failed to make the proper touch in that situation where he had to do it. So the defense broke down from True Neutral. But we've seen this happen before in games where teams just have a tough defensive showing and bounce right back. So I'm excited to get into game 3 and see how things start working, because True Neutral, when they were not stuck on defense and forced to make defensive errors, they were getting a lot of those demos, coming off the ceiling, going for these bold plays. We even saw that 0-second goal right at the end. It was a quality shot. So which version will we see? Because Noble is showing that they're consistent. Game 1, they still played well. Game 2, they played well. True Neutral started to fall off a bit, and they really punished them. So game 3, this is going to be where I think, the team that takes this I would give them or have them be the favorite. I don't think this one's going into game 5. I think whoever picks up the momentum here will be able to finish off the series with a win.
We will have a quick pause before we get into game 3, and we'll get everyone back into the lobby as soon as we can. But for True Neutral, it all starts with the boosts to come back into this game. That's something that Noble did a great job on offense doing, is controlling those back canisters of True Neutral. So True Neutral have to be a little bit more aggressive and watch out for Noble, because Noble are targeting those back boost canisters, and they will put you, if you lose that, you'll be put on defense for much longer than you ever want to be. Playing in low boost on defense is uncomfortable for everybody, and it feels a lot better when you know you at least have the speed and the aerial capability to handle anything that the offense throws at you. So we're just taking care of this last small issue. We appreciate your guys' patience before we get into game 3. True Neutral trying to get back to game 1 form.
Yeah, and Jorby, I think the other thing is you just can't forget about those demos. Those were working so well for True Neutral. That is what threw off the defensive rotations for Noble. So you have to bring that back. Even if you're not able to do it on the offensive end, you still can tell the effectiveness of defensive demos. You go out and sometimes it's a bit of a risk, but it can be worth it. You go for that mid boost, you go even for the opponent's far boost, and then you come back and demo from behind the player that's getting ready to take the shot. It is high risk, but it also can be high reward, especially if your team is about to clear, your player who's coming back demos the third man. That can be the setup for a counterattack goal. So if True Neutrals starts to get behind, they start struggling to where they're locked down in their own half, I would say it's worth the risk. We'll have to see if they can bring that into their gameplay. But for a team like Noble, who's been playing the game for so long, you might be expecting that. And all it takes is to dodge that demo or to set up the quick infield pass when the defense is a player down to punish that. So we will see how these teams react. And I want to just get into the game, but
I know.
Unfortunately, got to wait for this technical issue to get sorted out, which hopefully won't take too long.
Yeah, I was thinking about Ray's Bull off the ceiling and how I think that he's the biggest wild card in this match right now, because he had that great pass off what was a pre-jump off the ceiling that that Shad found to him in traffic. So Ray's Bull could be the X factor for True Neutral and Noble. We're going to go to a quick break before we get back into the game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you for your patience as we get everything settled and the issues fixed to get game 3 between True Neutral and Noble underway again. Everyone has taken their sides of the pitch. We should get right into this. James, I think we've exhausted our points about game 2, and we're both just ready to get game 3 underway for True Neutral, trying to recover after Noble put on a 3-0 shutout.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jorby. We're ready to get into the action. And what we saw was a failure from True Neutral on the defensive end, especially that third man was in a bit of an awkward situation multiple times. So we'll see if they can shore things up on the defensive end. But unfortunately, it looks like we may have... Oh, we are getting into it. Okay, that's good.
Oh, we are good.
I was a bit worried.
It was questionable. It was questionable for sure, but we recovered. If anything, James, nothing is more exciting than a last-second fix. No? I think so.
I mean, I'm happy that it's fixed.
I'm happy that we get to watch this match again. And, it's been fun to watch so far. Habercamper started out with some attempted dribbles, and the rest of his team, Renin and Firefox, well, Firefox especially, he's been pretty deadly in the air overall, has been tough to contend with. Even right there, he got that pass out to Renin, but the difficulty for Noble will be, can they do it again against True Neutral? They were able to control the boosts and prevent those demos. AJG double, but not there, and saved yet again after Shad. Ray's Bull, second attempt off the backboard. Habercamper will play it back out to the side. So True Neutral trying to get back where they left off in game 1, but a massive clear from Noble. Now Renin try to keep this ball close. True Neutral trying to lock down the sides. It was a nice little carry from Renin. Habercamper will pick up the next follow. Was thinking maybe they were going to be a bit quicker on second man there. Now AJG has a one-on-one. Slaps it right over. Shad puts it top corner. True Neutral on the board.
This was great finesse from AJG, opting not to take that shot, and that light touch. So difficult. It's such an easy thing to do, to blast that ball past the goal line incredibly fast. But Shad, he had the angle covered. The ball was perfect from AJG.
Already on the kickoff, here's Habercamper. 2 taps, and Renin was too close. Backflip, but the shot is good for Firefox off the post. Doesn't take long for Noble.
A quick back and forth. And it looked like the save almost came out. You saw Ray's Bull coming off the backboard, trying to jump down, but Firefox saw the angle and was able to slot it right past. So a quick response from Noble.
Something neither team have really been able to do yet. Once one team got that first goal, they never really relinquished control of the game. Maybe game 3 tells a different story. Ray's Bull, first on the challenge, almost followed up his own. Another large carry from Firefox in midfield. But these boomers are only going to buy you a little bit of time. Going to need a follow-up in midfield. Noble's rotation has not been really set up for quick midfield challenges yet. They do, or AJG picking up a demo on his rotation back. And now he's going to be behind the ball again, hard on the backboard. And always like seeing that, challenge that backboard as much as possible. They've gotten a couple of rebounds, and Noble haven't shown you that their backboard defense has been consistent or stalwart in any way.
But it was a good stop from Firefox in that situation. So perhaps Perhaps Noble tightening things up.
It's just for Noble on the rotation again, the second man playing a little more relaxed, and maybe that was a result of what we saw in that first game, James, where True Neutral just did such a great job carrying the ball out of their own half, Raise Bull and AJG especially. And so you're seeing a bit more relaxation from Noble on their rotation, but that's actually, I think it's hurting them on their last few offensive pushes. If Habercamper is playing closer on a couple of these follow-ups, I think Noble already have a lead. He has to make another clear over to Renan. That was impressive from Habercamper.
Oh, that pinch almost spells disaster, and they're not out of the woods just yet. You can even see the double commit scrambling right now from Noble. The defense trying to get back into it. Beautiful infield pass and a save. Habercamper read that one off the crossbar. I think it was going to go crossbar down and out. True Neutral. Wow. What an opportunity that was, but they're still walking away empty-handed. Habercamper even there having to dodge the air bump.
Habercamper winning some massive 50s on defense for his team. Pretty much the sole reason Noble haven't been scored on a couple of times now.
Yeah, that was a very good setup from True Neutral. The infield pass, the shot needed to be a bit lower. I think if that's a bit lower, a bit more towards the far post, that's going to be a goal. And it was the perfect setup to really have that type of accuracy on the shot. So True Neutral going to be wishing they had that opportunity again. And maybe they'll generate another chance like that because they've been looking better and better as this game goes on.
Ooh, Habercamper trying to stay behind that ball. Actually, yeah, it'll be Raise Bull coming in for True Neutral. It was AJG in front at first, but didn't like the angle he was at on the challenge. So as a result, they maintained pressure on offense. Raise Bull won that midfield boost, and so he'll keep the ball pushed into the orange half. Flip over, shot, and good for Raise Bull. Well done by Shad to get the ball out.
And again, it was the demo that sets up this play. And from Shad, I love this decision. He decides not to go for the shot, controls the ball. You even saw the defender was expecting the shot to come through, but he dishes it over to Raise Bull, and that was the right play. The shot was accurate. Very intelligent Rocket League right there from Shad.
After a ton of opportunities where Noble were trying to contest the backboard as well, and then they switch it up. Shad switches it up with that low flick pass. And True Neutral just hang on for less than 10 seconds, maybe even get another goal. Habercamper, as good as he's been on defense, they've got nothing going on offense despite 7 shots on net. Last chance, Habercamper, over and down. True Neutral take advantage in the match.
A strong finish from True Neutral. The demo, that was the chance for them to put Noble, that man down, but the catch from Shad was next level, making that play. I hope we can see that one again on the replay package to just enjoy how good of a goal that was. True Neutral, they're looking really good, Jorby. Game 2, though, the game that they lost, a lot of it was due to those defensive mistakes. They cleaned that up here, and what a game from them.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I'll give credit to Noble on defense as well. You didn't see nearly as many double commits. Habercamper did have to make some acrobatic stops, but those were due to good shots from True Neutral or good placement on the backboard, forcing him to make a play on defense. But he was never bumped by his own teammates. A player wasn't in the wrong spot. In fact, most times they were in a spot to receive the ball from Habercamper. So the defense for both teams is definitely a lot more composed. And True Neutral, Raise Bull is just so difficult behind the ball, James. He's got that 50-50 mind where when he's got the boost to be able to deal with things, like, it's very difficult to win a 50-50 against him. And Shad's starting to get some extra carries. He scored a goal back in game 1. You remember that top corner shot off of a pass, and True Neutral, a lot of good offense, good looks, but Noble start on the blue half for game 4.
And we'll see how True Neutral battles out of this. Such a strong attack so far. The backboard bounce. You felt like it might be inevitable with how much possession Noble had. And here it is, the goal coming out. Renan, that little touch threw off the defense.
Yeah, that touch from Renan was really the difference maker. I thought Shad played that pretty well. He was first expecting to push down the field, but he came off the back wall at the appropriate time, and I thought he made the challenge pretty quickly. But he was initially expecting a different read, and that quarter-second difference, that's all it takes to score a goal, is just a quarter-second faster than your opponent, and that's what Renan was.
Oh,
Shad.
that's a great pass.
Ooh, but AJG couldn't keep things awkward enough. Raise bull again, flying in aggressive as a third man on that challenge, but Shad had collected full boost, looks for the ball on the back wall, and now True Neutral, they really want to keep the pressure up here against Noble, starting to steal a lot more boost, getting the ball out into the corner, but now they're going to have to retreat. Again, Raise bull on the carry. High ball again for Shad. Habercamper can't grab the ball, but Renan got the pass from Habercamper and will be bullied out by AJG, but Firefox has the ball. Shot is saved by Shad. Habercamper dives for it and loses to Raise bull.
That was a good effort on the flip reset. And another good read on the backboard. Firefox expecting that pass attempt coming off the arc. But we're seeing multiple opportunities now. Double commit.
Oh, they're slow to get there, but Shad wasn't ready for it. He was expecting a quicker clear. Habercamper put a shot on net. And a lot of these counterattacks seem to be coming from places where, you know, that second man doesn't... Oh, wait a minute! Firefox picks his target, and he nails it! That's a 2-goal lead for Noble.
Yeah, Firefox lining this one up. You can see Raise bull couldn't see exactly where Firefox was. He was perfectly hidden behind the ball. Doesn't know where the shot's going to come, and it was a hard shot in an unblockable spot with no pre-jump, no chance. Firefox with a big goal for Noble.
Despite a couple of nice passes, it's been difficult for True Neutral to stay on offense. In fact, when you look at the scoreboard, True Neutral have no offense. 0 shots on net. Noble are all over them right now. Habercamper just launches one towards the backboard. 2 commit from True Neutral, flying in Firefox. Close behind him is Renan. Renan will pitch that away, get the demo onto Raise bull, find Habercamper, and too weak of a shot, but, you know, Renan, you like the idea. Just go for that demo if you can't get the soft first touch. AJG looking for the intercept, and it's taken away.
And this is a different True Neutral than we saw in the games that they won, the games that they've, you know, lost against Noble. Noble has had their number. They've been dodging demos, getting these counterattacks. You know, this is... Ooh. Oh, and that counterattack there could have been another goal. But Noble seems to have another gear that True Neutral just can't keep up with when they're going at that pace.
A quick pass, though, for True Neutral. Noble out of the woods, but that was a great second touch by Renan. Oh, and on the flip reset, but it's too late, and Shad picked up the save. Habercamper gave a chance for Firefox, but True Neutral finally get a win in midfield. Can it be enough to finally get on the board against Noble, where this 2-0 lead feels like a 3-0 lead? Because there's only 3 shots that True Neutral have put on versus the 8 from Noble.
And Noble dominating this one in terms of possession. That pinch backwards. Oh, and that flick from Habercamper, that could have been an excellent attacking opportunity, but AJG loses that at the midfield. Renan takes it downfield, and it all dates back to that missed challenge by AJG in the mid. He needed to get a touch on that ball. When he missed, that gave the numbers advantage to Noble, and they did not allow that chance to slip away from him.
And the subsequent challenge from Habercamper was also really smart. Opted for the low challenge, which on, you know, that side of the field, you also have on that part of the field, you have the sidewall to help you out in case, you know, things go a little awry. Sometimes a low challenge can be the worst decision you make, but it was the right call for Habercamper on that last play and gave Renan that wide open space to shoot at. So all capitalized off of a mistake, but True Neutral do get on the board late here, probably past the point of no return at this point in Game 4.
And that was an excellent effort from Raise bull as well. It's a shame that this game isn't closer, but, you know, 35 seconds left on the clock. If we see another quick goal, maybe True Neutral can make some magic happen. We'll see.
Certainly possible. True Neutral are going to have to show us something a little different in this game that we haven't seen. And Firefox can't find the clear. Raise Bull has been pretty consistent on his touches. I think you might want to look for him if Noble if True Neutral still want a chance in game 4 to close this out. Raise Bull will actually collect that boost, get harassed out by Renan, and that last clear will make things really tough for True Neutral. They're going to try one more time with AJG. Shad is up, but it's saved. Everyone commits. Time has expired, and Noble, we are going to go to a game number 5, James, and oh boy, that is what I wanted out of this match. I am excited because Champions Field hardly or always delivers. I was going to say hardly not delivers, but that's dumb.
Well, Jorby, I get the sentiment, right? We always love Game 5's Champions Field. I thought that True Neutral was playing well enough to end it here, but we've just seen some games, their offense is flat, and Noble is able to defend the backboard. They're able to cut off these shots, these passing plays. But True Neutral, the games where they've lost, the demos have just disappeared out of the equation. So, which True Neutral will we see going into this 5th and final game of the series? Noble had all the possession, it seemed. There was a time where, True Neutral had almost no shots on the board compared to the 8 for Noble. So Noble, they're doing a great job on possession, dodging demos, keeping that ball upfield, and also winning some big challenges at the midfield. We saw AJG lose another challenge at the mid, which directly led to a goal for Noble. So we'll have to see that cleaned up from True Neutral.
I think, Raise Bull and Shad have been playing solid enough behind AJG where at what point do you just go, AJG, just ignore the ball, just go forward, get a couple demos. It clearly has been really successful whenever he does pick those up. He tends to prefer to carry the ball, though, and create plays with the ball and his car. But, maybe you just need the car to open the hole against Noble. And, Renan slices a tear through the net of True Neutral.
He's like a matador here. The Bulls just fly right by him. They take the bait. And the goal from Firefox was an easy one. Renan, that was a master class in faking out the defense.
Yeah, Renan as a player, we've gotten to see Renan for a while now, and to see how he's evolved. Every time we get to watch him, he gets better and better. His carries are better, his car control is good, and he's much more of a crucial factor to Noble's success, at least in this match. And every time I watch him play, I'm just like, look, he got a little bit better again. Just one of those players who never seems to plateau, always seems to find the next gear to become a little bit better. Noble, this has been quite a battle. True Neutral had dominated them in the first game of this set, had really forced Noble to think about how to play defense with low boosts. But then since then, it's been back and forth, as you see right in front of your eyes. Shad throws a laser onto the net.
And True Neutral, they continue to go for these passes and Raise. That was a perfectly timed flip. The shot lower corner, that was gorgeous. True Neutral, they're not backing down. They've had those games where their offense just didn't seem to click. But this one was a big goal. That one getting them back into this one, tying it up. An exciting game so far, Jorby.
Absolutely. Raise Bull again, high. Attempted clear. Oh, did AJG bump him on that play? I was on Raise Bull cam, and it was not exactly clear to me, but it puts True Neutral on offense. Raise Bull uses all the boost he had, but he just missed that ball by a pixel.
But in AJG, that tap there was a huge play. If he misses that again, that would be a really tough situation that True Neutral would find themselves in. So we're seeing AJG step up, at least so far. But now Noble taking a few opportunities, and the True Neutral half, we'll see if they can convert.
This is where True Neutral, they can't get locked into this just hard clears, because Noble are reading them on that. They know that they're low on boost, and they'll start getting aggressive when they need to, but for the most part, Noble are content. Let those clears come to them. True Neutral finally get the ball downfield, but they don't really have a lot in the tank. using a lot now to retreat as Havercamper gets the next clear.
I love that backflip flick. Put the defense on notice for a second, and a big whiff. AJG shot finds its way in. A defensive breakdown. That's a nightmare for Noble.
Oh, poor Renan. It looked like the car of, was that Shad? It looked like Shad kind of chipped him a little bit because his car tilted, or maybe he was just trying to avoid it. Either way, tilting his car like that will put him off the path of the ball. So Shad jumping on top of him absolutely had an effect, whether he touched him or not. Again, demos, bumps, physical play, James. True neutral, that seems to be the key against Noble. They have the lead again. Oh no. Oh no, it all falls apart for Noble. Raise Bull picks up this goal. AJG, Demo's the only man who could have did anything about it. And that's a comfortable insurance with less than 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that's a tough break there. The demo comes out. The challenge needed to be on point. You can't risk that. We've seen that third man get burned on both sides now. And under 2 minutes left, Noble find themselves behind. True neutral. One more goal here, and you think it would be out of reach.
Noble can score with, I always like to say, at least put it within one with a minute left. At least a minute you can fail a few times on offense and actually win the battle of attrition. But here's a chance, and no! It is saved. Raise Bull was there too late. AJG kicks it across. Raise Bull again, shot too wide. Renan, that's an awkward ball for him, but the rest of True Neutral have to wait. Shad is up next. True Neutral trying to keep this lead and maybe add on to it. Noble surviving on defense. They cannot get by Raise Bull. He's got space. He's got the ball, and the shot saved for now, but still True Neutral press. They know that they have insurance. They know that they have the boost, and they know that every single touch that they get, dangerous, but every single touch from Shad is more time chewed off the clock, James. Still 3-1.
And this is a big moment here. Raise Bull does get the short stop, and now AJG is going to be able to clear it out. You've got to do more in those situations where you've got your teammate to the left or right able to field a pass. Noble running out of time. Final 30 seconds. True Neutral maintaining a 2-goal lead, and they're looking better and better.
Ooh, double almost went in, but AJG will all but seal this match against Noble, and Noble left scratching their heads.
Shad, the double tap pass off the backboard, had faith that someone was going to be able to put that in, and surely he was right. AJG popping that one in, a 3-goal lead. This is looking good for True Neutral, and they had some ups and downs, but overall, I loved their gameplay. We saw lots of passing attempts, demos coming out, mechanical initiatives undertaken by Raise Bull, coming off the ceiling, getting some flip resets as well. So this True Neutral squad showing that they are the real deal, getting a big win here over Noble.
Yeah, well done by True Neutral to withstand the comebacks from Noble several times. The physical game really coming in big time for this team. I was most impressed with Raise Bull. I know AJG has been the guy that we've been talking about, the guy Dex has been talking about, but Raise Bull, it's not just the crazy stealing stuff he goes for. It's his solid positioning. It's his solid angle on the ball whenever he's challenging it, and his boost management too, to always be ready for the next play. I think Raise Bull was extremely impressive in this match, and you definitely want to keep an eye on him for the future. But we got plenty more in this Swiss bracket for the South American region. Get up, take a bathroom break, grab a couple snacks. We'll be back after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. You're watching the Fall Major for South America. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Dex. We're going to break down that last match, True Neutral versus Noble, as we took a look at the replays. This was it was a good match, Dex.
Was a really good match. We had 3-2, which is pretty impressive. Well, it was something to expect from these teams. We got Noble, which is a team that usually plays trying to find the mistakes of the other team. They like to counterattack. They like to play smart. And we got True Neutral, a team that that plays a lot using team plays. AJG, one of the best defenders in the entire region, and they like to play really aggressive.
So we saw two of these teams, they were top 5 in points, you know, obviously with True Neutral getting that win. They actually tied the 3 Sins in game differential, but True Neutral has more points, so they will be the first seed going into the playoff bracket tomorrow, which might mean a lot because it depends where, you know, a team we don't want to mention, maybe 11s, could be that 3 seed. You want to avoid them. So this is good for True Neutral coming out here with a big win.
Let's take a look at the standings now. We have 2 teams that have moved on to next week into that final bracket. 2 teams, unfortunately, Dex, that have been sent home. One biggest surprise for me here is that 11s has not made it through yet. Obviously, they're close, but you'd expect them, Dex, to be through in that first round.
Yeah, it was expected to see a 3-0 by 11s. It wasn't the case this time. This is pretty interesting because we will have them playing together later. And maybe this would make the things more complicated for them than what it should. So we have to keep expecting to see what's going to happen with 11s.
Yeah, when we see those matchups, they get pretty juicy in this 2-1 round. And then we look down. Team Draken Esports, they're 1-2 now. That's a big surprise after they looked so good in that first match that we saw. They fell again. I think a reverse sweep they lost to. So they're down in the 1-2 range. A team we expected to perform better, like after they played the 3 Sins so well.
Yeah, this is, we have a lot more matches to go, so let's take a look at those next ones here. Reminder that we do have twitch.tv/eleaguetv going on. If you want to catch some of the matches that are going over there, make sure you hit that squad button or just open up 2 tabs, whichever one you want. You have a choice. Look at that. It's really cool. You can watch all the Rocket League however you want, or you can stay here, watch these matches. We got 11s versus No Mercy coming up as our second match. PDHM versus Atypical. I heard that sigh there. I want to get some thoughts on that. Was that you? Was that Gibbs or Dex?
That was me, man. Like 11, sure, they are the top dogs, but No Mercy is no easy matchup. They are another one of those teams like in the top 4 in points that are battling it out. So no matter what, one of those 2 teams will drop to 2-2 and play for their lives later today.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very juicy matchup. We'll get that after the PDHM versus Atypical. So, Dex, let's talk about this one here. PDHM versus Atypical. Atypical getting that nice start to their day by taking down 11s, but of course, you know, they still haven't made it through here. And you had PDHM as kind of one of your underdogs here. So I'm wondering if Atypical is going to have a bit of a rough go.
This is going to be a rough match. Both teams have almost the same level of play, so this is gonna be interesting. PDHM is probably the underdog because they're the new team in the region. They're the new team that is trying to prove themselves. But Atypical is achieving really good results. They just beat 11s a while ago, so that's pretty interesting. They couldn't do it against the 3 Sins, but that was expected. So we're gonna see a pretty close match here.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun. I came into the day and I'm like looking at all these matches and I'm like, I feel like we're going to have a long day because a lot of these are probably going to go to Game 5, and I feel like Gibbs, this one might be as well. And if you guys think so too, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. Make sure you get those votes in chat with those hashtags right below our faces there. And while you guys do that, we're going to talk about how close we think this one's going to be. Gibbs, PDHM versus Atypical. You think it's another Game 5?
This is a battle of 2 teams that are new to the scene. 2 brand new players on both teams, 1 veteran on both that really has never fought for a top 2 spot before. So this is great for both these teams. I'm going to go PDHM though. Like I like them because I had them go 3-1 at the start of the day, and I think they can still do it.
All right, predictions on the board. Let's do them right here. Gibbs is with PDHM. Dex, do you think they're gonna pull through? Is Atypical gonna finally get themselves a spot to next week?
I think Atypical could get this.
You think so? I love that. That's the analysis. I think they get it. Why do you think they can get this though?
No, I've been talking with these guys. They've been working really hard to get some consistency. So they're pretty good. As I said before, they have probably the same skill level. So this is gonna be a close match. But my heart says go Atypical.
Okay, well, I mean, chat's also saying go with Atypical with an 83% to 17 over PDHM. I'm gonna give PDHM just some love. I'm gonna go with them on this one. Either way, I expect a very close match. I think this is, again, all day we're gonna be getting some good Rocket League. But speaking of good Rocket League, we need you guys. If you want to get your clips on the broadcast, make sure you submit them with the hashtag on Twitter, Top Pelé Challenge. We want to see your clips. We're going to round them up and take our best 10 clips by the end of next week and show them on the RLCS broadcast. So get those in there. We're celebrating the 80th birthday of Pelé and just good competition all around. We're combining the beautiful game with rockets, and this is what you get is rocket-powered football. It's just amazing. We want to see all your clips. So get them in there. But now it's time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for our next match and some amazing Rocket League.
So PDHM close to qualifying. Dex with the big brain prediction at the beginning of the day on the pre-shows. Like, I think PDHM are going to surprise today. And, well, here they are sitting, James, at 2-1 against another surprise team today, Atypical, who beat 11s in the biggest upset of the day. We saw them on stream again versus 3 Sins. They couldn't put on the same performance, though they did take it to game 5. I'm with the desk that this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I'm excited to get underway. And this is where you really start making a name for yourself. This is the opportunity to move on to the next stage right here, right now, which would be huge for both of these teams.
Now, PDHM, you have a shot. Oh, my goodness. It's Draken with the first goal for PDHM.
And a hard hit off the sidewall. You need somebody to challenge that. And someone had to get out there to prevent that shot from coming through, but nobody was there. A wide open angle and a hard shot. That's how you do it.
15 seconds is all it takes. And Sadness grabs the next ball on the kickoff. He actually gets the ball off the back wall. So, Atypical, you definitely have to think the nerves are at play for this team where you take down 11s. And now, where does that put your internal expectations as a team? Like, what's going through your mind as a player after you do that? You couldn't take down 3 Sins, and now you're already put behind against PDHM. It has to be taxing on your mind and wondering, like, what worked against 11s that isn't working against these other teams? Obviously, so much game to play, and Dislike is ready to get the train back on the rails.
And that was almost a goal on that shot. You saw multiple defenders jump. Davey taps it down on the goal line. Sadness flies by it. It was full panic mode for PDHM. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to clear, but Atypical gets back on the board. And now we're all tied up.
I think you're going to see a lot of hard challenges, or at least teams forcing the defense to contest the ball on the back wall and the backboard. It's been a little leaky on both sides in the first minute. But Atypical, we'll start with Dislike. A nice carry, but good shadow there by Leo. And, well, PDHM hanging on defense for now, but the boost totals are starting to dwindle. Everybody's sitting on 0. Here comes the shot, but, oh, Sadness picks up the save with the last tank of boost left on that team.
The right idea in the clear, but hit it right at Leo. Sadness, I like that drop down, but Dislike, very good heads-up play from him on the defensive end. These teams well matched so far, Jorby. 2 minutes coming and going, still tied off this ceiling. Thought that had a chance.
Oh man, what is it with South America and the ceiling? Like, I like it. It's fun. It's visceral. It's what's gonna happen next. Well, Nanito trying to force another opportunity. But the more you see this Atypical team on offense, the more you like their chances of taking the lead. The defense for PDHM holds firm, and they do get the next clear and maybe get the chance out of it. Relaxed on the rotation, PDHM, another demo. That one from Draken. The Sadness downfield was looking for maybe a pass. The option was there. He'll win the next 50. He'll go up for the next touch, and now PDHM have the shot, but it's off the crossbar, and Dislike came up massive.
Yeah, that was such an important touch. I was expecting that to go in. Dislike, and almost a hopeless situation, was able to get a critical touch that almost even started a counterattack. So excellent defense from Dislike.
Another one off the backboard, but Leo can't find the net. Oh, and neither can his teammate. And PDHM, a couple of opportunities now to take the lead. Dislike ruined one chance, and the post is ruining others. Nanito's shot's taken away, or Sadness' shot taken away by Nanito. And now up high again, Sadness. Well, Sadness and Leo combined for an interesting clear. And they get the ball downfield again. Nice pass in front. Shot is denied again by Dislike. Well, I really like what I'm seeing from PDHM when they get on offense. It's a lot of intentional carries, looking for passes in the middle of the field. The positioning is there for those passes, and an open net is there for PDHM. Sadness, an easy one.
As Sadness able to take advantage of this lovely pass. The defense bites hard at the midfield, and that ends up costing them. PDHM, they scored first, now scoring last. But we've got a minute 18 left for Atypical to have some sort of response, and it has been well matched up to this point.
It certainly has, and you feel like if they have a chance at it, I do want to see some more hard touches against the back wall. PDHM usually are chasing those balls down. That takes boost out of their tanks and allows you to take more of their boost off the pitch and get some more infield passing plays. But Atypical can't even hang on to the ball. PDHM have just played keep away. With less than a minute left, you can understand why, but all Atypical need are one solid counter-attack. Next up, Zavitrax don't get the pass out to his teammate. He got bumped downfield. And PDHM's defense again, James, is really proving difficult for Atypical.
Oh, and I like that pass attempt. It was the right idea. Time is running out, however, for Atypical.
Zavitrax's challenge knocked away. Here's a pass in front of the box, and Trufino gets his second insurance late in game one.
Trufino, he was waiting for this pass from Sadness, and it was perfect. Dislike had a chance, but on empty, didn't have enough boost to get there to deny it. And Trufino, big play. That's going to secure the game for PDHM.
Despite all that pressure from Atypical, James, they had 11 shots on net. Only one score to show for it. And they had their chances. But PDHM's defense proving too strong. 9 saves on the orange half. But hang on a second. Well, Nanito gets a goal, and there's still 3 seconds on the clock.
And this little tap back by Leo was not what he was looking for. So we'll see if any kind of kickoff strategies come into play for Atypical.
Oh, perfect pop on that for PDHM. They still stay on top of the ball, and a lesson in possession from PDHM, showing Atypical how to keep the ball away.
Yeah, that was a good game overall for PDHM, but you can tell that Atypical has what it takes to pull down a win in this matchup. There was just a few moments where their defense failed them. The passing was looking pretty good from PDHM. So, I'm still waiting to see how this one pans out, Jorby.
Yeah, I mean, I liked how, Sadness sits at the top of the scoreboard. He had 5 saves, but a lot of the opportunities for Atypical were half chances. And I thought PDHM's positioning on defense was really solid. They didn't double commit. They weren't really out of position at any point on defense. They were never starved. Overall, just a solid performance from them. Obviously, Atypical having a couple of struggles on their own half of the field, and that will exacerbate things when PDHM are playing well. So game 2, Atypical seemed to have issues heating up in a match because versus 11s, they had a slow start. Versus 3 Sins, they went down 2 before they could catch back up. And this seems to be typical for Atypical, if you will, to have these slow starts. They have to get it fixed now, though. You can't go down 0-2 in a best-of-5 set.
I mean, you certainly don't want to. It's always tough to battle back and force those reverse sweeps. But in both of these teams sitting at 2-1, this is not tournament life for them. They still have one more series that they can lose. So the pressure not on just yet. And a good setup. That one off the post. Nanito, that was the perfect setup. That's what you hope to have as a striker. You hope to be in those situations where you can be that solo player getting the goal for your team, but clanged it off the post. That's going to be tough.
He seems to be the striker more times than not. He's gotten close a couple of times, but he's just trying to sneak it in, against the post or against the crossbar, because PDHM recovering the easier options. Another good challenge from Nanito. And the struggles for PDHM to grab onto this ball are short-lived. Here's a pass in front, and it's in! Sadness snuck the ball in, and another PDHM lead.
So a blistering shot and a great pass from Leo, but that shot right there off the corner of the Octane, it's how you get the most power. Well placed. Excellent strike. PDHM back on top.
Took only 1 minute, and Atypical, those missed chances, they start to eat in the back of your mind a little bit more focus real estate, if you will, where you start thinking, how did I not score that last goal? How did I not score that last shot? And being able to reset where PDHM have been stalwart on defense, a demo by Nanito could set things up finally for Atypical, but it's immediately knocked away from Sadness, who knew exactly where to go. That's good speed in front. A nice pass. It actually came away clean off the backboard, and it's not in! Leo picked up the save, and that shot wasn't even close from dislike. Well, even when it's all working, and PDHM gave you the space, the counterattack is in your net, and Leo confirms the insurance!
That is quite the turn of events, Jorby. That was a certain goal-scoring situation, but then this shot from Leo, so good. 2 pinpoint accurate shots for PDHM, but you think back, Nanito, he needed to hit that shot. This is the second time we've seen him in an outright scoring situation fail to hit the mark. And that's gonna do some significant damage, you have to feel, to the confidence for Nanito.
Efficiency in the first half of game number 2 for PDHM. 2 goals on 3 shots, and more shots are coming. Here's one just off the crossbar. And all Atypical can do is manage the ball towards midfield, and that's it. Even there, I mean, Dislike, he wants to pass out, but Davitrox had to go back and get more boost because he couldn't go down and commit on that play. Couldn't get enough speed onto it, and now they lose the ball in midfield. Here's again on the back wall. Nobody could grab it. Finally, Davitrox fell on it, and Sadness trying to play keep away, but this actually might help Atypical. Thrown in front of the box and off the crossbar again. Follow-up shot is blocked. What? Leo picks up the save, and Davitrox wants to try but fail and fail again. Atypical cannot find a goal.
They can't buy one, Jorby. Even the shots that are looking good. You see these incredible saves coming out from PDHM. This is one of those series for Atypical where you feel like nothing that you can do will work out. But a great performance from PDHM.
Right on top of it again. It's a loose rotation on defense. They could pick this apart. Quick pass shot. Leo's too light, but waiting for it. On the pass is Sadness, and the shot's too wide. PDHM seeing all eye right now. 360-degree vision of the pitch. They have complete control of the ball. Back out to the side. Every single car of Atypical is racing, hoping they can at least get a touch on the ball. But right now, PDHM are picking them apart in the attacking third, and it's been excellent by them, James. You said it absolutely. Sadness especially. I think he has been really tough for Atypical to get by, constantly putting the ball into space, constantly putting it on his teammates. Here, Nanito can't find the shot, but oh no, it wasn't good enough. He was challenged again. No good there for Davitrox or Dislike. Nanito back, and this is another chance for PDHM.
And PDHM even the chances that Atypical's had, scoring opportunities, they just haven't been able to put away. And the team passing plays coming out from PDHM, they don't convert, but you can see them overflowing with confidence and determination to get the win here in game 2.
Atypical might be on offense, but they're working in with 2 players on 0 boost. Now they're in full retreat. Pick up a couple of canisters and stop the next PDHM attack with 20 seconds left. Haven't been able to hang on to the ball at all. Drufinho as well, making it. I mean, it's the full team of PDHM. Rarely do you see passing that consistent in one game, in just one game. Typically, the other team is able to get a bunch of clears at least, and you only have a chance for 1 or 2 passing plays. But PDHM are out here looking like G2 with their passing.
Yeah, they certainly are looking quite good. The team passing plays, the accuracy as well. Sadness, great shot. Leo, great shot. Both of them hard hit, right where they needed to be. But then you look at Atypical, they had multiple opportunities, particularly Nanito. He had to hit those shots. This game could have been so much different if you think back to that first opportunity that he had where he came up short. This game could have been much different for Atypical. If they would have scored those 2 obvious situations, we would even be seeing overtime right now with them have a chance to take the win. So they are not doing any favors for themselves, but on top of that, they're having to play against this PDHM defense that has been making plays when the shots have been on target. So this is going to be a tough nut to crack for Atypical, and they find themselves in quite the hole now, 1 game away from losing the series.
If every shot you take is contested, maybe it's time to blow some cars up. Maybe it's time to, get a little chippy on the net. Check this PDHM team, because they're playing as if there's no threat on the other side of the pitch. And you can see why Leo has been so dangerous in front of the box. And even off this kickoff, Dislike has a nice little carry. But wow, I mean, the shading there on defense to trap the ball out, roll it up the ramp, that gives you the best chance of control rather than hoping that your teammate can get a quick follow-up to whatever challenge is about to happen on your own back wall.
Oh, we see a bit of a panicked hit from Leo. Just putting PDHM in a tough spot. See how they recover here.
Player sitting on
from Sadness.
Ooh. Didn't get that second touch, and Leo was ready to follow that one up too. Really like the philosophy from PDHM. Typically a product of the communication being excellent, James. In nonverbal or your car body language, but also in voice. And Drufinho, beautiful redirect. PDHM just cannot stop scoring.
Where Atypical has been struggling, that's where PDHM has been excelling. The placement on these shots has been incredible. You think back to opportunities PDHM has had to score where they've come up short. I can't think of one, because every time they get a look, and that one wasn't even the easiest look, they're still putting them in, and another goal for Drufinho. Back-to-back goals. PDHM extending the lead.
It just left scrambling on defense. Davitrax got caught on the post. He tried to come quickly out of the net, the right idea, but he got caught on the side, and that put him off path and led to an easy goal. I see what Dex was talking about with PDHM. I see what he's like. I think some teams are going to be surprised by these guys today. Well, if they're not surprised, then they already knew that PDHM were going to make waves today. I really enjoy how this roster looks on the field, and especially on defense. The stoicism in front of the net. How many hard saves have they had, James? And how many counterattacks can Drufinho put right back into the net? That's a hat trick.
And look at this. Leo gets the pass right to him. Drufinho has been putting shot after shot on target. But again, the presence of mind to go for the pass, and even that pass was about as perfect as it gets. You bait in the defender. You make the defender think that, I have a chance at stopping this ball. But no, Drufinho gets there, he gets there first, blasts it right by him, gets his hat trick, and PDHM, this game is fully in their hands, Jorby. It's tough to imagine Atypical, but getting back into it, when they have not managed to score anything.
The only player that has really threatened in front of the box is Nanito, and he's been quiet in the first half of game 3. He's behind the ball now. Davitrox wants that ball to move forward as second man, but they just have not had any success winning the ball in the corners. They are consistently forced into trying these long passing plays in front of the box. PDHM just aren't biting on any of them. They don't feel any threat from Atypical in front, and when they finally do, they're always ready for it. So even when Atypical aren't out of position or they're not making errors that are just giving PDHM more leeway, PDHM are just still outplaying them on defense.
And that was another chance for PDHM, not only on defense, but on offense. They've been getting multiple chances. Their spacing is looking good. And when your spacing is good, Jorby, it really helps on both sides of the field. When you're on defense, you prevent the double commits. Offense, you give your teammates someone to pass to. It also gives you, you're in a much more forgiving spot if the ball bounces in an unexpected way, if your spacing's on point. And that's really where PDHM has excelled. They're not really tangling up with each other at all. Always that right distance away to come in and help when needed.
Oh, nice save from Davitra. Fourth goal would certainly end this game for Atypical. Like you said, this is a match between 2-1 record teams. So Atypical, they still have another chance today, but the longer the day goes, the harder the matches get, simply because of the volume of matches that you've played or the games that you've played during the day. So Atypical, if they could find a way out of their own half and get back into this game, they'd certainly love to, but with PDHM, everything they touch is dangerous. And even there, Nanito just slower to the ball, all over Atypical. PDHM, a well-oiled machine in front of the box, and still it's locked down in midfield. Everybody's stunned on defense, but the ball can't be put on target. Nanito is ever thankful.
It just looks like Atypical's out there dog paddling, trying to keep their head above the water as PDHM keeps coming in and dunking them time and time again. They managed to keep that ball out of the net, but so many chances for PDHM, preventing Atypical really from getting much offensive opportunity going at all.
And you saw it there on offense too, James, when you were talking earlier about, spacing. Spacing is it's the big difference here in this match. You have a very relaxed rotation out of Atypical, but a very aggressive second man on PDHM. And second man is such a hard position to excel at the top level in any region, but they have done such a good job of, it all comes down to communication for a second man finding his way through. If you don't have the pinpoint 100% focus field awareness, if everybody's talking, dumping out information, it's a lot easier to make decisions that way. That's what it feels like PDHM have done in this match against Atypical. They have dominated this pitch on the blue, on the orange. It doesn't matter what color it was. PDHM Gaming, they moved to the playoffs.
That was a dominating performance as well. It was a close game 1, but then back-to-back shutouts. And in this game, Draken was shooting like a madman. 75% shot accuracy, scoring 3 goals on 4 shots. And then we just saw the outright domination when they were keeping the ball on Atypical's half, always getting to that ball a split second before Atypical was able to get it. And Atypical, they looked good at the start. The shots were not falling, and you could tell that just mentally it was too much for Atypical to come back from. But PDHM, like a boulder rolling down the hill, we're only picking up more and more speed as the series went on, eventually crashing right through Atypical and in there and making their way into the playoffs. So well done to PDHM.
I really can't wait to watch PDHM in the playoffs. I am excited to see more of this team. Anytime a team plays as well as a unit as they did, there's always going to be excitement behind their next match, and we won't get to see it till the playoffs, but we got plenty more Rocket League. We got more playoff spots to fill. Don't go anywhere, but stick around a little bit, take a break. We'll be right back.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
We are back and midway through round 4 of our RLCS South American Fall Major. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Chiefs. Chiefs, we just got done watching PDHM Gaming take out Atypical, and some people started having some questions of how in the world did Atypical beat 11s?
Well, you know, sometimes you wake up hot, but Rocket League is a game, especially in the Swiss format, where you really got to be on your game day in, day out for hours on end. And I think Atypical might have woke up on a little bit of a hot streak. 11's a little bit slow, and I think they might have ran out of gas here because they really didn't get a lot done there against PDHM. I mean, a clean 3-0 sweep, and they looked good while doing it. It was impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, PDHM definitely the clean plays. The passing game was strong, and they will qualify for next weekend. So we are ready to go here. You get to see our high handy-dandy Repele package. It's beautiful stuff. I'm excited, and I hope this never changes. But it is just like genuinely a montage of infield passes. I'm excited to watch this team go up against the rest of South America next weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you have a team like that where you can pass in tight spaces, I mean, you had a stint where G2 was able to accomplish things like that, and they ran the whole region for a little bit. So if they can bring more of that back, it's going to be a good look for them.
Well, let's get into our next match with the conclusion of round 4. We've got 11s going up against No Mercy. 11's the favorite on the day, having to make it all the way to round 4, looking to qualify. We'll be playing the best of 5. 11's in the blue, No Mercy in the orange. They're looking for the double tap, but a clear will send it away. Now Card off the back wall, back out. Onto the side, there's Brad up against Kaio. Brad and Drop's gonna have to fall back.
And Kaio had a goal there. Unfortunately, he just was rushing to the ball a little too quickly. It was wide open back the other way, but looking at just who's on the roster, you can definitely understand why 11s would have been the favorites to start off the day, because, you know, they're 3 players who we've all seen on some of the biggest stages in Rocket League before. So a lot of pressure to live up to that consistently, but if there's 3 people that can do it from South America, it is absolutely Tander, Kaio, and Card. Some real mechanical wizardry capable between those 3 players, as Brad here is kind of trapped in the goal, has to dodge the demo and makes a great save. Impressive from Brad.
Oh, here's the counterattack straight down the field. Tander and Net will get it taken care of, and Card will go to the air up against Brad. Well, what a stop. Brad getting in the way of an excellently set up offensive drive. Now Reppy gonna try and get it back down the field. Brad with an air ball. Coming up to Drops, who also airballs. Tander's got a wide open net to shoot at. That's gonna be 11s on the board.
Yeah, not what you like to see. Brad makes one hero stop, misses the easy one, Drops, I think. Also rushing, a little bit surprised that his teammate came up with a miss there and maybe trying to get a block, or just misjudged how much speed the ball had coming down and went right past it. So either way, big misses for No Mercy. Gotta clean that up if you want to beat a team like 11's. Can't afford those.
Another open net for Card. Can Drops get in there? He sure can. Covers it up, gets it off to the side. Coming from behind the ball, a nice play. Brad will have to adjust into this corner. Doesn't like the bounce. There's Brad with the long extension. Shot to the upper 90. Going to be wide, and Card going to look for a clear. Here's Reppy. Up and into the goal. Drops. Look for goalies, but Tander gets it in the way. Now Tander pass to Kaio. Lofted. Card's up for it to the backboard. Is anyone there? Here's Kaio in for the other side. I guess it was Card that was up. Excuse me. The names look the same. Now here's Drops on the other side. Looking for the counterattack. Card will turn this one back around to midfield. We go once more. Looks for the flip reset over one player. Ball is wide and cleared by Brad.
You know, and the thing that's beating No Mercy right now is, 1, the speed of the midfield, and 2, how they approach the ball also doesn't help when Reppy's missing clears like that. But it doesn't feel like No Mercy is slow per se. It's just their approach is so good, and they've got the mechanics to back it up when 11's has just a little bit of space to work with, and they're consistently able to beat that first man on the challenge. Impressive.
Brad gonna take this one to the sky as we are across halftime. Just a 1-goal game. Now 11's on the board. Let's send another one to the box. Drops and Reppy kind of right on top of each other here. Brad's gonna have to rotate out. Drops, gets demolished. Here comes the pressure from the rest of 11's. Tander trying to get the back pass to his teammates so they can keep it going. Kyle's going to be out of boost, but not before he puts the ball back into the corner. Now drops, lofts it high. Tanner airborne quickly. We'll get that one for free. It's past 2 players onto an empty backboard. Here's Card in to take a shot and scores. 2-0 now for 11s.
Now, this was a really nice job from Card here to shoot this ball, but Kaio forces Brad up as well as Reppy to just try and give Card a little bit of a window to shoot through, and even then, it was still shut pretty tight. I mean, No Mercy played that well. The only real mistake there is not finding the touch into the corner, but they still had a great opportunity to save it, really forcing Card to nail a perfect shot there.
Card to the edge. Now Brad coming back. Here's Kaio on the air dribble, blocked by a 1 card rotating out. Won't have the 3rd goal. Tanner in to challenge Brad, and the ball bounces to midfield. Pass out to Brad. He just barely misses the shot. Doesn't make contact. And now Drop's going to try and put more pressure on. 1:14 left to go. Only a 2-goal game. Still plenty of room. No Mercy to come back into this, but starting to run out of time.
And you could see how desperate they might be getting there. Drops with a huge dive out of the midfield, trying to force something for 11s to react to, but thankfully able to recover here. Card in command, not quite able to get the double tap. Tander going for the top right, and that one is tipped away by Drops. But like you said, time a factor, and you're really going to start to see No Mercy shove, and they need to make sure they don't give up anything for free and put it even further out of reach.
So down the field, 35 seconds. Here's Brad. Got it through 1 player out of boost. Won't be able to chase this one up the wall. He's got a player in the midfield. There's the pass down. Blocked at the point of contact. Follow-up also blocked. Excellent defense. 11 stands up strong, and they've kept their net perfect. Brad gonna look for a goal here, but off the backboard, it's cleared away. And out to Card. 18 seconds left. Game getting further and further out of reach. Brad into the midfield. They need to score on this touch, and Drops gets it off to the corner. Card will get a clear back to the other side again. And at this point, we're basically over. 5 seconds left, and you're not going to be able to get 2 goals in that amount of time. Wonderful effort from No Mercy, but a few key whiffs throw this game away.
Yeah, definitely can't get 2 here at this point, but honestly, I thought it was actually a pretty well-played game here from No Mercy. I mean, yeah, they were getting beat on a couple of things. As Kaio and Card are going to be able to turn in a 0-second 3-0 lead. Just a great little dribble here. 1 bounce and a little backflip into the middle. But like I was saying, I really think No Mercy actually played a pretty solid game. Like you said, it was really just a couple of misses that put them in some real bad spots. But that last second shove, or that last 30 seconds or so, actually looked pretty good from them. They were able to match up nicely, get a couple of shots on target, force 11s to respect what they can do on offense. And if they clean up those defensive whiffs a little bit, I think they'll look a lot better there in game 2. But I think definitely you're seeing 11s, why they were the favorite at the start of the day, really in the driver's seat for pretty much the entire match.
Yeah, everybody here from 11's getting a goal, 2 saves as well, 4 saves, excuse me. I said 2 assists is what I meant there. 4 saves from Tander, did a lot of work in the net. Only 5 shots though from No Mercy. That was kind of the key from them. Was the few times we saw them in offense did look strong, but just not really getting a lot of meaningful shots on target versus 11's, who was able to put the pressure on. And in No Mercy's defense, I agree with you. I think No Mercy looked pretty strong, looked good overall. When they were in there putting the pressure on, they were meeting 11's toe-to-toe. It was just these few moments of, oh dear, we made a mistake, and 11's was right there to capitalize. And that was the difference between winning and losing game number 1. So we get into game number 2.
And you know, I'm thinking where you really want to see No Mercy step it up is they need to give a lot more credit to 11's challenge game, because they were up in a reasonable amount of time for a lot of them, but they were just playing them too low. And that felt like a lot of the challenges got pushed right over the No Mercy players' heads when they were going for those challenges. So I think if they adjust how they approach 11's challenge game, they might find themselves with a bit more success. Great command there from Drops to take that around his goal as well.
Yeah, important too. He was the only player back for his team. He needed to play that one cleanly and keep any shots from materializing. Did exactly that. And now Reppy off the wall, gonna miss it. Here's Tander with control up against Brad, looking for a pass off the defender. Bounces out, lofts it up, gets a pass Reppy, but it's a setup for Drops, who nearly gets this one on target. Cleared away by Card. Follow-up from Brad is going to be off to the edge. I think he was looking for maybe a flip reset, but at midfield, there's not going to be much he can do with that. Tanner back out to Card. Nice setup to beat 1 defender. Brad off the wall will come back down in the midfield. We'll see Kaio with a long clear. Put it onto the backboard. Here comes the counterattack. No Mercy's counterattacks very quick. going to have to look out for your 11s here. Oh, there comes a double tap, and he misses the second touch. It was a good setup, but the second touch there put it just wide of the goal.
Ooh, but you are starting to see a bit more of the teeth of that no mercy offense. I mean, really catching the defense of 11's flat-footed there in the goal, and they were kind of just hoping that the shot was off, and thankfully for them it was, but this is a good look for No Mercy here in Game 2. If they can just keep up this pressure, a nice job from Brad to hold on to possession.
3:10 on the clock, still 0-0. An infield pass to Brad will finally connect. 1-2, and it goes in. That's the first goal for No Mercy.
And this is a tight window to get this through. Drops. Has to put that out into the middle somewhere. He had two teammates, one to his right and then Brad up in front of him. So he just cuts it left, and that is a tough shot from Brad to get all the way around that ball. Still squeeze it in between that goalpost. So beautiful shot from Brad. And 11's going to have to work from behind here in Game 2 with a big bump from Tander. Card too far forward. Kyle gets way too aggressive. And this could be trouble here for 11's again.
Brad chooses to bail on the play. Possibility he could have gone for bumps there, but chose to be safe instead. They've got the lead. Let's hold on to it. Not throw it away on being too aggressive. There'll be more opportunities later on. Brad tries to go for this ball. Flops to the midfield, drops off his own backboard. Going to attack the full length of the field, and Card's got to get up and make a stop in front of his box. Tander back down. Under Brad. Got one in front of him here. Tucks it behind him. Drops, also bites on it. Kyle and Card could possibly connect here and tie up the game, but Kyle's pass not good enough for Card. He's going to hang back and play the third man instead. Gets a setup for Tander in the midfield now, as Repi will try to pass back down to Brad. There's a shot, but Kyle will send it away. And now the counterattack. Here's Card. Going to get the bait on one. Shoots behind the other. Tie game.
Card working his way in between defenders. Beautiful fake here on Repi, and drops nose. Oh, I have to defend that far side, and Card times it perfectly. Waits until the very last moment. As soon as he sees that Card jump, smacks it right behind him. A+ from Card there on the execution.
Oh, Card will catch this one off of kickoff. Won't be that immediate pressure. So No Mercy tries to pour it on. Here's Tander down to the corner. We saw No Mercy with the lead. They were able to hold on to it for about a minute, and now we see 11's trying to take it right back. Repi heavily bumped in net, but just Brad's and drops loose to play. Drops had to hang back. Repi across the field. Try to connect with drops, no touch.
And that's kind of that interesting scenario that you can find yourself in every now and again as a defense, where you see everybody on the defense at the midfield waiting for you to find that clear, and you just have too much time and too much space, so you're trying to make adjustments, and your teammates come try and help you out. And that's when you can get yourself into some trouble if you don't execute it right. And No Mercy still trying to work out because of that one missed pass. As here comes Card, and that is skied way high. This is going nowhere now.
But nobody touched it on the backboard. Two defenders bite. If Kyle could just get the pass to Tander. Here comes for the play. Goes to the slot. Touch. Drops. Gets in the way. What a stop. And now the counterattack from No Mercy. 44 seconds on the clock and tied up at one apiece. What a stop from Drops. The defense had collapsed, and he stuck his thumb in the hole in the die. Kept this one alive. And now looking for the play on the other end. Card with a stop. Repi gets in the way twice. Now up against Tander trying to stop in the midfield. With 30 seconds left, it's a tie game, and it could go in either direction. Here's Kyle to try and get the win. Gets the soft touch. Repi gets a stop. And oh no, it still goes in from Kyle. I can't believe he got that much behind it.
Oh, that's so sad for Repi. That is the world's most heroic save, and the only reason he doesn't make it back is because Kyle clipped him as he was falling into the goal, pushed him all the way out to the side. And so Kyle gets the quicker recovery and jams it home with 20 seconds. Oh, it's so sad if you're a No Mercy fan.
Oh, they've still got a chance, though. This game very different than the last one. They've scored here, and it's only a one-goal game. Here comes Brad onto the backboard. Kyle's loose on it. Gets still in the way of Repi on the block. Now Card through the air. Just going to take it, hold on to it, flip reset once, maybe twice. Nearly scores a goal. 11's will steal this one in the waning moments.
That was a fantastic final minute, I think. A lot of great play on both sides of the ball, but A great mind game from Card and a well-executed counterattack from Kaio. Take game 2 away from No Mercy, and No Mercy came out there firing. That was a much improved game after what you saw in the first one. So excellent show overall from No Mercy. Again, great defensive stops, of course, on a couple of tough plays, and really just came down to the execution of 11s is what beat him here. And that's obviously not the result you want if you're No Mercy, but you don't feel too bad about it because you made them beat you, and you know you played the game you wanted to here in game 2.
No, it felt like the key difference between game 1 and game 2 was just the lack of critical damning whiffs from No Mercy. They didn't make any like massive mistakes that got punished, and so we had a very even ball game. They got to perform well on the offense as well. But yeah, man, that one fake into the changeup back post shot was so good from Card.
Yeah.
And now here they are on match point already, looking to sweep them.
Oh,
go through to next weekend. Tanner gets blocked. And now Drop's gonna try and get this one away. Kyle's got control, still got 24 boost, and he's got a chance to put this one on. Card was there as well. Nice deflection. Kyle's up for it on an open net. They got them both to bite, and that's the first goal.
This is exactly what makes South American offenses so fun to watch. Talk about the misdirection where they go for this air dribble, pull off at the last second, and let the guy diving out of the midfield blast one in the top right. The defense still somehow makes the save, because I know I would have been absolutely crushed by that. And No Mercy, I mean, talk about having to pick the right card out of the whole deck. And unfortunately, they didn't realize they had to get another one.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate play that they both had to react, assuming that the play would be over if they didn't. So you almost don't blame them on the double commit there. It's just tragic that had they not double committed, they would have actually probably not let that go in at all, as Kyle's follow-up shot was just make sure it goes between the posts kind of shot. Here's Drops for it. Nice block from Kyle at the point of contact. Now Reppy going to take it to the wall. He's got 30 boost in his tank. He's going to take it down here, but can't get underneath the ball to get any sort of reset. So Card will have a clear. And Tanner now controls. Pops into the midfield. Kyle up for it, on target and in. Are you kidding me? What a pass play.
Just catching No Mercy slightly too far forward. Tander with the bomb up the pitch, and Kaio, TG1. Talk about going up there and getting it in traffic. 2 people in front of him, just able to edge the nose over the top of the ball and squeeze it under the crossbar. Great transition from 11s.
Yeah, what a counterattack. Drops tried to put this one under the hood of Reppy, see if they can get their first goal. Brad now to Reppy on the side. Nice placement. Picard blocks it. Follow from Brad is good. Excellent offense. And there's the plays that got No Mercy this far into the event.
Very well done here, Reppy. It's not a good shot, but that's not its intended purpose. If it goes in, it goes in. It's more just to force the defense to respect it, and Brad, waiting on the midfield for potentially bad clear, is rewarded. Cut the lead in half, and No Mercy still in this one.
3:33 on the clock. Kyle to the air. Reppy a little bit marooned here in his box. Gets it out to the side, beats one, looks for a bump on 2, but no, Card gets away with it, and now nice and soft onto the backboard, looking for the double tap behind the goalie. Kyle couldn't quite get there, though. It had to bounce one more time, and that gave time for the defenders to get up and in the way. Now Card back in midfield, drops up for it. Excellent read. You've got to be joking. What a block.
Drops. How do you keep making miracle save after miracle save? Brad trying to equalize, get the flip reset, Kyle, DG1, huge save. Drops is gonna have to scramble back because I don't think No Mercy really has a play here. No. And it's ripped towards the goal and tipped to safety by, again, Drops.
Drops is the defensive mastermind. Yeah, I'm still thinking about that block, though. He'll probably be shooting about right here in the sky. Let me get up and in the way of that. Don't know how he does it.
Big brain Drops.
Yep, here's Kyle on the outfield pass, looking for a second one, blocked by Drops on the backboard. And now the goalie gets bumped away. Brad on the rotation in will play it to his corner. Now downfield pass, Card takes it, and blocked by Reppy. Oh my goodness, the defense holds. They're keeping it close, keeping him honest. But Kyle now through the air, 30-10. He's got a flip reset, blocked by Brad in the air. The defense of No Mercy continues to be so stalwart. And a shot from Card on what was actually an overcommitment that could have been a difference maker. The ball will go wide, and Kyle now trying to put more pressure on. It's met by Reppy.
And 11's doing an excellent job in the midfield, making sure they don't get too greedy for anything and allow a freebie back the other way. That takes a lot of game sense to realize that you don't have to push too hard here while still playing good enough to put the pressure on your opponents.
My goodness, the double commit in the goal that actually wasn't a double commit but a pinch. That was super cool. And now they're nearly going to get beat by Kyle up against 3, but it won't quite go in. Now Tander with control being challenged by Reppy, gets it off of his hood and across midfield. Drops challenging up behind him here to see if he can pick up whatever's left over. The pinch goes in. No way. Drops ties the game.
Drops again, pulls another rabbit out of the hat. What?
Wild.
I mean, if you're Kyle on the goal line there, you're like, how in the world does that go in? Or Card, either one. That's just ridiculous.
Absolutely wild. And a tie game now from Team No Mercy, who have yet to get a win in the series. Up against Match Point, they've got to win this one if they want to stay alive. How about it? Come from behind. Kyle looking to pass to Tander, maybe. Plays it to the backboard. Brad will just go for the dribble. Challenges through one, boosts back in behind the ball, but now I think a little bit out of resources and still managing to get the stops. What a play. Brad puts them single-handedly back on the offense. And then things start to fall apart at the midfield line actually here. It goes back out to Kaio, over and into the corner. Drops. Excellent touch off the back wall, plays it to midfield. Tander into the air, 40 boost to work with. Looking for the pass to Kyle. Kyle wasn't quite there. Not a good read from him, but the bumps on the Brad might be enough to stop the offensive push. Drops, gets it over the top. 30 seconds left. Kyle not in a great spot. Here's Reppy. Back in front, 2 players away. Kyle on the edge here. Drops has got to cover him up and does. Still tied, looking for the silver goal at the end of regulation. Tander out to Card. Onto the backboard, looking for the tap, and gets it! You gotta be joking! 3-2 now, and they're gonna look for the sweep.
11's work their own bit of magic. Tandered up to Card on the wall, drops, slightly mistimes the power clear, undershoots it just a little bit, and Card drills a double tap with 13 left. What a No Mercy dude here.
They got to score. That's their only option. Reppy down the field, up to Drops, beaten by Card and into empty space. Brad will try to keep this one alive and does so. Does he have enough boost to reach it though? Card back into the box once more. Kyle to cover it up, looks for one more buzzer beater, and it's blocked away. Nobody can have any boost here from No Mercy. Drops though, actually does have boost. Looks for the flip reset, down under the hood of one. They couldn't quite keep control of. Valiant effort on a game I was already calling dead. Not going to work out, though. 11s take the sweep and advance to next weekend.
That really was a fantastic showing from No Mercy. A 0-3 does not do them any credit here for this series. Yes, game 1, I think, got a little bit away from them, but games 2 and 3 were an absolute battle. And I am looking forward to their 2-2 round. But either way, 11's going to qualify for next weekend in a 3-1 fashion. They looked good doing it. A lot of great transitions, some very clean presence of mind, I think, and very good game management, knowing that they don't have to stretch each other too thin and put themselves in too many bad spots. Very well thought out rotations from 11's, and I think that's what got them the win here.
It was a beautiful, valiant effort. Huge props. I feel like the MVP in the losing effort for me was Drops. And he only got 2 saves in this game. I think those 2 plus the other 5 were all highlight moments. The guy was absolutely insane to watch, and I can't wait to see him play a little bit later on. But that does conclude round 4. We're not going to take a quick break. Get round 5 set up. We'll be right back on the RLCS.
In front to Chris, and he will score. That's been one constant as well. They get this ball to Chris, and it is no contest.
Oh yeah, there's no way you're blocking that, especially that pass downfield from Chris all the way up to Ian Pinheiro, who's sitting in that corner. Great 1-2-1 combo, and Carnage Gaming looking to put Era Eternity to bed.
Era's got to be incredibly frustrated. They score so early, and their lead is gone in the blink of an eye. The ball's going after Fossey. Knocked him right to the opposite end of the goal, but the ball didn't get to the net in time, so the shot doesn't find the mark. Now Ian just trying to delay a little bit. Everybody's boosted up and back in position as Fossey can play this out of the zone, and Era's got to go back to the drawing board.
Oh, and they're going to have numbers here. This is a 3v2. Chris just got bumped at midfield, and Ian with another clutch save. Both of the ones he's gotten didn't count, so just put it on your penciled in scoreboard at home because he's got two huge ones to give them the lead.
Unbroken now. Challenged by Ian. Subballs goes right around him like he wasn't even there. Subballs out of gas, however. So Unbroken will have to restart the attack. This does get all the way through. Fossey's in an awkward spot, and this will bounce in from Wells for the 4th time this series.
You can't fault Fossey here. You expect Ian to get that, and he goes, wait, you don't have it? And slams his face into the side of the net. Oh, you hate to see it, but I love to see a tie ball game.
Big kickoff here with the teams tied up at 2 goals apiece. Subhall's looking to set up another opportunity. That kicks out a little too far for Unbroken. And all he can do is try to play keep away, and he's done so brilliantly. Only Chris is back. Wells one-on-one, and he scores again!
Oh, baby, a hat trick in the first half of game number 3. This kid is putting his team on his back right now, trying to will them to victory.
It's one of those that we see so often, just a give me the ball and get out of my way performances, as Wells is determined to keep Era Eternity alive. Got to make a stop here and does so, but he's taken off the field by Ian. That's exactly what Carnage has to do if they want to try and close this series out. Chris is right there. He's got Ian coming up as well. Numbers, it's 3-on-1, now 3-on-2.
Oh, no.
The shot is wide, and now it's Carnage just suffering from post-itis, as Era was early in the series.
Oh, if Unbroken hits that, that is an open net to extend the lead. That's a great demo in the box. But Wells able to get up in time. And speaking of Wells, he's off the pitch. He just spawned back. Isn't in time. We will see as Chris steals that ball away. They are just suffocating Era Eternity on offense right now.
Wells may have to give way. He's still hanging around. That prevented Subhalls from going. And at least a good thing, they stave off the attack for now. Chris, great pass out to Fossey. What a selfless play, and we're tied.
Just hands the ball to him on a silver platter. Chris just battling in the orange half all alone. Sees Fossey coming back from grabbing that midfield boost. And he slots it low and away from all the defenders. Just like that, Stacks, we're all tied up again.
How are these guys 1-2? I mean, I get that they lost, a 5-gamer to a team that's 2-1 right now, Legacy, but they are not playing like a team that's on the brink of elimination.
You know why? Because this is the majors, baby, and all these teams are here to perform.
Yeah, they're bringing it. They are bringing it. Fossey blocks this shot away. Couldn't keep the attack alive, though. Chris's shot is right there at Unbroken. That's saved by Fossey. Officially the first save on the scoreboard for Carnage Gaming in Game 3. They've had a few other blocks.
What the?
This skips all the way downfield. Sure, a little physics bomb. I guess that works. Now Unbroken. Imagine if Era score off of this, because Chris didn't get the
it's here.
Subballs up high for Wells. And
there it is.
No, Subballs is waiting, but Unbroken couldn't come up. And it's just hanging there. Subhall's shot is blocked by Chris again, and we remain tied at 3. But right now, Carnage, I mean, they've got to be just screaming in comms right now, trying to get this ball out of the zone. They finally do. Fossey having a mess at midfield. Final seconds will tick away. We deserve an OT, and we'll get it in Game 3.
I don't know how that ball stayed in Carnage's half for so long. It just seemed to be dangling there like an ornament on a Christmas tree. But here comes Fossey looking to end Era, but no. Subhall's keeping the dream alive, and that's a great bump from Wells at midfield. But unfortunately, a little too far away, and Carnage going to maintain possession here.
Just a little off the mark was Chris. Counterattack from Wells. Can he do it again? No, it's Ian Pinheiro with the save, but Subhall's right there. Now Unbroken has options, but doesn't even get the ball. So opportunity now for Carnage Gaming. Bossy, oh, he's got his flip, but just didn't get any power on it. Now,
oh, there it is.
Subhall's going after Ian downfield, and it's deflected away.
Well, the idea there of Subhall's just pushing downfield, playing fullback, looking to take out the last defender. And Subhall's a little awkward there at midfield, can't quite catch up. Great ball control there from Chris, just to get that ball away and make Era Eternity use a lot of boosts. The first minute has already come and gone here in overtime, and it has just kept me on the edge of my seat. This one's going towards net. Subhall's last man back, able to poke it downfield, and Era Eternity get this one away and give themselves a little time to recollect.
That's a great job by Subhall's not panicking. There were 2 attackers in the zone, but they weren't charging. He was able to collect himself and not just give the ball back. Fossey right at Wells, so his shot gonna set up an opportunity again, but Fossey could throw this off to the corner and won the race to that corner boost. What can he do with that boost? He has nobody to support him. He may not need them. Oh, Unbroken made the stop. And now Chris is up in support. That's going to go well wide. Can Ian get a piece of this? He certainly can.
Safe. No one there.
We have Fossey coming up a little late, and Wells will play right over him. So now Subhall's for Era. Throwing one netward. Will there be a rebound? No, it's off to the corner, and that goes back into the Era zone, and things should slow down a little bit.
This overtime is so fun right now, Stacks. You can just feel how badly Era Eternity want this game. They want to stay alive in this series. Normally, yeah, you could talk about it, but this team is just showing their emotions on their sleeve right now with how they're playing.
They understand the sense of urgency is certainly there, and you know what? You don't always get that in every region. Chris will throw this off to the corner. Well,
no way.
Out of that same corner for Unbroken to prolong the series.
What a beautiful pass out of the corner. The catch and the dish right on the goal line, and Unbroken puts it in and keeps Era Eternity alive.
And we talked so much about Wells and how instrumental he was in that game with, of course, the hat trick very early on. He had a hat trick right at the halfway mark. He has the assist that sets up the game winner from Unbroken. Great pass, nice shot, good game. Let's go to game 4.
Yeah, let's do it. So ready up so we can get there. I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to everyone. I want to get this show on the road. This is great. This is what we came here for, Stack. South America is not letting down. They are putting everything on the line, and when you expect to see a team just kind of like roll over and accept defeat, they fight even harder. Era Eternity kept alive just on the will alone of Wells. 100% goal participation there in game number 3. And if you're Carnage, you've got to do whatever you can to make sure he's not involved in the offensive plays.
I have never not had fun casting some South American Rocket League, and this match is certainly
what a save!
To it. Oh, what a save by Unbroken! Fossey had him dead to rights, but still he made the save.
I don't know how he even got a touch on that. That's incredible, and Subhall's gets a save there, weathering the early storm here from Carnage Gaming, but it's not over as great rotations and positioning from all of the players on Carnage right now are...
Oh, this goes across the face of the goal. You know, you can explain everything, I think, with something you said earlier, Subi. It's the major. At this point, sure, anybody can beat a team twice, but can you beat a team that third time? Can you get that elusive third dub to knock them down, and in this case, knock them out? Era have made it painstakingly difficult. Chris will float one up. Fossey didn't quite have the flip he needed. So now Unbroken trying to play one through Ian. Wells right at Fossey. We know he's not going to be gun shy. He will shoot a lot. Subballs blocked by Fossey this time. Wells is there yet again. Could not get the ball central. And that's a good stand defensively by Carnage.
So Unbroken just rotated back to net, which right play, but he left that midfield boost. And whether or not you're full or not, give your boost a little tap just to drain it, even by 1 point, so you can steal that midfield boost away from your opponents and not allow them to keep that pressure on you. That's one of those things where it's like just a little bit of heads up on things like that can make Era Eternity change from a good team to a great team.
They're too nice.
Exactly.
Be less, be less Canadian. You know, be selfish. Here's Wells throwing one out to the corner. Trying to play through Ian. This time Ian does get the better of him on the challenge. He hasn't often in this series. Wells has been great, especially on the sides. He's been great everywhere, let's be honest. Makes a stop there.
What a save.
Chris, oh, what a stop by Subballs. Battling through Fossey to make that save. And now looking to set up a play himself. It is Wells. No, follow-up is saved as well.
This is going to be a dangerous play.
Has to get back in a hurry.
Oh.
And they survive. Chris is going to want that one back, especially if they can't close it out here in game 4. Imagine the pressure that's going to be on the shoulders of Carnage now if they can't close it out here and they've got to worry about their third chance to go on into round 5.
Yeah, the pressure will be like they're at the bottom of the Marianas Trench if they go into a game 5. All of it will be on them, but Fossey bombing this one downfield. Chris can't catch up as Wells able to steal that boost. It was his. He had the rights to it, but Ian Pinheiro couldn't get the bump or demo on Subhalls, and this is going to be an offensive chance. That's a pass. That's a shot. And it's a save. You're kidding me. We remain tied here in game number 4.
98-point-something% across the line, I'm sure. And it still stays out. Oh my goodness. Now this back the other way. Chris will have it over towards Ian. Good tandem defense to get out of the zone. But look at this coming right back in. Wells looking to drop it down on target. No, it goes behind Chris, but way off the mark. Little greedy there. Wonder if it would have been better served getting the pass back instead. Like here, Ian over to Fossey. Did not make contact. Doesn't mean the play is over. Now it is as Subballs pops it away, and now it is Era's turn back on the attack.
1 minute to go, Stacks. We're nearing that golden goal territory to where the next team that scores could very well secure the victory. That's a great demo. That's a great shot, but a better save by Wells to keep the dream alive as Subhalls bombs it downfield. It's on target. Subhalls is barreling down, but just missed the ball there. Sure, you would love another swing at that one. Oh, what a redirect!
Oh, what a redirect from Unbroken! This is crazy! He knows the defender's there, and he has the wherewithal to not just throw it high, he puts it right on target, indefensible.
Oh my goodness, 88 miles per hour as well. Good luck saving that. Even luck isn't going to help you there. And Era Eternity get the 1 goal, 40 seconds to go from game number 5.
As a defender, the way this series has gone, you're just not expecting that. The shot coming in from that far out, okay, I've got time to save it.
I don't care who you are. You don't expect that shot ever. I mean, I was sitting there watching, no way he makes contact with that. And somehow not only does he make contact, but he puts it on target that fast? You're kidding me.
Now Unbroken through Chris as Carnage now has to scramble to go the length of the field. 10 seconds plus whatever time they can manage with the ball in the air, but not gonna matter. All's Wells that ends Wells, and he sets up Unbroken again.
This kid is incredible. That pass is absolute filth, and Unbroken puts the exclamation point on game number 4. And ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. We're going to game 5.
Yes, we are. And why not add another? Well, okay, there's a little bit of the old era. Putting one up. What a performance after going down 0-2 in this series. A rather kind of a heartbreaking first couple of games for them. They have finally broken through. The shots are finding the target, Subi, and the plays are being finished, which hadn't happened early on. Now we go to game 5 and all bets are off.
And
now.
I think it's just due to the volume of shots they're producing now. Era Eternity in games 1 and 2 just weren't there on offense, especially game number 2 where they got shut out, and not gonna happen again. Era Eternity has completely flipped the script here and turned into an offensive powerhouse. I don't know where it came from. I don't know how it came about, but I love it, and I want more of it.
Well, we will get one more. On to Champions Field. It wouldn't be us if we didn't end up here at least once. Here we go. 5 minutes on the clock. Can Era complete the reverse sweep? With Wells on their side, be hard to bet against him. He's lurking on the side here. Subball's going to make a turn to be in position to play this ball with Fossey staying on the goal line, and he made the save.
That's just a weak shot from Subhalls. Great shot. I mean, you're able to get the touch to put it on target, but you got to get some power behind that one, and preferably try and put it right underneath the crossbar with the defenders sitting on the goal line, because it is so hard to jump up that quickly, as this is going to be another opportunity. Subhalls can't get it around Fossey, but I love that they are just immediately on offense to start game number 5.
Subhalls for Wells, the Grim Reaper, but he misses just wide. And now Ian Pinheiro looking for Chris. The combination has been there for the first half of the series, but it's gone dormant in the second half. They need to get Chris going again as Ian is all the way back. He'll have Chris still downfield. Can he set one up for Fossey? Does not charge in as Unbroken has that all the way. Fossey will try again. This will kick out to Ian, and Wells is all over him, not even giving him time to breathe.
I don't like that clear. I don't mind seeing it one time, but don't do it again. Unbroken just launches it to keep the defense respecting those shots, and I love the idea that he's gonna be dangerous, but Wells puts it just a little too far behind the defender as it rings off the post. And Carnage Gaming stay alive here as it's still all tied up.
The only game in this series that had not been decided by one goal might as well have been a one-goal game. It was game 4. Everything else we've had a couple overtimes. Wells up top will drop this one down and in, and that, Subi, is his 6th goal of this must-win series.
That is just an incredible read. That pass off the backboard, brilliant, but the read even better, and the shot placement picture perfect. Era Eternity firing on all cylinders.
Winner goes to round 5. The loser done and out of the major. Unbroken pops this one up, as it has been all Era Eternity since the start of game 3. Wells looking for another. He cannot be stopped.
The boy is on fire. My goodness. His teammates doing a great job of continuing to feed the hot hand, and 2-goal advantage in favor of Era Eternity. Stacks, I can't remember the last time I've seen a player take over a game like this, especially on such a massive stage.
Wells has 7 goals in this series. Carnage Gaming has 8, and believe me, most of them, the vast majority, came in the first couple of games, which, well, one of them was absolutely a shootout. Subhalls denied by Ian Pinheiro, as now Carnage has to find a way to get past Wells. They do. Now they've got to crack the Era defense, which has been nearly impossible the past few games.
I mean, I don't know what happened. The first game, it was just wide open, and it seemed like Carnage was scoring at will and keeping the ball on offense, rather, at will. And right now, their defense is impermeable. They cannot let anything through right now. It's a sight to behold, as Subhall is just going to slow this one down, let his teammates rotate back to defense. That was a really smart play on defense there.
A loose ball that is free for Subhalls to play all the way downfield, right at Wells, the last guy Carnage wants to see with the ball, but this is the guy Carnage wants. Chris, their leading scorer, gonna play table center for Fossey, but he backflipped. Ian will throw it up for Fossey. Still got the push to go for it, but Subhalls makes the save.
Here comes Wells. He was looking for the bump on Ian, rolling through that corner, but way off of his mark. But a minute and a half to go, and right now you think Era Eternity, good demo from Chris, but Subhalls, good rotations, but that's not a good pass. Unbroken got bumped by Chris and was able to recollect himself, get back on his wheels, and make that save. And with a minute 15 to go, Stacks, right now, Era Eternity needs to go for the long clears, keep that ball nice and high, and force Carnage Gaming to use all of their boost and just make that clock tick down.
And it is ticking inside 1 minute. Vasi got this one out, but nobody's there. Chris a little late getting into the play. And now they've got to throw caution to the wind. Down a pair of goals. 1 minute to go. Big clear needed by Unbroken. Exactly what Dr. Subi ordered. Now Chris looking for Fossey at midfield. He's got him, but so there is Unbroken. So Ian will try. He's over one. Fossey redirect back to Ian, and Wells got in the way of that shot as well. Fossey to Chris. He needs to score and does not with 30 to go. Every opportunity that goes by the wayside, more valuable seconds tick off the clock. And if Eric could even put one more in, they would certainly end it. And that does not go in. It's off the crossbar.
I thought it was going in too.
Gotta get down
they have to score right here.
Yeah, got to score now to give yourself a shot at a kickoff goal. Time is running out. Got to have it. Ian, no, he's denied by Wells. And how fitting. The man who put Era on his shoulders saves him at the end. Era Eternity pulls off the reverse sweep.
And does so emphatically. You have got to be kidding me. They come out and put on a masterclass of how to just keep your resolve and keep your mind in the game. They did not get down whatsoever, and it just seemed like they knew that they were going to win this game. The confidence displayed by this team and by Wells alone was nothing short of amazing. This is a performance that you could look back on in a year and just be like, yep, that was a great team to watch.
Look back on this when we start looking at teams that get into the World Championship later on down the line with a performance like that out of Wells for Era Eternity. If they can manage to get into the playoffs, imagine all the points they're going to get. If they can make a run then. It started right there in round 4 with their backs against the wall. Let us know if you have seen any performance single-handed like that out of Wells. I can't think of one. But at us, at RL Esports, use the hashtag RLCX. You don't even have to post. Just follow along, post some memes. FDOT will look at them. He'll critique them.
Lots of
whatever.
cheems. Lots of cheems for FDOT.
Yes, lots and lots and lots of cheems. Holy cow. Hey, round 5 is coming your way next. We have one more match to go here in the South American Major.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your fears I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel it for you inside. So there won't be no fear tonight. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me Gibbs and Dex, and we are watching the fall split major for South America. We just watched 11s versus No Mercy, so let's take a look at the replays as we break this one down. Dex, how do you feel about this match?
Oh, this was definitely an interesting match that we had here. 11s was dominating completely. The guys of the guys of No Mercy. Well, the guys of No Mercy tried to do it really well. Actually, they were playing really well, but they couldn't against 11s. I thought this was gonna be a 3-2, probably a 3-1, but hey, 11s dominating.
Yeah, that's the scary part, because sure, like if they win this game against a lower seeded team, it's like, okay, they were expected. But this is a team that is 4th in points in No Mercy, and they just came out and made them look like they don't even belong at this major at times. Like 11s is that good when they show it. They obviously had one big upset early on. They still make it through with that 3-1 and get that 3rd seed.
Well, to talk about that upset earlier and all the rest of their day, from 11's Coach Nicholas is joining us on the line. Nicholas, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course, man. We got to talk about it. Gibbs just mentioned it there. You know, a little hiccup at the beginning of the day. Can you just break down what happened there? You know, was it you got caught off guard, or was it, you know, the opponent stepping up past what you thought they would?
I'm gonna be honest. Our shooting accuracy was terrible. I think game 5 we went. I think we scored 2 goals from 18 shots, and they scored 3 from 5. Which fair play to them. I know they have a hard last round. Hopefully they make it through. But upsets happen, and it's just kind of a wake up call.
So as a coach, you have an easy job when you have a team that is the best team. But when you lose, it doesn't happen often. So how do you bounce back from that when you have this team that is so dominant that these losses don't come that often?
I think the main reason they honestly brought me in was mentality, because I am one of the newer coaches in the scene. And that's the main thing we've worked on, to be able to bounce back when upsets happen. There's no team that's going to go perfect ever unless you're Dignitas Season 6, right? But, you know, just back to replay review, resetting ourselves, and it's kind of nice to have these upsets, especially in a situation like this, in a Swiss stage, where you can go, all right, well, now we have a week to review and refocus. And now there's that fire back in us to make sure we don't get complacent and we don't get upset again.
So for almost 4 seasons now, 11 has been at the top of South America, but recently with the latest seasons and tournaments, we've seen that the gap between the top teams and the rest of the region is narrowing now. So how do you feel about this, and what are your plans to keep at the top of the region?
Obviously, I'm very excited that there's more talent in South America. Just as a fan, I want to see the region grow more and more. I think there's a big shift toward more of a North American European meta, especially with teams like True Neutral playing a very defensive playstyle, or Noble with their very demo heavy playstyle, very similar to Alpine. Just making sure we scrim more, do replay reviews, 2 hours of work a day.
That's right. You got to keep that grind up. Now, I just want to kind of follow up on what Dex said there and talk about maybe some teams that might be on your radar. You know, who gives you guys the most trouble? And do you think there's any few teams that might be stepping up and trying to take that throne away from you guys soon?
Definitely Noble. We've played them who knows how many times in the past 3 weeks, since it was really, really close series. And obviously they went 3-0 today. Really glad they're on the other side of the bracket. Right. No Mercy. Even after that series, that is a team that consistently does really well against us in scrims, and it's also one of the 2 teams that have beaten us since I've joined 11s, or one of the 3 now with Atypical. But honestly, those 2 are the main ones I don't want to face until finals.
That's fair. Either way, it's good to see, as we've heard that across a few teams. You know, they always want to play 11s. They're like, we want to face 11s. And you guys are saying, too, this is great that we're seeing all these other teams step up. Again, it just speaks, as I said in the pre-show, to the determination, I think, of this region just to be really good. And you can see them all doing whatever they can to make it there. So congrats on making it through. You got past that hiccup and you guys make it to next week. And Nicholas, thank you so much for joining us and giving some of your time.
Thank you very much, man. Have a nice night.
You as well. And there's Nicholas from 11s. Again, Gibbs, I was just talking about that. Like, it's just that determination is just really cool to see, that no matter what, everyone's doing their best to just keep getting better.
And when you have one of these teams that is the best in the region, they want competition because they can get complacent and not get better themselves. So when we do go back to international lands, if they don't have that competition, it's going to be very difficult to play up to par versus these other regions. So it is great for them. It is great for the scene to see all these new faces here.
Well, let's take a look at the standings now, as we have only 1 round left to get through with only 3 spots, 6 teams fighting for them. Just looking at who's made it through and who hasn't. Any upsets here for your Dex on the day?
Oh, definitely. We just had 2 upsets here. The guys from Right Light won against Draken Esports, one of the best teams in the region. So many consider Draken one of the top 6 teams from South America, and Right Light here is giving the surprise. And we got Air Eternity winning against Carnage Gaming, which is also a big surprise.
More importantly, Leaf, we got a quarterfinal right. We've done this segment 4 or 5 times, and no one's ever got one right. I did it, Leaf. We got PDHM versus Noble, the 4 or 5 seed. They will play versus one another for that playoff bracket. I am a Sam expert. We all know this from the Spring Series. We're bringing it back here. Watch out.
Dex, this is the part of the day that I never look forward to, and it's when Gibbs gets to say I'm right.
Once in a while.
You guys want to take him? You want to take him to South America? He'll just be with you. He's an expert. Take him away, please.
Yeah, no, we're gonna pay some Spanish lessons for Gibbs, and we're gonna get it right into South American streams.
Don't do it. My Spanish is very poor. I took it in school, barely passed. Probably not a good idea.
I am looking forward to the day that we get some Gibbs Spanish casting. Get on Twitter, please, at RL Esports, and let them know how much you want Gibbs to do some Spanish casting, because I'd like to see that. But let's take a look at our next matches, because we do have one more round to get through. So let's look at the matches. Coming up on this broadcast, we do have Legacy versus Air Eternity as our second match. And over on the E-League stream, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV, we have No Mercy versus Bright Light. Our first one here is going to be Atypical versus Nocturn. All juicy matches. matches here. This is what it comes down to. Dex, it's all down to 3 spots and 6 teams to make it through. So it's going to be a stressful situation for all these teams.
Only 3 spots remaining, and well, these teams will have to show that they deserved it. And interesting, we have in this match between Atypical and Flow Nocturns. We had that also in the SAM circuit when they were fighting for the last spot for the Grand Series for the second regional. So it's interesting to see. Always one of them gets out. Let's see who is gonna get it this time.
Well, let's talk about Atypical versus Nocturn first up then. Atypical had a nice little start. They're the team that gave 11s that bit of a hiccup Gibbs at the beginning of the day here, but now they've had a bit of a rougher go. They couldn't complete that, nice, short, easy day.
And that's the hard part about Swiss is most times you lose twice and you're out, but now you have to come back from 2 losses in a row to get this win. We've seen this happen to so many teams that start 2-0. It's very difficult to bring that momentum back, and this team is very young, so we'll see if they can. But Nocturnes, for them, they had a forfeit round 1. They just barely made it in time for round 2, so they won that game, and their 3rd round prize was 11s. So they lost that. So they've been playing like on the back foot this entire day. It seems like everything's against them, but they've made it here to the 2-2 round. Now they're just 1 best of 5 away.
Well, you see that Verizon fan vote is up, so make sure you get those hashtags in chat and vote for the team you think is going to pull through here. And while you guys are doing that, very close on this one, actually, Dex. This is, people are a little confused. I'm kind of curious on who you think's going to take this one. If you want to get your predictions out there, because chat can't seem to make up their mind.
So this is gonna be a hard one against. As I was telling you, these teams were fighting for the spot in the regional, for the last spot in the regional, in the last regional of South America. So this is interesting. This time, I think that Flow Nocturnes has been playing against the odds today, and they managed to recover. So I'm gonna go with them.
Gibbs.
I am as well. I have to go with that momentum from Nocturnes. They've been playing on the back foot. They found a way here. The other side for Atypical, they look good early, but again, a very young team. It's very hard to bounce back from 2 losses in a row, so I'll go Nocturnes.
It really is, which is why I'm going to give them all the energy that they're going to need here. I'm going to go with Atypical on this one. Someone's got to back them up, right? Someone's got to give it to them. But before we get into our final round, I got to remind you guys that we are celebrating competition and Pelé's 80th birthday coming up. We are teaming up. We got some great goods coming to you guys tomorrow, as well as a chance for you guys to get your clips on the RLCS broadcast next week on Friday for that next SAM broadcast. So use the hashtag Top Pelé Challenge to get your top Pelés in there. We are not stopping with the puns all weekend long. You're going to hear it. So you better get your clips online. We want to see them. And again, as I said, for a chance to bring them onto the RLCS broadcast. But with that said, we're going to head into our final round over in the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you so much. Leaf, I almost called him a Chiefs, but Chiefs is over to my, which direction is this? If my camera, is it this way? I hope it was. It's gonna be really funny if it wasn't. I'm your Pelé by Pelé caster Wavepunk. I've got what Chiefs here on the color. We're gonna be going through a Atypical versus Nocturn match. Atypical started off the day beating 11s. Nocturn got swept by 11s earlier today, but things seem to have cooled off recently at Chiefs.
Yep, definitely going to be an interesting match. And as I alluded to, Atypical with a big win over 11s, but they easily could have won because it's a marathon, not a sprint. You start hard, and now Atypical finds themselves in round 5 at 2-2. So you got to show everyone that you're not out of gas and you're still capable of the big win.
Well, we'll get into it here. Atypical in the blue, Nocturn in the orange. We've got Nani onto the backboard, and a player who is in the running for my favorite name of all time. I thought Schmoopernator had it cleanly in OC, but Gonk also making a run for best name in all of Rocket League. Here's Cesaro for a shot, blocked by Nani. And now David back up to Nani here, and the cherry pick. Dislike in the back. You get beat by Gonk. Here's Pan with an open net, puts it above the net. That's the goalie gonna miss it, and a follow-up shot from Cesaro is gonna be good. That's the first goal for Nocturn.
Puts it above the net because it's the only choice. I mean, sure, it looks open, but it's not necessarily free. Decides to go for the much easier option, hit it off the wall, let Cesaro score it. I mean, Pan can definitely put that one in the net, but if you're not really comfortable with your angle of approach, just flip it up off the wall one more time. And sometimes the defense is going to get there. In this case, they didn't. Wants to double tap, and Pan says, yeah, Yeah, I can still score the ball. Don't worry, everybody.
Oh my, I love this. So aggressive, just goes for the straight on air dribble, taps it down 2-0. Nocturn Gaming lighting it up. Well, I guess they're probably actually making it dark. They're Nocturn Gaming. They're not, it's the opposite. They don't like the light. There's Dislike up against Cesaro, off to the edge, gets it behind him. But the zoning will be good enough to stop an immediate attack, and oh my goodness, Cesaro's got to get the stop, and now Pan in to get a block, and now the counterattack back the other way. Is anybody here? Just goes for the shot outright. Nice block from Dislike, but the fall from Gonk onto the wall. He's got one teammate in the midfield, but David will cover it up before anything else can materialize. Cesaro tries to make a move to keep the pressure on, but a miss in the midfield will actually be the defining moment here. And it'll stall things out back in front.
Ooh.
There's Gonk to Pan, and it's just good. Gonk scores it.
Gonk, the fast recovery here in the midfield. Dislike just beats one, but the quick dismount beats Nani as he's thinking that he has time to go up there and get that ball, but a nice clean recovery and a quick flick towards the net. Excellent play from Gonk.
3:27. Barely a minute and a half in. And Nocturn Gaming light it up. Here comes another one. No, off the post. Here's the follow from Gonk. Blocked by Dislike. Cesaro gets the quick turn on it. Looks for another shot, but it's off to the edge. Now Gonk up on the wall. He's got Pan in the midfield. Pan's going to go for it. Just a little bit late on the read, though. And Dislike now up against Cesaro. He's got the flick on one. He's got someone to pass to as well. Lost control of the ball, but there's the pass play. Blocked again. And the quick commits here from Atypical. They are constantly on the retreat. Cesaro gets blocked on the first attempt, but here's Gonk at an empty net as everybody from Atypical is just so antsy to get back on offense.
Yeah, you really felt like Atypical needed to score that counterattack. They're down 3 before halftime even reaches there, and you felt like they definitely caught Nocturne shoving a little too hard, but their own counterattack took too long to develop, excuse me. And that means that they just sit here and continue to have to play from behind at a great deficit as Pan and Cesaro trying to work a little bit of midfield magic.
So we got Nani and Dislike. Looking to put pressure on David. We'll have this one for free. David Trox follows it through. Pan with a stop. Nani now. Just hoping for a setup. Didn't find anything. Pan gets a demolition on a Dislikes, paving the way for Gonk. Gets another one. Cesaro's got a whole net to shoot at, but just took too long gaining control of that ball. And the 2 demolitions will not be enough. Not often you say that. 1:48 on the clock, and Atypical now just trying to get on the board.
Tough play for Nani there. Again, so close. I mean, really, Atypical is just pixels away from being able to tip that ball into the middle because they've got the defense beat. Just losing out on that final setup chance where they can't make the touch. And that one was close to being in as Davitrox is trying to jam it through.
Oh, so much pressure from Atypical, but no goals. Is this finally one? No, it's off the crossbar now. Davitrox not quite enough. Nani now looking for Dislike, covered up by Cesaro and out to Pan. The clears from Nocturne Gaming have been so strong. They are always going straight onto a teammate's hood, and it has made their counterattack game so deadly. And that is being exacerbated by the aggression from Atypical. Now in the final minute, you expect the aggression. They've got to be up and on offense. Got to get something on the board, but down by 3 in the final minute. This one's looking over already despite the effort. Dislike wants to go for it, but Gonk is out to the edge. And we'll see Nocturne Gaming continue to play stalwart defense.
Man, and they're so close. There's a great cross into the middle. This needs to be in, but he's just quickly met by Pan. The defensive recovery efforts going on from Nocturnes here in this final minute have really been quite something to watch. I mean, it's 3 people diving left and right. Pan will jam another one in from above the crossbar. And good night, game 1.
Platinum. Oh my goodness, he's trying to turn this ball into a pan pizza, but it squeezes out the bottom end of the goal. That's the second one. He's like pitched off the crossbar and straight down. And that one will absolutely decide the game. No way they're coming back from being down 4 in 20 seconds. Nocturne Gaming lighting this one up. We heard him on the desk. Feeling strong about Nocturne. Atypical's kind of cool run continues here. We've got 2 more games to figure it out.
Yeah, I think Atypical played okay here. I mean, I felt like they definitely caught Nocturnes out a couple of different times there in that game. I mean, Nocturnes shoved real hard. Granted, they were putting on a lot of great pressure out of the midfield and making it tough for them to transition, but there were definitely a few times where it was no trouble for them to break out of the half, get a nice quick push down to the other end. And it's just, you wonder how all of Atypical aren't all on the same page, and it could come down simply to just the guy that needs to be there to follow up a challenge or make the shot just doesn't have the boost and is playing too far back because they don't want to be too aggressive since they're not sure if they'll be able to make the play or what. But one way or the other, so many chances you felt could have come to fruition for Atypical if they had all just been a little bit more on the same page and a little more cohesive. But one way or the other, Pan still drills 2 sick double taps and sets up a pass for two goals and an assist. So, I mean, it's going to be tough beating a team when they're playing like that.
No, Pan doing his best baguette impression there. If there's any bread he is right now, it's French. We'll get into game number 2. How do you cool them off? The thing I want to see from Atypical, I love the coordinated aggression. I love the faith. They're going for it, assuming their teammates are going to be winning the challenges. The problem is actually you have to win the challenges for that play to work out. So if they're able to get that midfield game a little bit stronger, we might see a very different ball game here. Pass back out to Pan. Now David Trox into the air, underneath one, going to try and regain control of this ball. Covers up from Cesaro, excellent challenge. And now the pass down to Dislike. It's just wide of the goal. Oh my goodness, they did everything right except for putting it in the net.
You had him, and this one also going to be in an awkward spot. Cesaro, great command there. Excellent read, but man, you feel for Atypical. That, if there was ever one that was going to go in, it should have been that one. As Pan trying to create havoc there on the goal line. David Trox really just trying to force some presence of field onto that Nocturne's defense, but they're just struggling to hang on to the ball.
3:50 on the clock. At this point, we pretty much had 3 goals already in game number 1, so an improvement on the defensive side of things for Atypical. Dislike to this guy up against Pan. Now back down. See David Trox in the midfield, onto the backboard. Nobody's home. Here comes, Nanny tried. Now Dislike, slow play underneath Gonk. Off the wall, trying to get it past 2, gonna bounce down in. Can David pick this one up? Look for the half flip shot, I guess. Didn't really get the shot or a half flip out of it. I'll pan over to Dislike towards the goal, and Gonk's got the block. There's Nani out of net. 1 for 2 touches, got challenged. The ball will bounce into his box. Dislike takes it to the air. Out of boost, though. He'll have to drop it off, and Gonk onto the backboard once more. Double commit from David, and Nani moves them onto offense. Pan over the top of 2 of them, leaving just David in the backfield. Lost control high in the air. Here comes Gonk for the shot, blocked by David. Follow up from Gonk on the ground now. So it was Pan actually who was up on the challenge. Now Dislike back in front. Pan to the edge. And approaching halftime, still scoreless in what has been a much more defensive game. Excellent defensive stop.
A much more defensive game for Nocturnes, no doubt, but there's one missed touch. Unfortunately, gets too far ahead of him, and now Dislike in a real bad spot, and Pan right down towards the net, but able to make the tip out. Dislike, great recovery effort, though, in an awkward spot.
Dislike cranks it to the net. Goalie handles it just fine. Cesaro now with the challenge. All past 1 in the midfield. Pan's trying to challenge. Dislike gets it around 2 of them. Passes off to David. David Trox through the air. Up against 1. Gets it underneath him. Pan gets the block on the ground. Gronk gets another stop. And now Pan back out. Down the field on the counterattack. That's been so deadly from Nocturne. Now Pan off the edge. Into the corner. Gonk off the wall. Cesaro with the stop. Keeping the ball in offense. David Trox with the attempt to get it out, but here's Pan once more up against 2 goalies. Just sends it on target. Dangerous. Both goalies were up. Falling down out of the sky. Nani will get 1 block, but there's a demolition. Opens it up for Pan. The ball's behind him. Nani can score this, and he does. Pushes it up and in. That's Atypical with the lead.
Yeah, you gotta score this if you don't come up with this touch. I think they just ran out of boost. Yeah, nothing in the tank for him there at the midfield. Went up to try and buy some extra time, but ends up giving away the goal. Tough break for Nocturnes, but they've been playing a lot of defense here in this game. Atypical, slight shot lead. Can they find one more to put it away and tie things up?
Here's the pressure. They back off. Nani had control. And another miss could open up an opportunity. Pan over the top of one. Oh, and another miss on defense. There's a shot from Gonk, covered up by David on the goal line. Cesaro onto the backboard. Doesn't have a second touch. Nani with a long clear. David with the shot. Pan on the respawn, I believe, gets the block. 39 seconds left. Gonk kind of reverse Goomba, I guess.
Ooh.
Up to Pan. Oh, what a shot! Oh, David gets the cover. Dislike on the challenge. Gonk gets it up. No, down the field. David might be able to put in the clincher. Cesaro on the respawn gets the cover up. Now 22 seconds left. Bounces off the ground. This will just wide of the goal. Dislike will challenge it anyways. And now Gonk in the midfield for Cesaro. Infield pass covered up by Nani. And down the field once more, looking for another open net. What a play from Pan to keep it in it. 8 seconds left. Only a 1-goal game. If they can keep it in the air, they could possibly send us to overtime, but the pressure from Atypical just a bit too much. High in the sky. Nani will try to take it to an empty corner once more, put it on the ground. Pan keeps it alive. Cesaro back to the edge.
Wow, this is tough.
David, the place on target, and actually goes in off of Gonk's hood. That's a funny way to end the game here. What was a strong effort from Nocturne to keep it alive, but Atypical will tie up the series.
Yeah, Nocturnes trying their best. I mean, managing a lot of really awkward approaches to challenges there at 0 seconds. When you know the ground is lava and you're trying to also follow an air dribble and be wary of the fake and read the bounce off the wall, it all gets a little bit confusing, and they handled it pretty nice. Gonk, I think, trying to get that ball to ping off the crossbar and go forward. Unfortunately, just a little too far in front of it, ended up putting it in his own net. But tough break there for Nocturnes, but what a turnaround for Atypical. I mean, that's more of that counterattack where they just stretched themselves a little too thin on the Nocturne side, and they had to play a lot of divey defense. And this time around, Atypical able to turn in a couple, and it also helps that big mistake in the midfield for that second goal with no boost.
Man, imagine,
first goal, sorry.
Imagine if Gonk gets the perfect pinch off the crossbar and it flies the
It just goes
entire
straight
length
in.
of the field. Oh, that would be my favorite thing that's happened today.
That'd be the most Gibbs goal I've ever seen.
Gibbs will take it for sure. Tied up at 1 apiece as we go into game 3. Both these teams looking to make it through to next weekend and avoid elimination. Just like onto the back wall. Gonk out to Cesaro. And there's been a few different times I've called the counterattack from Nocturne Gaming deadly. I've said that it's a strong counterattack they've got to look out for. The thing is, they haven't actually scored off of it yet, I don't think.
Yeah.
It's just how impressively fast they get down, and they really force honesty out of Atypical. Like, are you? It's like checking the runner on first base or something as the pitcher. Like you might not actually throw him out, but you just got to make sure he's away.
Yeah.
Because they're putting so much pressure on with those counterattacks. This one's dangerous. Cesaro will cover it up and get it away.
You cannot afford to be sleeping on the midfield line if you're Nocturnes. Can't get complacent. You really need to be careful with how aggressive you choose to be. As Cesaro is able to somehow tip that out into the corner, picks up the boost, and a dangerous long clear. Great reception from Pan, and not quite open. Dislike dives out of the corner. Gonk and Pan get all tied up with each other. Results in a weak shot, and Atypical get away with one.
It looked like Cesaro might have almost been in the right spot to let the ball bounce off him and go in. The pressure from Nocturne built up, and unlike anything we saw in game 2. It's now back down the field for Nani. Gonk up onto the air. He's got a flip reset, I believe. Is a little bit of a double commit, but that'll send it all the way to the corner. See how Atypical handles this.
Ooh, big backflip there, but he actually had all the time in the world.
Oh, there's a pressure from Dislike. Bounces off the goal line. Well done from Pan. Now Zaro. Back to midfield. Gonk. To pick it up. Got countered by Nani. Now to the corner once more for Davitrox. Here's Gonk across to Pan. Beats Nani, but ball is wide. Dislike now trying to do this all by himself. Zaro on the ground will fall back and wait for the play to develop in the midfield. Gonk now down to Zaro. Over the top and onto the backboard. Dislike gets a large piece of it, and he's looking for Nani in the corner. Off to the other side of the field. Here's Dislike onto the backside. Just keeps it high. Continues to just play passing ball. Nobody actually taking the shot yet. Dislike through two. Gonk out of the goal. Up to midfield. Nani with a catch, and now Pon. Back to Gonk. Flick over one. And Zaro trying to close the distance. Dislike gets himself a savior medal. Looking for Davitrox. Gets the bump on the one. Save from Pon on the rotation back in. Gonk won't actually touch it, and Pon and Zaro will move up together.
That's great recognition as well from Pon in the midfield diving back, because he can see the guy going for the bump behind him, so he knows he's probably going to have to be the one to make the save and not to get complacent there and trust his teammate. Keep the ball out, tied up at 0 still, but it's that atypical approach, just trying to cut off a lot of passes that Nocturnes are going for and put the pressure on them. It's just that support and that one follow-up that needs to be there for Atypical hasn't been, and that miss is going to allow a lot of free map control as the double bump, and that is the wrong side of the net to shoot at, right at Davitrox.
As he moved in, he had the read, knew the most likely place for the shot to be, covers it up, and keeps us scoreless with coming up on a minute left in the game. Pass down to Dislike. Pan off the corner. Zaro to midfield. Nani looking for a double tap, and is it in? It is. It bounced like 14 times, but Nani will score the first goal of game number 3.
Very delicate approach there for Nani. I mean, he had to use everything in the tank just to get up to that ball pretty much, and then he follows it with about 20 after initial contact and still able to drop that one under the bar. Tough shot. And the defense as well on the goal line was thinking there was going to be a challenge, and so they pulled themselves a little bit forward to try and react to wherever it went to. That meant they couldn't save it as it bounced around.
Oh, Gonk with the reads onto the backboard follow-up, covered up by Dislike. He gets in the way once more. The defense continues to have the reads. Now Davitrox looking for the security. Couldn't quite wrap it around that corner. But Zaro demolished Dislike onto the backboard once more. Pan with an excellent pop. Now Gonk through one. And now through two. Zaro and Pan going to try and work together. Man, Zaro got the bump on the backboard, but I think he got bumped back into the ball. 4 seconds left.
One-on-one.
Zaro with space. Half a tank of boost to the sky. Goes to the soft play. Went for the Justin goal. Didn't quite work. Now Davitrox off the backboard. Pan with a shot. It blocked at the goal line. Well done. Atypical. Rally back to take the lead in the series.
Well done to Atypical. No save more important than the one-on-one with Cesaro. A little bit of that heavy first touch meant the ball got a little too far ahead, so his only option was to try and go for the bump play. Well handled by the defense in a scary spot. Atypical. I mean, they do it again. I feel like they could be comfortably winning those games if they were just a little bit more controlled with their approach. And thankfully as well, a couple of squandered opportunities there from Nocturnes. I mean, 2 goals where really could have just been blasted at them.
They had the defense wide open a few times. There was a few of the shots were just straight up missed, bouncing off of crossbars or posts, and then a few others that were just a little bit too slow, easy to cover up. So as we go into game 4, Atypical, who's had a rough few series after beating the tournament favorites 11s, is now 1 game away from qualification. We'll see how they do here, and do Nocturnes rally back. I mean, we're going on to Utopia Dusk. The stars are out. If there's a map for Nocturne,
this is it.
We've been on sunny maps up until this point.
Every night variant. increases your boost efficiency by 10%.
That's right. Gives you a little buff. Over the side, Zara with a what? That was I can't believe he saved that. That was incredible. Pitches it off the crossbar, kills all inward velocity for the ball, and it just drops straight down, bounces off the goal line, and then gets cleared. Now Nani controlling the midfield, lost it after he ran out of boost. David off the wall. He's going to try and follow it up himself. Zara to cover him up. Nani picks up that bounce. Gonk up to Zara, looking for the stop touch, just trying to at least create something else for the defenders to read, but there were 3 of them. One of them got their wheel onto the ball. And more pressure from Nocturn right off the bat. This one will finally go in. It's been a few games, but they're back on the board.
Surprising to see this one go in. I mean, they got 2 people pretty much right there. Oh, Nani drove too far back into the goal.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was going to be a pretty clean save, but I think he just wanted a better angle and wasn't expecting that strong of a shot. Thought he had a little bit extra time.
I think the touch from the other defender coming off the backboard also, even if he had been there, would have put it into the goal. So either way, after a 10-minute drought, Nocturnes finally get back on the board. They've got the lead. Can they hold on to it? Haven't seen them score since the 4-0 shutout of game number 1, where we saw Pon absolutely light it up. Off the wall. Keeping it trapped in the back third. Nocturne. Gonk out to the midfield. And turns on this one. Nani caught a little bit flat-footed. Pon with a read. Just cranks it to the goal and puts in a second one. Pon's got 2.
You feel like that was such a great touch out into the midfield from Atypical, but when the only one there for it is Pon, I mean, what are you going to do? They put him on the transition game one-on-one, wins the challenge, and then scores the goal. Excellent play from being just defending to instant transition into a goal.
Oh, they're looking for a third one now, trying to get us to game 5. As the clear comes through. Atypical. Need to play some defense. Nani up for the read. Bumps Pon a bit. Now pitches high. Zara not really going to be able to read this one, and is over the back line. Is this one all the way into the goal? This is an awkward play for Zara, but he makes the right decision. Gets on the inside of the ball. Here's the follow-up from Nani. Couldn't quite tuck it between the posts. And now Dislike trying to get around the corner. David moving back in the third man. Defense a little bit confused here, but Nani will quickly sort that one out. Still the double commit comes through. Now Gonk up for it. Tries to pass in the midfield. But both of his teammates had already been up on a shot. There was no one waiting for it, and Dislike on the counterattack can't quite push it down enough. Pon misses the ball in the midfield. Now Zaro up for it. This one going towards the goal. The smoke screen might be enough, but no, Zaro will get this one away. Pon quickly turns on this, gets the block at the point of contact, and Gonk through the air. Will look for the read to keep the ball midfield.
Great touch. No bump, so close. David Trox with the right idea, and it really is just millimeters away from greatness here for Atypical. A couple of beautiful looks on the net.
Gonk, slow play on the ground. Gets it under David, but runs into Nani. Dislike trying to come out of the midfield. Getting taken away by Zaro. David onto the backboard. Second touch. This one should be good. How is it out? No way. No, that's rewind. That can't happen. Oh my goodness.
Oh, all 6 shots, and it feels like all of them could have gone in. What a disaster for Atypical.
It did go in. It went like 92% of the way in, bounces around and gets cleared.
Yes?
The fact that he on the flip didn't catch it, I don't understand. And Atypical still looking for their first goal here of game 4.
You've got to be joking. That is so heartbreaking. Such an irritating thing to deal with when you know you're putting on excellent chance after excellent chance. Gonk is a little slow. Nani caught a little bit of Gonk's car there, made it awkward, and that one goes in. The one where there's 2 defenders in position for it. That's the one that goes in.
It's the shot placement, upper 90, so difficult to be perfect on. Gonk nearly got there, but the shot is just too good. And finally, Atypical will get on the board after 2, not one. That one series of defensive situations was insane. But at the very beginning of the game, I remember Cesaro pitched one off the crossbar. That's the second time the ball's been halfway in the net. This came in immediately Finally, they get the counter back. Back to a 2-goal game. 1 minute remaining.
Product of the gravity effect, as I like to call it. Dislike is third man back, just following the play, forward, up the pitch, takes a horizontal skip, doesn't even think about the defense from Nocturnes coming up to challenge that ball. He's just assuming it's free sailing for a moment at least, because his teammates are going to make a challenge. Nothing happens, and he is all of a sudden too far forward.
47 seconds left. How about it? Pon's got himself a hat trick, 4-1, as they put in another one.
Well, let's go to game 5. This is just a beautiful bit of shooting. I mean, Davitrox is there for it, but I mean, when you square it up that well from that tight of an angle, you're really not expecting it to be pretty much right at you. Generally, it's either going to be back post or off that wall that's right next to you, and Pon with just a beautiful bit of shooting.
There's a stop, 37 seconds left, down by 3. Atypical is going to need a monstrous effort to finish this off in 4 games, or else we are going to Champions Field once again. Onto the wall. There's
Now, here's
Zara.
the question.
Oh,
you're kidding. Well, hang on. I want to see if they get this one. Oh, okay, great play from Davitrox. I was about to say, the real question is, okay, do they score again? Well, yes. You know what? I'll wait till after the game is over. I would totally believe Atypical could get 2 goals in 10 seconds here. I would totally believe it. Considering
we saw some wild kickoff strats earlier, with some quick kickoffs, some quick cheat ups, and they're like scoring in 2 seconds flat. This happened already twice today.
Okay, not with that.
But now they are running out of time. Now 2 seconds still isn't even enough time to win this one. The clock will expire. We will go to game 5. Achieves, what is the question?
The real question is it Champions Field day or night variant? That's
yes.
The real question here, because you called it, Wave. You know, it's the nighttime Utopia Dusk, and they win 4-2, basically 4-1. But
well, and
granted,
I believe our first map is Manfield Night, so I think the 2 games they have won on were nighttime. The 2 games that they've lost on were daytime. Usually we do play Manfield Night though, or Champions Field Night. So Atypical might have their backs against the wall here if our bogus theory holds up.
That being said, I absolutely feel like this game 4 is a game that Atypical should have won. I mean, when you put together shot after shot after shot, and they are just fantastic looks at the net, and they just don't go in for whatever reason, you can't help but feel like they should have walked away with the win there in game 4. So we go to game 5. Nocturnes hang on. Granted, Pon scored a great hat trick. You love to see it. That's great. Picking on the defense a little bit with some great shooting. But it's all coming down to this. And to Atypical have it in him to rally back after a frustrating game 4.
The darkness reigns. It is nighttime. Will Nocturne manage to win in their element as they put the pressure on immediately, and it's Gonkin for the first goal.
And it's a product, again, of Pan's placement here. Yeah, that's possible to score, and he's definitely trying to. But the fact that it goes just above the net, and it's in just the right spot as you catch Atypical on rotation, where they're just a little too far forward and having to dive at the ball from so far away instead of being in a set position. And who cares, because Davitrox just gets it right back almost immediately. So never mind. Pon does great, but he can't do everything. And that's a nice bit of shooting.
It's like Gong might have feels backflipped man in the middle of the field there, but I think he probably wasn't reaching that ball anyways. Yeah. Excellent setup from Dislike. Davitrox will tie the game right back up. We've got a close one here in game 5. Ding. For the win, Pan gonna put in another one. They're trying to get to next weekend, and Pan just wants to go so badly.
Yep, I believe that if anyone was going to score it, it's going to be this guy, considering the shots that he's put in from right next to the goal in this series already. That one looks like cake for him. No problem. Excellent shot. 2-1 lead. Nocturne's not going away.
3 goals in the first 30 seconds. Dave is going to try and make it 4. Now Zaro down the field. Demolish on the one. Nani puts it right on the Gonk's hood. It's towards the goal, and Cesaro looks to push it in. Now David. Back to midfield. Pawn through the air and off the wall. There's a play on one. Gonk. Oh my goodness, nearly. Here's the shot and in. Zaro scores one. And everybody's gotten on the board now.
Yeah, as soon as this ball got through Dislike, I mean, he makes the first block, but it's because Dislike is thinking he's going to have to challenge Pawn for that ball. Pawn is not thinking about that ball at all. He's like, I don't care. I'm just putting pressure on you, and I'm going to go smash the guy in net. And that is what leads to the ultimate downfall of Atypical there, because then it puts the pressure on the goalie in a terrible position, and they turn it into a beautiful goal. Well executed there from Nocturns.
They are up by 2. 3:47 left to go in the series. This comes down. Pawn went for the read. It's off to the edge. Nani gets the demolition on Zaro. Pawn will cover it up, but that's a double commit. Leaves the net open. A bump on the goalie. Paved the way. Is the 2 touches enough? It is 2-3 now as Atypical's coming back.
I thought we were about to have more of the same, where it feels like David Trox should just be able to drill this somewhere on the left side, but shoots it high. Thankfully, Nani is there to cover it back up and get that one back on frame. So well done for Atypical to rally back and keep it tight. And they know that they cannot afford to keep missing great chances, so well done from Nani to score that. Is it fast enough?
This should not be in. Okay. It was also wide. Too slow and too big. It's Nani to the edge. Missed. And a clear from Zaro down the field. David Trox adjusts. Punts it from the corner. Pawn with a response. Gonk up for it. Excellent read. Nani will get into it. Pawn takes a shot. And it's just wide to the other corner. Zaro now with lots of room to play. Pawn will turn on this. Gets called off by Gonk. He beats one. Now Pawn to the air. Flip reset. Doesn't really have the position to use it. Gets a bump on a goalie. Zaro up. Puts it just too high. Dislike will get up and get it away. Off to the corner. As we approach halftime. 1-goal game. Dislike's going to try and tie it up right now. Can he get this one for free? Off the crossbar now. Completely empty net. And couldn't put it in. And now the counterattack from Nocturn.
Oh, that's awkward too. Dislike doesn't have a lot of boost to manage this challenge. Still slips it through one. Big touch there. But they know they would have liked to score it, and that is a huge save as well. Atypical hanging on, and they can't afford to let that miss get in their head. Gotta forget about it. You still got 2 minutes, plenty of time to work with.
Here's Pawn into the midfield. Nobody there for the infield pass. Double commit out of goal, too, would have meant that even if there had been a follow-up, maybe there could have been a go-ahead goal, a clincher. So we're into the final 2 minutes off the backboard. Trying to get a pass. Zaro got too much pressure on that. Now Pawn a third of a tank. Flip reset. Doesn't. No one bites on it. Dislike just covers him up. And Zaro with a miss. Dislike now up against Gonk in the backside. Gonk got it.
All in the same corner there.
Oh, gonna drop dangerous. Halfway into the goal and back out. That one was just lucky if it goes in, but of course it doesn't. Nocturne, they have got all the luck on their side.
Yeah, it's not 10% boost efficiency. It's that no goal that might go in will go in on nighttime, apparently.
They are the Murphy's Law. Their Pawn. Back to the midfield. Zaro, or Gonk rather, taking the shot. Nani through 2. Pawn over the top and towards the net. Dislike is there. Just deflects it to the corner. Zaro, the setup, got so much power on that last touch. Gonk's got to look for the repo, and now Pawn in to try. Final minute, holding on by 1. A back and forth affair that's gotten us all the way to this deciding game. Dislike to try and tie it up right now in the waning moments. Gonk with the cover up. Pawn, Zaro, counterattack. Pawn lost control. Zaro's got to cover him up. Beats Nani, and Pawn is looking to cause chaos on the back line. Dislike now just cranks it. Gonk's got the read. The follow-up off the post and back out to the far side. Pawn to try and beat David. Now Zaro back in with 30 seconds left. Pass 1. Dislike out of the box with a long touch. And Pawn will get there. But here's the follow-up from Nani. The stop from Zaro. No way. They don't have a follow-up shot. 15 seconds left. Still a 1-goal game. David can't make it happen. The stops have been incredible. But finally it goes in. Tie game.
Justice at last for Atypical. This one comes right down to dislike. It's a race against Gonk and Zaro. I mean, I tip my hat to you, sir. You made one beautiful effort on the first one. 2 in a row is a lot to ask, and overtime is on a great possibility here.
You know how every save is kind of a clue. Wait, is it in? No, it's wide. Follow from dislike, not going to happen. Overtime into game 5. Next goal plays next weekend and sends the other team packing. Pans up for it. Off the edge.
Oh, dear.
Zaro's got it. Gonk also there. Pon trying to cover it up on his retreat back. Now Gonk through one. What a touch from Zaro to extend it back to Gonk. Pon demolished in the midfield. Zaro all the way, going to play safe. Here in overtime, dislike, what a pinch. Pon's up for it. Beats 2. Zaro just really caught in an awkward spot, but manages to win the challenge anyways. Follows this up. He's got Gonk in the midfield to work with. If he can find the pass, there it comes down. David's caught it down the right. David makes the clear. You've got to be kidding me. What a save. He had no right getting that ball away, and we're still playing.
Really starting to feel like Atypical were overreaching their bounds there for a moment, but a great stop on the goal line. Pan with a chance, and that is taken away. Again, you got to be real scared when it's that guy going up for the double taps, because he doesn't miss, it seems like.
Oh, Nani back in the midfield for the shot. David Trox turns it in. They scored in overtime, and game 5 goes to Atypical.
Nani, a huge stuff on the midfield, and what is that shot from David Trox? 826 score, massive series winner. What a game from Atypical. What a series from Atypical. Atypical is right. I mean, how do you sit there and put that many shots on target, not hit anything, and then still just play out of your mind offensively for 2 games straight and pull that one back to win 4-3 and go on to next week? Wow.
And the game seemed to be controlled by Nocturn the whole time. Can we talk about Zaro's save there at like 18 seconds left of the game?
I thought they were done.
Every save is like also sort of a clear, except for that one. That was like, no, you get just the save. The ball technically is no longer going in the net, but it's not moving away from the net either. It just stopped right there. That was absolutely bonkers. And I thought the game was over. When they didn't score that goal, it was going to be too demoralizing, but the moment this overtime ended, all of Nocturne insta leaves the lobby. That is such a heartbreaking loss for that team.
Yeah, I mean, they really did play a fantastic series. You know, Pon played great. Honestly, they all played great for Nocturne. I mean, you are not wrong to say that is a devastating loss, because they know that they really had their backs against the wall, and they were given second chance after second chance too. And that's what makes it hurt even more, because they know that they probably could have been beat a lot sooner, and the fact that it got that close and still didn't pull it through despite being given that many second chances just makes it sting a little more.
The stop from David Trox in overtime. He's back in net by himself, getting challenged out of the corner, somehow manages to get up, get upside down, flip into it, and put the ball back into the corner from whence it came. Like, oh, that place literally saved the game. Gonk was coming in for the shot, but no, Gonk will have to cry some Gonk tears and hopefully wait for another major, as he will be done. Chat, it's been incredible. We've got one more series coming up after this. Legacy going to be taking on Air Eternity. Air Eternity just reverse swept Carnage to get to this point. Can they keep the hot streak going? We'll see after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back to the RLCS X. I'm Wavepunk, joined here for the first time ever by Turtle. Hello.
Ooh, it's nice. It's good.
Is that the legendary Isaac app that just dropped a piece of music?
You know what? It's an honor to be in your presence, Wavepunk, because we just saw probably one of the best Game 5s I think we've ever seen in the history of Rocket League almost. That was crazy. To start things out, we had Pan popping off with double taps. We had Atypical not looking the best. Nocturn seemed to be the dominant team. But then it was like every single game, the team's playstyles was just shape-shifting to something else. We had demos, aggressive plays in the middle of the game, and then towards the end in Game 5, it was unreal. Dislike missed an open net, and then Cesaro with the goal line save, and then Atypical persevered. And I think that was just the theme of it all, perseverance from Atypical Wave.
Yeah, they just would not go away as all the replays showing off here. The stops on the goal line, the amount of goals that they were robbed of, straight up robbed of, is too many to count, but they managed to still get the win. That is a sign of an excellent team, and I genuinely can't wait to see how they play next week. But we're now going to be moving on as we are going to be taking on Legacy versus Era Eternity. And here's the thing, Era Eternity coming off of a reverse sweep of Carnage.
Oh yeah.
So like this team's got momentum behind them, Turtle.
Yeah, and that was a unreal series as well because, you know, that went to Game 5. It was a reverse sweep, and Wells was popping off in the end. I believe in Game 4, he had 2 assists. I noticed the best part about Era Eternity's gameplay was in the corners. They were able to dish the ball out so efficiently, and a lot of that came from Wells. He'd get a mind game. I believe in Game 4, he had a mind game from the corner where he'd dish it out. And then he repeated that in the same corner off the backboard. It was crazy plays. Then he comes into Game 5, and he just starts striking like a madman, hitting every single shot. And I think it was Wells who really carried that team to the conclusion of the reverse sweep, finishing it off. And we got to see that same performance here because it's not going to be easy against Legacy.
Yeah, no, it's not. Now, here's the thing, Turtle. I was going to ask you, like, what's it like to come out of, like, you know, you're a former professional player, like, when you reverse sweep a team, like, how does that energy help? And I was like, has Turtle ever reverse swept someone? The only thing I can think about is Maka Ace's reverse sweeps Orbit in Season 2. You know what it's like to be on the other side.
Yes, I've been on the other side of reverse sweep like every single time. I think I might have gotten like 1 or 2 reverse sweep. No, there was on Rogue where we got a reverse sweep, I believe, with Sizz and Matt, and it's probably the best feeling. It's the most satisfying feeling because you know that you start out horribly, things aren't going your way, and it's almost like there's no hope whatsoever. But once you take the first step in the reverse sweep, you're like, okay, this is possible. That first game that you get of momentum under your belt is huge because then you start telling yourself, okay, this is actually possible. I didn't think it was, and your whole team starts getting hyped, and then you get into Game 5, and you're just there to finish it off.
Yeah. Oh man, this is going to be crazy to watch. So again, these teams have had a long day to catch people up on what's happened so far as we're waiting to get these players in the lobby. If you're just now joining us, we are into round 5 of our South American Fall Major Day 1. The teams are trying to qualify for Day 2. Day 2 will be a week from today, so next Friday. And we've got Era Eternity going up against Legacy. Era Eternity started off the day with a 3-0, and then they got swept back the other way. Then they went up against PDHM. That went to Game 5. We watched that one. It was crazy. And then they went on the reverse sweep of Carnage to get to this point where they're going to take on Legacy. Legacy's had their fair share of plays as well. Both teams actually beat Carnage in Game 5. It's one thing that the two of them share. But yeah, coming into this match, I don't know, man. I feel like that reverse sweep energy is going to be the thing that carries them through.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's one of the things. Like I said, it's the best feeling in Rocket League. Obviously, besides winning the whole event, but whenever you can pull off a reverse sweep in that little moment, that's where everything changes. And I think that it's so important that they come in here with the same energy, you know, and that's what got them the reverse sweep, especially as a team with the communication. Everything like that has to be on point. And like I said, Wells, the man has to step up. If he does the same things in the corners, off the backboard, and with the striking and clutch moments, that's where things could change. And I could totally see Era Eternity if he pops off, even sweeping if it's on the back of Wells.
Yeah, certainly will. The players will be getting in the lobby here in just a moment, just making sure we got a completely competitively integral event before we get this match started.
Yes, sir.
On Manfield night. It was interesting to me that Nocturn won most of the games on the nighttime stadiums. That was just a fun thing.
Yeah.
Do you as a former pro player, did you ever care about what stadium you were playing on?
It depends. I think I had preferences, but most of the time it was like you go into the map and you're like, okay, maybe this isn't my favorite stadium, or maybe it is, and then you just disregard it while you're playing because you're so locked in.
You get so locked into the game. You know these players genuinely could not care where they're playing. It's all about the ball and their competitors. As we've got Legacy in the blue. We've got Area Eternity in the orange. A best of 5 to send one of these teams through to next weekend. And Davin's going to try and start us off right off the gate. Gets blocked by Unbroken. Now Wells going for the slow play in the midfield, faking like he's got boost. He doesn't actually have any, but he gets the fake on 2 of them now. A demolition on Unbroken behind him. He'll get the boost out of the corner, but won't be able to do anything with the ball. So he lost control. Sub hauls up to try and make the play. Now to the corner. We'll see a challenge from Unbroken set up in front of the box and cleared away. Legacy going to handle this well on defense.
Oh, and you can already tell Area Eternity are infiltrating those corners very, very well. And they're just tossing that ball into the corner, letting it bounce off into the midfield. And that's what works for them in the reverse sweep, is getting it dished out. Now, it does seem like the Legacy defense is holding up a lot stronger than Carnage Gaming were against Area Eternity, but they need to keep this up because it'll get whittled down to the point where they don't have any boost. They can't get that shot. So boost consumption and boost efficiency when you're dealing with that corner play is huge for Legacy.
3:50 on the clock. First minute going to come and go. Any goals? Now another infield pass. This one blocked by Unbroken. Sub hauls up on the wall. Gets handled by Lost. Ready off the wall. Over to Davin. Onto the backboard.
No way.
Lost rotating in underneath. Unbroken. A savior medal already in the first minute and a half of the game. It's ready out of the box, onto the side wall. Pass in the midfield to Davin. Pass comes back down to Ready. Doesn't have just enough boost, though, to reach this ball. And it'll stay in the back third. Here's Lost going to try and put in the first goal. Killed by Sub Halls and picked up on his hood. He's going to try and dribble this one out of his back third.
Wave, I don't know if you've noticed this, but it seems like the South American play style, they use the walls so much more than any other team in any other region. They'll smack it against the midfield wall, and that's obviously a routine play for a lot of teams in any region, but it seems like in South America it's so dominant to bang the ball right off the wall, it bounces into the midfield, and then they can go off of that hit.
They have been playing, using the wall as the fourth player on your team to pass to yourself. Ready,
really fun to watch.
Ooh, nice infield pass here. Unbroken. Gonna try and follow this one. Oh, what a cover up. And now a shot from Ready. Beaten by Sub in the midfield. Lost off the wall. Wells picks this up, just sends it to the far post. Is it enough? It is. That'll be the first goal of the game.
I'm looking for the rotation right now. Something broke here. You can see Lost. If he didn't get the hit he wanted, you ideally want to pinch that instead of just tossing it right out. And the worst player that could go to is Wells, who's going to hit that 90% of the time, like I said. A absolute talent on the roster of Area Eternity. He's going to hit that shot almost every time. You want to go for a pinch. Seems like Legacy didn't get the hit they wanted to, and now Area Eternity starting off strong.
There's Sub Halls. The attempt. Legacy trying to rally back, tie up the game. As Wells takes it long. Lost off the wall. Lots of control here. He dismounted from the ceiling with a jump, so he will lose his flip. But Unbroken. And win that challenge in the corner. Davin now to the air again. Hopefully trying to connect with teammates in the midfield, but lost control, and now the pass is coming through from Area Eternity. Here's a shot from Wells, and Davin couldn't quite get there. Wells puts in his second goal.
I mentioned boost efficiency a few moments ago, and Ready right now in net has no boost. He didn't even go out to get any pads, and it's because they're just smacking it against the wall. He can't go out. He doesn't have any real timing of when to go out for a challenge. No boost. It goes right over his head. A free goal for Area Eternity.
And now Wells looking for a third one. Can he get the hat trick here? Unbroken to the corner and back in front of the box. Wells reached for it. This time beaten by the defense, and Ready with a flick over one. Now 1v1 on the backside. He's going to get it around Unbroken, but couldn't get it into the goal. And now Unbroken going to emerge with ball control after it bounces off the wall. This will go all the way back to the Legacy back third again. Lost out to Ready. Broken. Sitting high, lost towards the goal, and Wells will get the save off to the side. Davin with the trap. Subhauls. Flicks along the wall. Wins the challenge in midfield. Lost with an infield pass, but it's straight to Wells. Sends it on target. Ready gets the cover up. And Wells will get demolished. Or no, Wells gets the demolition onto Lost, and then the harassment in the midfield is Unbroken. Will try to take control. He's going to use all his boost just to get this ball across the midfield line, and Lost picks it up. Not the cleanest of plays, but at this point, you're up by 2. Area Eternity don't really need anything else. They just need the clock to hit 0.
Yeah, you just need to stall some time right here, and they're doing a great job. I like how they're continuing with their passing, too. You'll notice a lot of teams will just try to go for solo plays in the final seconds, but they're still finding each other. The vision is there, and that's how you know this team has a lot of composure. So I like what I'm seeing from them. Area Eternity just looks so dominant with their opportunities and also the way they're controlling the field.
Lost. And they attempt to dribble it out. 18 seconds left for Legacy to get on the board. And really, I mean, it's like 12 seconds left. They've got to get on the board and with enough time to get the ball back in the air after kickoff. Ready on the pass down to Lost. Need to score right now. That touch wasn't good, and they're not going to get another one. It's going to expire here with Area Eternity continuing to build on the momentum of their previous series. They'll take this one 2-0.
Yeah, and there were good moments, I think, for both teams. I don't think this is something that Legacy will look at and say, oh, we got destroyed. You know, there were definitely opportunities, a couple of good dribbles from Ready specifically, but I really think it comes down to that boost, if you're picking up pads or not, because Area Eternity, they're rushing into your corners, trying to take all your boost, then they'll bounce it off that corner. Then you have to go for a hit, because if you're not challenging after the bounce in the corner, you're just letting them have a free shot. You're wasting all that boost. Area Eternity are basically just starving you out, and you'd never have time to get on offense. So you need to pick up boost pads and try to control that aspect of the game if you're Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy definitely with a little bit of it didn't, I agree with you, it didn't feel like there was any large mistake. Boost management definitely something they need to keep an eye on moving forward, but the lack of offensive productivity, running into the wall of Unbroken too. He got 4 saves here and was the MVP for his team, despite Wells scoring both those goals and getting the 200 points for himself. So we'll see how things go as we get into game number 2. But I like the passing play we're seeing from people, and the fact you brought up the use of the midfield wall as kind of that fourth teammate to pass to. It's a great tool. It's a great tool that they can use because it opens up the opportunity to pass to a player or to pass to themselves. It's just one more thing for the defenders to read.
Yeah, and my favorite part about that is these teams and their players specifically are always prepared for it. It's almost like they have it down to a routine where, okay, I'm hitting this off the wall. It's going to bounce back in the middle. You can go then for a better play. And I get reminded of G2's play style. They use that wall so much where they'll bang it into the midfield off that wall. If it gets a good bounce, you're setting up probably one of the best opportunities you can ask for.
As we get game number 2 underway, we've got Era up by 1. Legacy looking to bounce back. Sub retreats on defense. A nice pinch out to Wells. Takes it all the way to the corner. Ready gets it off of his hood before being demolished. Now Sub going to be trying to take this one into a beaten up defense. They've bruised him up and managed to muzzle it through. No! Lost gets back and makes the save off the inside wall. And now Unbroken going to try and keep this pressure on, but an excellent stop. Legacy able to thwart the first goal.
Yeah, I mean, Subhauls kept boosting to stay behind the ball, and there were just 2 players of Area Eternity right behind that shot. Legacy didn't even know how to deal with it. Somehow, they managed to get that save. We're still tied up, 4 minutes left, but we've already had some high-flying action here, Wade.
Got Davin off to the side. So he takes the air again, high-flying indeed. Unbroken. He lofted it, and Lost will follow this one. 2 misses on the backboard. No one should be home at the goal. Ready manages to push it upper 90 despite them trying to get back in time. And finally, Legacy on the board.
Oh, that's a hit that one of those 2 players need to touch. I think Wells actually backed off because he saw Subhauls go up for it. So he's like, you know what, I'm going to go down. And it just bounced off the wall, and Ready, what a strike. That is the best shot you could ask for when it comes down to accuracy. Hitting the corner down, I mean, that looks so clean.
Give the defense no time to read. Either they're there or they're not. Subhauls, though, absolutely blast one from the midfield. Ready will cover it up. And now look for a counterattack. He finds Lost in enemy territory. Comes around the corner, kills the ball a little bit. Wells has the read. Now Ready. Another shot from the midfield. Lost with the loft. Davin not able to find a shot, and Subhauls will clear. Here's Wells up to challenge. Gets it underneath 1. Going to continue after it. Davin kind of caught in the box, but he'll get the touch. Play it away, and now We'll see Unbroken dribble it over one. Davin challenges him, makes him lose control, and now the ball's going to bounce multiple times without anybody touching it. Everybody going for the Uber mind games.
Yeah. Seems like there's a lot more slow plays, too, between these teams. A lot more dribbles in the midfield. Not seeing as many corner hits, but more plays where you're trying to control the pace a bit more, and that's from Legacy and Air Eternity. So I'm interested to see how these solo plays will develop. We haven't seen a solid flick out of any specific player, but maybe that's coming in the later of the series.
Especially as we get into next weekend, and the best of the best start to go head-to-head.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Wells towards the goal. Sub's got to move back on the massive clear from Legacy. We'll try to take control of this one. Lost has him red and keeps the ball in the corner. Won't be able to reach that one as he's out of boost, falls back for it. Davin and Reddy will try to keep the offense going. Reddy with a miss, just complete air ball. Now Sub with the attempt. Wells looking to make it through. Here's Davin trying to set up Reddy, misses both touches. Unbroken will take it to midfield. He's got Sub behind him, off the wall. Wells up for it to try and tie the game. Not able to get it on target. Sub puts more pressure in. Wells with a soft touch sets it up. Sub's got enough boost to reach this, but the ball just glues itself to the backboard. Going to be so difficult to tuck it underneath. There's underneath one. Unbroken look for the double tap. Davin gets in the way. Wells can't reach it either. Leaves just Sub on the ground, and he's still just got to kind of play positional ball, keep it away from him. But they all went for boost in the corner. He gets the bump on one. The last not going to be able to get there. Unbroken ties the game.
I was just about to compliment Legacy's defensive stance right here, where they were able to stop so much pressure, but then the boost game just ends up breaking them down. They can't get a touch. Multiple people looking for some boost, and also in the net, you don't have what it takes to get up in time. Legacy, they finally fall, but that defense was looking good.
It was looking good, and then the exact issue you brought up in between games 1 and 2, their boost management comes back to bite them. This time, it's not the lack of looking for it, but actually the over-aggressive looking for it at the same time.
Yeah. Just need to go for those pads. I mean, it's so crucial that you build those rotations around the pads, and it's even harder whenever the pressure of Air Eternity is so brutal in your own half. You don't even have time to get out and look for pads.
There's Davin. No boost in his tank. He'll manage to steal it out of the corner. With 1 minute remaining. Sub to the edge. Reached for another one. Not going to happen. Lost. We'll try to keep this pressure on with 50 seconds left. We're tied up at 1 apiece. Again, Legacy, after dropping game number 1, they would love to bounce back here. And again, it's a best of 5. Don't want to have to reverse sweep. Wells misses off the wall. Unbroken. Pick this up. Takes the slow play. Flicks over Reddy. Lost is up and gets it off to the side. You can hear the pressure coming down behind him. It was Wells. A shot onto the backboard. Reddy's got it clear. Sub closes the gap. And this one just barely. Oh my goodness, Davin gets the save. It looked like it might have been wide, but no, it was in, and good for Davin for following that one all the way through. Sub now off the ceiling, looking for the infield pass. Lost with a block, 13 seconds left. Wells just sends it to the goal. Davin plays it away at the front of the box. Now the pinch off. This one dangerous. Lost and already both went for it. They got the save on it. And now the clear back the other way. We'll see Unbroken kill this one. Overtime in game 2, Turtle.
Yeah, and you can tell that Air Eternity has so much possession. There were so many shots that Legacy had to get in front of. I'm surprised they managed to deal with it because, you know, that one that just went off the post, it was going in so close. The clutch save, excuse me. But in overtime, you have a second to reset, get a better play style going against Air Eternity, and hopefully get some more opportunities.
Here comes Air Eternity. Off the wall, Unbroken pinches it to himself. 2 commit on defense. Wells wants to crash in and take this from Davin, but Davin slows it down, and that slowdown is so important because it gives the 2 teammates a double committed time to separate from each other, maybe go get a boost in the corner, not immediately have that pressure on, keeps them from panicking. Lost through the air. Davin onto the edge. Wells following this one. Legacy will get it first. Up to Lost. Trying. He's going to need one more touch to get it to the goal. Off the backboard. Nobody there for the follow-up. And the clear comes through from Wells. Ready now. Off the side wall. Unbroken to the edge. Now Lost trying to get it to Davin. It gets a nice touch to Davin, but it was straight to him. Davin wasn't able to put power behind his shot. Now Ready over 1. Takes it over to Lost. Crosses the goal.
We're seeing a couple of good opportunities right now for Legacy. Some where the third man should come in, but it's difficult, like I said, whenever that third man does push all the way back. Like in this situation, one gets demoed, Lost now has to go in, but they've lost that third man striker. They just want to waste time, but they can't even do that. And all three players are rushing back to figure something out. Another demo from Davin. That could be a good look as that one goes over sub halls. This slipped in, and it was all thanks to that demo.
The demo and then the harassment on the rest of the back line put too much pressure on Sub, who was not in position to deal with that one. Yeah, the harassment play paves the way. The goal goes through. Legacy will rally back, tie up the series.
I think that might be one of the few moments that I've seen where one player in their rotation in the opponent's half makes all three of them jump or get out of position. You can see Davin, he ran all the way across the net. He demoed one player, and then he made the other two goalkeepers have to jump over him. So the final shot, if it's just accurate, it's a free goal.
They put it in. Legacy, like you said, like absolutely just paves the way. As long as it's accurate, they get that one through. And it was all up to Reddy. Reddy scoring both the goals here. And what a way to bounce back after not getting anything in game number 1. Legacy tying up the series, 6 shots to do it, and holding off the 13 shots that Era Eternity managed to put up in that game. So much offensive productivity from Era.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, I thought Era Eternity were for sure going to take that game, especially with all that pressure. But then Legacy, like I said, in overtime, if you can just reset how you're approaching the series, and you could tell they did, that once they got on offense, much better opportunities. They were getting a little bit aggressive with the demos. We'll see if that repeats here in this next game. But Era Eternity, I wouldn't even change much. Honestly, you just need to have a couple of better striking with better accuracy, and I think you should be set, because that pressure eventually is going to break down the Legacy defense, and we've even seen that happen.
As we get into game number 3, it's tied up at 1 apiece in the series. Winner of this game will take match point, and a nice early pressure. Dump it into the box. Davin will score it.
And it's lost. What a touch there to get it to Wells, but it wasn't the best clear, and he dunked Wells so hard in that corner where it just popped out. Davin's in position, and Legacy start off strong.
4:48. Just 12 seconds into the game. Legacy's got it on the board. After a well-fought overtime win, they're looking to build on that momentum.
Yeah, they're warmed up.
We were talking about momentum being on Era Eternity's side coming into the match, given the reverse sweep, but they're going to try and continue to hold on to what they've got. A nice goal there from Wells. Could have possibly kept the momentum very well on their side. Now here goes Wells again. Through the air, 29 boost left. Unbroken's up for it. Sends it to the goal. Blocked by 2. Off to the edge, Reddy will follow it and connect with Davin. Gets blocked at the point of contact, and now back into the box. Reddy's got to make the stop and gets it away off to the edge. Davin will extend that one into enemy territory.
And it seems like Legacy might actually be focusing on Wells in his position, because I've noticed every time Wells does go for hit, somebody from Legacy is always there to get a touch, which is a necessity if you're going up against Era Eternity. I mean, we saw previously in that reverse sweep how much of an impact Wells had. They're always getting in front of him. You even see there, they're not letting him create opportunities. Now Davin can go for this, almost a double tap. What a setup, but Wells gets the save.
Wells jumps in the way. Absolute diving save on what was a perfectly set up offensive play. Keep it at just 1 apiece. Sub through 1. Ready with a response. Now back up. Sub moved out of the cherry pick. Lost will try and get 2 touches onto this one to take control. And now dribbling. Still got 30% boost. A soft touch from Unbroken. Davin's got the response ready. Not quite able to pick it up. Got intercepted. A Sub. Now Sub going to be up for the shot on this one. Back to the corner. Lots of slow positional play. Nice infield pass. Excellent block. Davin jumps in the way. And once more with the reads. The defense have been strong on both sides, Turtle.
I think that might be the second time Davin in the last 30 seconds got in front of that final shot. He dunked whoever's trying to dribble earlier, then also gets in front of that shot. So huge defensive performance from Davin. And Legacy, they've kicked it up a gear. This is so much better from them on defense. They're getting a lot more boost. You even see Lost here, pick up that midfield boost, and they are controlling the field much more efficiently.
Here at halftime, Unbroken wide of the corner. Davin to follow this one. Sub gets second touch on him. Not oftentimes you see second touch that high on the field. Now back in front. Wells with an empty net to shoot out. Well, not totally empty, but caught the goalie with his pants down and just had to dive it where he thought it was going to be. Tie game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Fireburner 50-50 right there if I've ever seen one. From the corner, dished out to Wells. It looks like a pass. When you go for a challenge and it just slots out like that, oh, it's so nice. And that was really well executed from Unbroken to get that one out to Wells.
They tied the game back up. Dead even in the series right now. Davin going to use all his boost just to get this ball barely across the midfield line and then lose control. It'll be Sub to pick up control, and he's got Unbroken moving up behind him. Sub onto the backboard and just straight in. Sub will take the lead right back for Era.
I don't even think the defender knew what was happening. I'm looking at Davin. He sees two players go up, a double commit. Subballs takes one out in the air as well because he was so fast. He got the final touch over him, then gets the demo. And you see Davin is just sitting there like, dude, there's nothing I can do. This is it. This is over for us.
It was. And now the lead back for Era Eternity. Ray takes it off to the side. We're looking for the equalizer. Wells back down through two. Looks for a goalie now. Davin backs off. Smart play. He was able to see where the other players were. Knew there wasn't an immediate threat of a shot. And didn't need to dive for that. Well, what a skip off of Sub's roof to send that one all the way to the corner. Ready's gonna try and follow this one. Unbroken gets it a bit of them, but Davin, what pressure, and Wells, just beautiful positioning from the third man role here, despite a crazy fast developing play, still manages to get the block.
Yeah, that was something that we talk about a lot, is the timing of your rotation. Wells was coming in with all the momentum. He was going supersonic, and he didn't have to stop at all. He got the hit, a solid clear, and he's been in position every single time, not only on offense, but also on defense. Wells, very stellar performance. Even got a couple of saves earlier on to keep Air Eternity in the lead here. Huge from him, but there's still 1 minute and 5 seconds left. Legacy have had a couple of opportunities. They just need to strike on one.
1 minute remaining. Wells having to play this one onto his own backboard. Very few other options here. I think he was out of boost. He'll pick up his own corner pad, and here comes the rest of the team. Unbroken connects with Wells to transition this one down. 2 touches from one end zone to the other. A nice counter touch from Sub to keep that one in the box. Davin plays it over the top of one, but nobody around the ball for a bit means Reddy's got a free clear. And now Lost wanted to get past 2, but Reddy not able to read the ball off the corner. Now Lost looking for Davin. It's on target and in. Tie game. Quick turn back around on the half rotation, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, Davin is going for the corner boost while Lost sees him, snipes him out of the corner, and says, hey, turn around in rotation. I got you with a free shot. That pass was led beautifully, and they tie this one up. 28 seconds left. Legacy, I've been waiting for it. They had so much better passing. This game alone, their possession has been so much stronger. I think this is their time to get back in the series and take charge.
Ready. It's demolished in the midfield. You've got to look out for Wells. We might be going to overtime again here, but it was so close to being an Arid Eternity game last time around. Can they finish it off here in regulation? 4 seconds left. Sub hauls up and drops it onto the ground. This one's lost so much momentum. It's going to be difficult for the ball to keep up its pace, but Lost gets the shot on. Unbroken with a save. Off to the edge. Reddy will trap it.
Still up.
He's got 60 boost. Flicks one. Killed by Wells. And this one will finally touch overtime. 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and this is probably benefiting Air Eternity. I mean, the last game was benefiting Legacy because they could reset after all that pressure, but now it was Legacy going into overtime who had the pressure. Air Eternity needed to reset their frame of mind as that one almost slipped in from Lost. And still the pressure from them, the midfield is so much stronger. They're keeping the midfield boost and maintaining that rotation, but this was a huge clear from Wells. This could start something.
He'll go for the boost play. And rotate out, kind of covered up Sub there, but Sub manages to still get it. Looks for the bump on Davin. Wells already airborne for it. Off the top, where is the last teammate? Oh, what a shot and a save. Lost gets in the way of Unbroken's play. The brilliant setup again. We keep seeing this happen time and time from both these teams. The excellent offensive positioning, the development, and then an accurate shot beaten by a single defender.
Yeah, and that all happened so fast for Lost. I think it must have been a pre-jump because that looked like it was in the top corner. I don't know how Lost got a touch on it, but what an incredible save. Keeping him alive, and Davin so smart on every play. Every time I see him go for the ball, I got to give credit to his decision-making. It has been on point, knowing when to go for a 50 or when to go up for the ball.
Unbroken towards the goal already. He's got a block. A follow-up shot from Wells gets beaten by Lost. Defense continues to stand strong for Legacy, and now they'll look for a counterattack. They won the last overtime. Can they make it 2 in a row? Ready out of his corner now. Meets Unbroken, ball gets killed, beats a second player, and Davin gets it behind Sub. The entire team beaten in the opponent's front third. They've got to retreat and play defense. Sub will use all of his boost just to keep that ball in the air. Now over to Davin. This one high, Unbroken, off the edge. Ready through one. Unbroken with a long clear. Davin was in a great position to read this. They use all his boost to get it to the corner. Wells with a quick touch back. Neither team really willing to commit onto offense just yet.
Yeah.
Looking for an opening.
Seems like we've kind of come into a weird stalemate where both teams don't want to be aggressive, and that's something that's so frequent in overtime. I feel like once you get past the 2-minute mark here, that's when teams start to shy away from being aggressive, and you usually get those really long games where it goes to 7-8 minutes plus, but still Air Eternity a bit more on the defensive side. They've had solid looks on offense. That's a big clear from Wells, but you're noticing that Air Eternity, they get a lot of these big clears where previously a teammate would be ready for it, but now they're just booming it to nobody. There's not a teammate there to receive, and it just gives it right back to Legacy.
Sub over one. Looked for the flick, but lost. It's just enough of a pre-jump on it to block. Now ready. Onto the wall. Wells tries to read this, but misses. Unbroken. To the edge now is Sub. Sends it to the blue corner. Lost to be the first one to pick it up. Keeps it away from the wall. Unbroken. Puts this one towards the net. Davin's got to get a save, and he'll earn himself a savior medal here in overtime. 3 minutes in. We're still playing.
Yeah. And I mean, this is where the teams, like I said, will just start rotating to the net a bit more and trying to be passive. Air Eternity, I just want to see them find their teammates a bit more, which is something Legacy do really well. They need a little bit better vision on the offensive side. They have some solid solo plays, but nothing else like we saw in game one.
324 ready over the top of one. Here comes Lost. The goal's still open, but Unbroken will come out of the corner, cover it up. Wells on the ground, up against Lost, gets it lofted straight up. Davin not quite able. He takes his time sizing up this touch. Recognized that nobody was there. Davin has had great field recognition of where the opponents are this entire series, but here comes Wells now into the corner, looks for a second one, ready, covers him up. There's Lost, gets beaten by Sub. Davin on the backboard, just trying to cover up anything he can, falls down, doesn't make contact. Off to one. Oh, Lost comes in, beats Wells right as he takes the shot. Sub now through the air once more. 4 minutes into overtime. The pressure building here for Air Eternity, but they have yet to crack this defense.
Oh, and that was a big play from Lost as he's now coming back from off the backboard. That could have been the end for Legacy in this overtime. But I was about to say Lost, his decision-making to stay patient and wait for the ball to bounce. He knows where the other team is, and that's something that all of Legacy, especially Davin, have been doing so well, is knowing when to go for the challenge or when to be patient. And that's huge in overtimes like this.
It will be coming down to which team makes the first mistake at this point. Both have decided to play safe ball and wait for the whiff that they can capitalize on.
I mean, it's just massive clear after massive clear. That's a dunk, though, from Lost. It's cleared away from Wells. That play could have sparked something.
Oh, they're trying now. We did just see Air Eternity commit a decent amount to offense. And there another play. At least the two-man offense is starting to strengthen up. There's a touch to the above the crossbar. Davin doesn't, he gets just enough in the way of it to block a follow-up shot. Unbroken onto the backboard and in front of the goal. Sub tries to make the play, but continues to be met right at the point that he wants to take the shot. Unbroken onto the wall. Ready, lofts, flies. Flip reset, not able to use it. Sub taking it the other way. Runs into Davin again. Off to the outside, here's Sub. Up against Lost, pinched in front of the box. Davin will pinch it off. His teammate ready. Get us back into the orange. 5 minutes, 42 seconds in. Already played an extra game of Rocket League here in game 3, and this is just for match point. Both these teams so desperately wanting to make it to next weekend.
Well, if there's a time to go for a demo, this is it. I mean, both teams so passive. There's always somebody to rotate into the net. If you're going for a corner boost of the opponent as that one slips away, this could be it. Finally, Unbroken breaks the defense off of a solid pass from Subballs, and Davin just barely got a slight touch. We need more out of that hit.
Yeah, it's sucks to be Davin right now, and for us to look at him and say, I know you played some of the best Rocket League of your life there. I know you carried this team through 6 minutes of overtime, but I need more from you in that moment, right? That one touch, just quite not enough. The harassment on to the other defender as well, going to help pave the way. Both overtimes defined by goalies getting pushed out of the way or being put to their limit.
Well, and Davin did get the save, so it's weird because we look at him when we say he could have gotten a pinch there, something more. But I think he thought a teammate was going to come in and maybe on the rotation get a solid hit to clear it out. And look at all the attempts that we saw on net. It was a lot of air dribbles like this where it go over one, solo plays, massive clears, and they weren't trying to find those small passes. Besides maybe that one play, I didn't see much other than that one hit. And that was just such a crazy overtime. I knew it was going to be long. You could tell once they started playing passive way, we were locked in for what, 5-6 minutes?
Yeah. No, it is true in overtime. It's like once it gets past the 2-minute mark or like the 1.5-minute mark, you're probably going to see the game end more around 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like it does slow down, and then both teams are like, okay, come on, we got to end this game. Let's start going for some stuff here. But as we go into game 4, that is Era Eternity on match point right now. And man, this has been a back and forth. I have loved watching Davin. It reminds me of Turbo Pulsa, someone who is not doing necessarily flashy plays, but is always in the right spot to make his team clean.
And that reminds me a little bit of Wells. I think Wells actually might have the mechanics edged out in terms of the 1v1 when you're comparing them. But then Davin, a little bit smarter, though, on the plays. And that's why he's so fun to watch because, you know, he might not be super flashy, but if you can recognize what he's doing, like even in this situation, he's taking it to the corner. He's so slow. He might not win the challenge, but he set up lost to get a much better clear. And that's all because Davin decided to be patient in the corner and keep it close.
Oh, Davin trying to get stylish on the offense. Here comes Wells, lost with the stop. Now up. Wells to the outside. Unbroken. Off the backboard. There's the touch into the midfield. Here's Sub. Up for it on what it was a strong play. I believe Davin got the stop again. Now going for an air dribble to the corner. He's out of boost. There wasn't a pod for him to take.
I don't know if you noticed, Wade. It's kind of quiet on the field right now. I feel like both teams just a little bit keeping that passive play style from overtime. I expected more demos, more aggression out of either teams coming in from an overtime. Normally, you're just like, you know what? Whatever, man. I'm just going to be super aggressive. I hate that overtime. I hate playing passive. But this is a team bump as now Unbroken has a hit off the backboard. Davin can't make the read. What is going on right now?
I don't know. You know, we're in round 5 of a long day. These teams have played some brutal series, and this came out of a 6-minute overtime. There might be just a little bit of trying to catch your breath.
Oh, wait, is that
both
it?
sides, and it's in from the midfield. Wells will score it 1-0, and Era's got everything they need.
But this was a shot? He's so far out. I don't understand why he would even hit that towards the net, but I guess he saw both players out of position, and the rotation from Legacy just completely breaks down. And there's just silence on the field. I don't know how to explain it, but as I'm spectating this, it's like there's no demos. There's not a lot of big hits on the ball. They're just keeping it close, little slow 1v1 plays. And it's weirdly entertaining here, Wade.
It can only be... It's rarely a super wrong decision to just shoot the ball straight at the net. Like, there's only so bad of a decision that can be. Just always put it on target. Eventually they go in, and there Wells benefits from keeping them honest. Saying, hey, did you leave someone back? Oh, you didn't? Cool. Free goal for us. And now if they are able to hold us on for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, they're going through to the next day.
Yeah. I mean, we just went from talking about crazy mind game plays and slow positioning from Davin, finding each other on offense, the 6-minute overtime, to come in here and just have one hit from the midfield where it just lobs in. It wasn't even that powerful. And now a miss off the backboard. Legacy's defense is getting destroyed, and they're just basically getting embarrassed with these hits off the backboard.
Oh, I think Davin might be broken. I think that last overtime might have actually taken the last of his soul. We've seen a number of whiffs from a guy that has played impeccable defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
When those backboard overhead reads are really difficult, too, in those situations where if you have ball cam on and it goes off the backboard, 90% of the time, you're just like, dude, there's no way I'm hitting this ball. Davin was in that situation a couple of times now. And then, of course, he's going to get an unfortunate situation there and just a big miss on a player who, you know, he wasn't making mistakes like you said, Wave, earlier on.
It is cruel that we expect so much of like, oh my gosh, you couldn't make the read that literally 99% of Rocket League players never have made in their life.
Yeah.
Come on, Davin, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? But that's the level of play these guys are at. These are the best of the best, and they want to play in the top 8 in the playoffs next Friday. Davin's got to dig deep if he wants to get there with his team. Lost already, gonna have to back him up. And maybe honestly, it is time for one of them to really step up. My eye's really gonna be keenly here on Ready and Lost.
Yeah.
How do they step up? How do they go clutch when their team needs them?
Well, there's got to be a demo or something. There's multiple times. Even Ready here, he was rotating into the opponent's half. Davin now is in the half. There it is, the demo. I've been waiting for it. Hopefully it brings something. The teammate, there's some space down the midfield, and here's where they need to find some passes to each other.
Lost gonna lose control, but Ready picks it up on the bounce. Here he goes for another touch into the goal, covered up by the defense, taken away just enough. Era Eternity holds on and keeps their 2-goal lead into the final minute. Legacy, they need a goal. And they need it quickly, so they have time to find an equalizer. Davin tries to get the change up on him, but no, sub not going to fall for it. Now unbroken. 3-1, Wells booms it down the field, and the boomer ball, I keep an eye on it. We might start to see a lot of it here from Era Eternity. They have no reason to hold on to control. Just force Legacy to fall back to their own third over and over again to pick up these clears.
Yeah, and that was another situation where the demo opened up space. We almost got a solid redirect on the clear. They're finding teammates. Legacy breaking out of their own half. Transition game is all there. Good control from Davin now as he's trying to make up for the earlier miss, but it's 20 seconds left. Is it too late? They've got opportunities, and now Davin, backflip. That could have been it.
It could have been, should have been a few different ways to Sunday, but none of it comes through. 9 seconds left, and that clear should probably do it. Lost gonna try and turn this one around on a dribble. Literally the last possible attempt, and it will expire there. In 4 games, Era Eternity, they got the reverse sweep on Carnage. They got the brutal comeback after a 6-minute overtime against Legacy, and they will play in the playoffs.
And again, in game 4, excuse me, it's Wells popping off. He got both the goals here. Well, they weren't the prettiest thing. You know, it was a hit from midfield, and not the greatest response then after Davin missed off the backboard. They're still solid. He was in position the whole time. Solid striker. And Wells, I look to see him in the playoffs now starting to pop off, because this is a guy that you have to watch out for if you're anybody facing off against him on the field.
I mean, in a game where they're coming off of the back of a brutal 6-minute overtime, it's going to be the team that manages to capitalize on the mistakes the most. Both teams are going to make mistakes, but which team's able to capitalize the most there? And it was Wells finding the holes to get them the win. What a back and forth affair. Era Eternity, what a roller coaster of a day they had as well. Starting off with a 3-0 and then bop, lose 2, go down 2 games, have a reverse sweep to get here, and then manage to beat Legacy. That is a testament of a strong, powerful, top-of-the-line team.
And I don't want to discredit Legacy. I mean, there were moments in this series where I thought Legacy, you know, in game 2, once they got some momentum, I thought they were going to be dominant in this series because Era Eternity kind of looked flat, but then it was a nice response from Era Eternity that kept it close, started to find each other again more on the clears, and overall just a solid performance. And I'm excited to see them and how they perform in the playoffs.
Yeah, no, and hats off, F's in chat there for Davin's effort. He was wonderful. Yeah. The whole team put on such a good performance, but Davin will have to wait another major to try and make it to the playoffs. That concludes our gameplay for the day. To wrap things up and get us set up for next week, let's head back to Leaf and the gang.
Thanks, Wave. Yeah, no, that was a good showing. I think Wave definitely summed it up pretty nicely. What an up and down, back and forth day, Dex, for this team. Like, Era just had ups and downs all over the place, Dex. It was wild. Well, let's take a look at the replays while we talk about this day for Era, Dex.
Oh, we had some nice goals by the guys of Legacy and by Era too. This was a really interesting match. At the end, Era could do the river sweep, and they worked for them. That worked for them perfectly.
Man, but to show how important these series are, we talk about the 2-2 round, and when we talk about North America and all that, where it's like they still get prize money anyway to come in 9th, but in South America, you know, you have to finish top 8 to get into that prize money. And obviously for this major, it's even more important, double the points. These teams now in the playoff bracket are getting 300 points at bare minimum. Most of the teams in South America don't even have close to that number. So this is huge for any team that makes it. And now with Era getting in, they were a top 4 team in the first regional, fell off in regional 2, but now they're back into the playoff bracket.
Yeah, it's been quite a ride for them, but let's take a look at the standings now, guys. We are done. We're through. We've sent 8 home. We have 8 moving onwards, but this is how it went today. Just, Dex, looking at this one, there's been some upsets for here. Is there anything that stood out to you specifically out of all these matches we saw today?
Well, we had some nice surprises today. We had the victory from Atypical against 11s. That was huge. We also had PDH Gaming. All the pro players in the region told me, you have to watch for PDH Gaming. These guys can do amazing stuff. And here they are, 3-1. That's amazing results for them.
And then for Nocturns, they fall just short 2-3. They had a roller coaster of a day. But Atypical, they started out 2-0. And then we were worried, but they did battle back and finally get in on that very last chance.
Yeah, no, I think now everyone's going to listen. When the warning signs are thrown there, you mentioned it with PDHM. When the warning signs are thrown out by everyone, you got to start listening. The pros obviously know what they're talking about. So I'm glad that you were able to sit down and you got those words from them because it came true, that's for sure. But let's take a look now at that top 8. Let's take a look at the bracket. This is what you guys are going to see next week, Gibbs.
And this is the bracket where it's going to be a little bit rough on the bottom side with 11s down there as the 3 seed. The 3 Sins and True Neutral, they tied in game differential. So True Neutral actually got the 1 seed because they had more points in Regional 1 and Regional 2. That makes them avoid 11s, which is something you definitely want to do here. But we've seen it before. We've seen surprises in South America for these bracket stages. A lot of different teams have made top 4 in the first 2 regionals. We'll see if it happens here again.
Dex, Gibbs just said he wouldn't want to be on that bottom half. At first glance, you're right. I think he's right. You're like, okay, whoa, 3 Sins, no mercy, 11. That's a crazy bracket down there. But at the same time, 11's even talked about Noble, and then we were just talking about PDHM. So I feel like you got to, Dex, give some respect to that top half as well.
Oh, definitely. All the teams here are really good, actually. So they show it today. They've been working really hard. All of them. This been a long split. They've been trying to get the most points they could to get here. Now they're playing really well. I love that we had the opportunity to see again that match from Atypical against Flow Nocturns that happened already in the regional. That was amazing. We had lots of overtimes here, and we could see that most of the matches were really close. We didn't have many sweeps, so that's amazing.
But speaking of things we're going to see next week, it's going to be you guys. You know what we've been talking about all day. It's the Top Pelé Challenge. You guys submit your favorite plays that you guys have gotten on Twitter with the hashtag Top Pelé Challenge. We're celebrating competition and 80th birthday of Pelé. Items are going to be in the game in the next coming days, and it's just overall celebration of competition, which is why we want you guys. We know some of you guys are hard stuck out there in Plat and Diamond, and you get some sick plays. Put them on Twitter with those hashtags. You have a chance to get your play on the broadcast for next week. That's pretty sweet in my opinion. But we are done. Yeah, we are done for today. Gibbs, final thoughts as you're about to give them, it sounds like anyways.
Yeah, it was a wonderful day for South America. I love when we get to see them on stream. And obviously, I already knew all these results coming in. I'm the South American expert here. So, we don't need anyone else anymore. So, Hasido Divertido. It's been fun. Adios.
Dex, you want to give them a rating or just walk on away from that one?
Oh, well, I just want to say that this was lots of fun being here. Thanks for having me, for inviting me. We got lots of surprises today, really nice matches we saw. And yeah, I'm taking Gibbs home. I'm going to bring him to South America. We're going to pay his Spanish lessons. And yeah, I'm going to retire. I'm going to let him do the job now.
he's your he does all the work for me. You're just his agent and just you send him off to do the work. I like the idea. No, Dex, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a blast having you all day. Of course, we needed an expert in the South American region, and as you've imparted a lot of knowledge on us, but we're not done with South America yet. Of course, they are same time next week for that top 8 bracket that you guys saw. We're out of Swiss forever now, into that, but not for North America and Europe. They are this weekend, same time again tomorrow. For some more action, for some more Swiss action, where we find out our top 8 for the next few regions. They will be playing for next week. But for now, on behalf of everyone here, Dex, Gibbs, and myself, Leaf, thank you guys for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, but we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel it for you inside. So there won't be no fear tonight. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I know that we